Happy holidays and a warm welcome to the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. For the first time with Take as a broadcasting partner. We are so excited to bring you the intensity and the fire from New York City with Magnus Carlsen fighting to defend his 2 remaining World Championship titles. It's the first day of the World Rapid Championship. Let's go. Who is your top 5 toughest opponents in Rapid?
Karu, André, Fabi, Arjun, and Naroditsky.
Oh, whoa, is this a blunder? Is this a massive blunder?
Ali Rez is playing perhaps the best blitz chess of his life, so it's going to be exciting.
Did he lose on time? He loses on time! That's what it's all about, you guys, when World Rapid and Blitz is happening. It's chaos, it's blunders, it's time trouble, it's action, it's brilliant moves, and it's so much fun. And it's also a beautiful chaos of hundreds of players, so many games going on at the same time, and there's finally an app to stay on top of all of it. You have to download Take to follow all the games, to stay on top of the standings, and you can even play Guess the Move, and we're definitely going to do that here in the Take studio with today our 2 experts here in the studio. Lucas is the chess expert. How are you, Lucas?
I'm good, thank you.
It's a big day, right? World Rapid and Blitz starting.
It is, yeah. It's, to me, the most exciting event of the year. I think it is for a lot of other chess fans as well, especially in Norway, where we're used to this being the big thing. Now that Magnus isn't playing the World Classical Championship anymore. So, yeah, super exciting.
Super exciting. And you have commented now on chess a lot in the Take app with written commentary. Now you're here to do actual commentary for everyone following us. So, Lucas, tell us about your chess background for everyone to get to know you.
Yeah, I used to play quite actively when I was younger. I'm a FIDE master. I became a FIDE master, I think, when I was like 15, and then it kind of stopped. And after that, I mean, I kept playing for a while, and it's been a lot of fun. But at some point, I switched over to coaching, so I did that for a while, and then I joined Take around a year ago. Not primarily as a chess player or expert or anything like that, but more on other things. But I enjoy the occasional like chess involvement.
Yeah, and you come here with a lot of confidence as well. You just came 3rd in like the biggest tournament ever at the Good Night. There was like 100 participants.
Yes,
and you beat Anna Krumling. You beat some great players there to come in 3rd.
Yeah, that was fun. Not a very serious chess tournament, but the first chess tournament I've played in probably like a year or something. So fun to get confirmed that I'm not totally terrible still. So yeah, it was fun playing. Yeah,
it's going to be fun listening to your commentary, Lucas. Next to Lucas is the CEO in Take, Mats. How are you? Happy holidays?
Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Have you been playing some chess over the last couple of days?
I played a few games this morning just to kind of get in the mood. Yeah. But very excited.
You are one of the biggest chess fans I've ever met, Mats. Like, you are so...
Aside yourself.
Maybe apart from myself, but you're just so excited. Like, you came here today and you were like, I'm so much looking forward to this. Like, World Rapid and Blitz. What's your experience with this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the highlights of the year.
Yeah.
I've been following this tournament for more than 10 years now, I think, on NRK, the BBC of Norway. And it's it's something that you don't want to miss.
Exactly.
And now we're here broadcasting it ourselves.
It's kind of nice, right?
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. And we're going to have a lot of fun here in the studio. This is located in Oslo, hometown of world champion Magnus Carlsen. But in the New York, where it's all going to happen, the biggest stage you can possibly have. Well, we have someone else. We have someone very special in charge of doing all the interviews for Take. He is known as Gotham Chess, the internet chess code Levy Rosman. In a sofa! Levy, how are you?
I'm 4,000 miles away. We have a fascinating setup here. Hope you guys are nice and toasty over in Oslo. I'm very excited for the games to start today.
Yeah. It starts in 10 minutes, Levy. And this is your hometown. Is New York now festive and ready for the chess to take over the town?
Oh, we have, like 10 million people here. I think probably 9,850,000 don't know this is happening yet, but they will.
They
But they
will.
will. But the other, the other 1%, yeah, it's a lot of excitement here. We watched the opening ceremony. A lot of familiar faces was exciting for me because normally these events are across the world. But I saw a lot of American young players. I just saw, Magnus. I saw a lot of the top players who are playing. So yeah, can't wait.
What is the venue like, Levy? I heard it's located like in Wall Street in some historic building. What is it like there?
Yeah, it's in Wall Street, and it's a historic building for sure. I think it's like a bank vault. I've already heard like different folk stories, and and I think like many presidents have been in this particular lounge. So I'm very glad to tarnish its reputation and history by being another guest. No, I mean it's a historic venue. It's very nice, and I think the World Championship in 2016 was literally 3 minutes that way. So yeah.
So Magnus has been there before, and he's had a great result, winning the World Champion in New York in 2016. Have you seen Magnus today, the defending champion?
Yeah, he's
He's right here.
Not too far away. I think he's just like not on the table, but just like relaxing before the games. Honestly, I said this in the Chess Base India interview yesterday. It's very nice and it is very historic, but I do have to also say New York does not have a lot of real estate, and to get a gigantic space, I think would have been expensive. So it's pretty there's tight quarters. There's a lot of players like rubbing shoulders and elbows, and it'll be curious to see how they manage to get some rest before the games, because they just have to stare at each other constantly. So I think this is a nice reprieve, and I don't know when game time is, but I think it's in like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. So is it possible to get a comment from Magnus now, you think? Can you get him over to the sofa, or is it too close to the games?
No, I don't think so. I think he'll be heading down and getting through the maze of the volunteers and so on, and situated, and maybe preparing for his opponent. I know the pairings are out, so
Yeah.
looking forward to the game.
Exactly. But if he's not going to come now, Magnus is going to come to the sofa, Levy. You are there with your sofa to talk to the players, to Magnus, to Hikaru Nakamura, to whoever wants to chill out and hang out with you and the sofa. That's going to be quite fun.
Yeah. Players are generally, I think, much more chatty and talkative after a good game. So it's going to be fun to see, who is doing well after the first few rounds. But it's a really intense field. The top seeds in the first round are playing 2600, 2630, 2640 FIDE rated players. So there's like no time for breaks. By round 3, by round 4, you're already making draws, against some grandmasters, and we will not have a perfect score, I don't think, by the end of the day. So hopefully we get some players in good moods, and I want to challenge Daniil Dubov to a push-up competition. So we'll see if we can get him here, and it's going to be great.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be epic, Levy. And what do you expect then? So Magnus is reigning champion. First round starts in now 7 minutes. Who do you think will be the champion, and who should we look out for here?
Yeah, I think it's not a secret that Magnus is the clear favorite to defend in Rapid and Blitz. And I said, if a player is going to take it from him, it's going to have to be someone from the young generation.
Oh.
We have Hikaru, we have Fabiano. The only big wild card from the current generation that I think is a huge threat is Wesley So. And that's only because we haven't seen him ever play this tournament, because on Christmas he's relaxing at home with family, cat, which is obviously family. And so he's obviously a threat, but we don't know. We've never seen him play this format, and it could be more draining than potential for him to win it. But it's going to be someone from the next generation. As far as the women's side, it's always a wild card.
Yeah.
Like last year, we have Ju and June, we have Lei Ting-Jie, for example. But Bodnaruk is the defending Rapid champion, which is like super exciting to see if she's going to, underdog story win it twice. And Gunyana is always a perennial favorite, but you always have like Kostyanyuk, you have any of the Chinese grandmasters as well, and Russians. So it's exciting all around.
And here we see Magnus Carlsen chilling in the lounge, sitting very close to Levy, getting ready for round 1 in the World Rapid Championship as defending champion. You mentioned the women there as well, Levy. I think we should make it clear already, because obviously we want to talk to them as well, the people competing in the women's section, but they're actually in a different building, so it might be hard for you to get them in the sofa.
Yes, that's actually very important to note. I've never been to a World Rapid and Blitz Championship. I assume in places like Samarkand and Almaty or Astana and so on, they're all playing under one roof. No building in New York, I think, could have accommodated that. That would have been in the budget, except maybe the Javits Center. So yes, actually, the World Championship from the women's side is across the street. Which I don't think has ever happened. So we will obviously try to get players in and out, but it's going to be tough. It's very cold. They have to run across the street, and but luckily that's not my job. I just have to talk to the players.
Exactly, and you are great at that. Levy, we are so excited to have you on site in New York for all the action. We'll check in with you when games have started, and of course in between rounds with players in the sofa. Thank you, Levy.
Thank you.
How cool is that, you guys? And I have to ask you, Mats, a CEO in Take. And do we have some sound issues? I want to ask you, Mats. Can you hear me now, Mats? Yes, there we are. First day. All right, getting through all the technical stuff, so we're ready for the game in 4 minutes. Mats, to get Levy on board for this as a CEO in Take, and then you sort of brought the biggest streamer and the biggest recap guy, the biggest YouTube chess guy to the company, and you have him in New York to do interviews with all the players.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I know.
Pinch ourselves again. Thank you to Levy for doing such a wonderful job, and I think the recaps with Levy and Magnus and Hikaru, they went pretty well. And I'm excited to now, for this broadcast, have live images, have Levy there on site. And there's so many players to talk about and so many players that will join him in the sofa and we'll get instant sort of feedback and stories from the field. So I think, I'm not sure if that's done before in chess.
I mean, I've been in chess for 10 years. I've never seen it.
No.
Yeah.
But we are used to this in Norway, right? Where NRK, the BBC again, they're live, they're there in New York. And they always get instant reactions from Magnus after the games. Yeah. And they also try to find some new players that we can get to learn more about. And this is what we're trying to achieve also with Levy there. Obviously, Levy is quite a famous chess face. So hopefully there will be lots of different players joining him in the sofa.
Yeah. I still don't see any players sitting by the boards in New York. Let's start talking about the first round. Round 1 in the World Rapid Championship. It's best out of 13 rounds. So 5 rounds today, and then 4 rounds tomorrow, 4 rounds on Saturday to decide the world champion. And we do have pairings for the first round. Magnus Carlsen. Who does he play, Lucas?
He is playing against a Wonder Liang, who is... to my knowledge, a very talented player. I think he's born like 2003, something like this. So he's 21. And yeah, I remember seeing him in a bunch of tournaments, even in Norway, actually, a few years ago. And he used to be very strong. I think he still is. And I saw that he has played 4 games against Magnus before. Magnus has won all of them. So... like the statistics don't seem to say that Magnus has any trouble with beating him, but yeah, you never know with these youngsters.
And it is faster time control. So this is rapid chess. What kind of time control are we looking at here?
It's 15 minutes for the whole game, and then you get 10 seconds increments per move. So it's quite fast for being rapid, actually. And I think we're going to see a lot of time troubles. So it's definitely going to be exciting.
Exactly. It should be starting in 1 minute, you guys. So we're going to get the app here now up on the screen. This is the Take app. This is what you see if you download the app and enter the first screen. And here you can see how incredibly easy it's going to be for you to follow just the standings and all the games at all times for the World Rapid and Blitz and round 1. We're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against a Wonder Liang. But we will also, of course, pay a lot of attention to Hikaru Nakamura, to Alireza Furusha, to Arjun Eric Gaisi, to the other top players, you guys. And maybe also some surprises will come up there at the top of the table during today's first rounds. All right. And players should be arriving. We see a lot of spectacle in New York. Is this typical chess, Lucas? You've been in the chess world the longest. That,
yeah.
Here we are. They should be starting, and no one is by the boards. Okay, we see Fabiano Caruana actually arriving now at one of the boards.
There he is. No, but I think this is quite normal. It's usually like players tend to show up exactly when it starts. I do that myself as well. It's just something about like sitting there before it starts. It's quite tense and you just want to get started. So you don't want to end up in a situation where you have to sit there and wait for too long. At least that's my experience. And then probably some players prefer to show up early and kind of mentally prepare themselves by the board.
Yeah.
I think Magnus definitely belongs to the category of liking to show up late.
Yeah.
But that usually works out for him.
Yeah. Magnus is not by the board yet. So that's a perfect moment for me to show you a little bit more of what you can expect if you download now the Take app. So you can follow all the games happening, you guys, with hundreds of players. And of course, standings. It will be chaotic, but in the Take app, everything will be under full control and you can check out the standings. You can highlight your favorite players. Magnus. Gukesh is not playing here. But Hikaru Nakamura, we have to highlight Hikaru. And then something very fun that we're going to do when the game starts is play Guess the Move. I'm so excited for that. And we invite all of you at home to play Guess the Move as well. And try to get as many correct as you can. You can guess 10 times during a game. All right, we should get going very soon, you guys, with round 1 in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. This is the rapid portion. 3 days of rapid, then a rest day, and then 2 days of blitz. 2 world champions will be named in New York City. Magnus Carlsen is the defending champion in both rapid.
We can see Liang is already at the table now, ready for the game.
Look at that.
Praying?
Maybe. I mean, can you imagine, Lucas, Wonder Liang is a very known player, but he's much younger than Magnus. He is obviously much lower ranked. He is, playing on home turf in the US. And then he comes and sees the pairings for his first round. And it's against the world number 1. How nervous do you get when you see that?
I think he's going to be quite nervous, but he's also going to be very excited about this. I mean, he's played Magnus before, but it's still like always a really cool experience. I don't think he expects to get any points from this game. It's great if he can, of course, but I think it's more about like the chance to play against Magnus. I've heard a lot of the other like top youngsters as well. They kind of just want to learn and get the experience when playing against him, and then occasionally they do get some points as well.
Yeah.
So mainly, I think he's going to be very excited about this.
And it's looking very friendly so far in New York. Fabiano Caruana is chatting to his opponent, which I don't recognize him immediately, but of course we can check.
I actually don't know him.
Morales?
But
do you know that?
it looks like he is an American GM.
Right. So 2 Americans up against each other here in round 1. And then we see Maxime Vagier-Lagrave playing there on board 3. Always a tough contender in the faster time controls. And I am not 100% sure who he is playing. I would have to scroll. We are going to follow the game 1 with Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, against a Wonder Liang, sitting there patiently waiting for Magnus. And Mats, you mentioned to me before the show, there's actually some stats on Magnus not doing too well on the first days, often in Rapid and Blitz championships.
Yeah, I mean, from a few things that I've learned following Magnus and RK for the past 10 years is that sometimes Magnus has a little bit of a slow start. And one of the reasons is that he's then meeting lower rated opponents.
And here Magnus comes.
Okay, we have Magnus here.
And we have the handshake. There's been a ceremonial first move made. Is that also the correct move on the board? It looks like it is.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't take
I think he still has a chance to change it, but it is a very common move, so he might just play it.
And the clock starts.
Yeah, that's what he goes
Here
for.
we go. The World Rapid Championship is about to start. Wonder Liang has the white pieces. He's on home turf in the USA, playing against Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion. What are we seeing here in the first moves?
This looks very common. It might be a Spanish or... Oh, okay. He goes for the other knight out. So this is called the 4 knights game. And I think his idea with this is to be very concrete in the beginning. So he wants to force things. These lines are known for being quite drawish often. And I think he wants to make it tough for Magnus to get a game, really.
And obviously we see the board not updating, some technical issues from New York, but they have now sorted it out. And here we are. All right, so we have the bishop out from Wonder Liang and also from Magnus. And already we see a trade here. No, they push it back.
Yeah, we can see that they started with the 4 knights and then Liang striked in the center. They traded a couple of pieces and Magnus goes for this pin on the knight.
Okay.
So a couple of more trades. And now it seems like Magnus is trying to figure out which variation to go for. The most common move in this situation would be to strike in the center with a pawn. That's what he does as well. And now Liang should probably capture that pawn with his pawn.
Is Magnus already bored?
Like this?
Yeah.
Game?
Look at Magnus. He is just looking out in the air. It's clear he's just been eating something right before coming to the board. And now we have the first pause of thinking in the game, but here, okay. Magnus castles.
Yeah, they're playing the moves here pretty quickly. And now it looks like Magnus has found or come up with a move that is not the most common. So after both players castle, he instead of recapturing the pawn in the center, he brought out his bishop. Let's see if that gets updated on the board.
Yeah, so obviously the board is lagging behind here.
Yeah, it's lagging a couple of moves behind.
Now, this is the issue with these faster time controls and also with day ones, you guys. I've done so many day ones in broadcasting and always issues. Is it possible?
Looks like, oh, he's gone up from the board.
Oh, okay. That's a confident move by Wonder Liang.
Very.
Yeah.
Seems like he knows what he's doing here.
And coats off for Magnus Carlsen, who is wearing a very shiny shirt, I have to say. Silver. Is that what he's going for here, Magnus Carlsen?
Okay, and the moves have now updated on the board?
Yeah.
So what is this? Is this a typical opening, Lucas? I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Yeah, it's quite normal. And it seemed to me like Magnus tried to surprise Liang, but then he wasn't really very surprised by it and kept playing the moves pretty quickly. So he seems to be in known territory here. I think what Magnus is afraid of is that Liang is going to be able to trade off a bunch of pieces and get into a very drawn position where it's hard to create chances. I mean, that's generally the challenge for Magnus always when he's playing, especially playing with black, that people can just prepare and it's going to be hard for him to win if they just try to get a draw, basically. But it's not like very symmetrical, and there should be chances to try to create some imbalance here at least.
All right. We can see the bar is still in the middle. Only 12 moves have been made in the game.
Yeah. I think what could become an imbalance here is Magnus's pawn in the center. if he chooses to protect this with the other pawn, he might end up with a pass pawn in the center, and then it could be strong, but it could also be weak.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he has to consider now. But in this position, it's quite an open position, and he has a lot of possibilities to consider.
Okay. Now, obviously, in World Rapid and Blitz, you don't get to see your opponents and the pairings a lot of time before it starts. I think the pairings for round one was tops a couple of hours before the round starts. So you're not really able to prepare specifically for opponents like we've seen in World Classical Championships, right? With Ding and Gukesh preparing for months with the person they're playing against. How the opening that a Wonder Liang is choosing to play here against the world number one, does it seem like a sensible choice from him? Yeah,
it's very sensible. I think this is usually what a lot of people tend to do against Magnus. They play something very concrete. They try to trade pieces early, and they go into these like long lines where they know what they're doing. And then Magnus might have to do something unusual, which isn't the best, to get a position that he will surprise his opponents with and get a chance to win, basically, and a playable position.
Looks like he recaptured with the pawn.
Yeah, he took the pawn, actually, which is a little bit surprising to me, because I thought he might want to keep his pawn in the center there. But I'm sure he has an idea. It might be to, attack this knight.
Trade the queens.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want to trade the queens. I think that becomes too easy for Liang to avoid mistakes. Yeah. It's about giving him room to go wrong, really. And by trading the queens, it's going to be quite easy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it difficult now to defend the knight on the second row there?
No, not really. I expect Liang to move his queen away from this pin.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's able to free up the knight and can potentially move it next.
Okay.
Because he also wants to potentially kick away the black bishop, right, on the queen side.
Yeah, I think so.
Seems annoying to have it there, eyeing the e1 square.
Yeah, he could do that, but at the same time, it doesn't really threaten anything, so it might not be the first priority to attack it. For Liang here, it's more about getting the pieces out without running into any trouble in the meantime. But I think Magnus is struggling a little bit here to make this hard for his opponent.
Is it clear here that A Wonder is very happy with a draw? Is that sort of the style he's playing in this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's usually the case for everyone who plays against Magnus. True. But it's not that what he has done is like very drawish or anything. It's kind of a normal opening, but it can potentially become a draw if he wants to play for it. And yeah, I think he would obviously take a draw immediately if he could.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, now rapid chess is they still have quite a lot of time. So 15 minutes from the get-go and then 10 seconds after each and every move. So games will still last for a little bit of time. So that means we have a little bit of time to dig into the position. Liang is now been thinking for 2 minutes. What would be a move he makes now, Lucas, where you say, okay, he's ambitious, and what would be a sensible move? Maybe.
I think at this point, he is probably choosing between the sensible moves and trying to figure out which has the least risk, or basically just trying to figure out the plan for the next few moves.
Okay.
He could, like I mentioned, bring out his queen, but he could, for instance, also move out his bishop, which is still not moved yet. Those are the two most obvious ones, if you ask me, but he might also attack one of Magnus's bishops. in that case, it would have to be the one on the left side.
I have to say, he's looking very fierce, I wonder, Liang. All black. Black shirt, black blazer, playing against world number 1.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised that he's taking so long here. But maybe it's a good decision to spend some time now, as his moves are not like very hard. So it's a good idea to figure out what he's going to do for the middle game. Okay, so he does actually go for something very direct.
Oh.
It looks a bit strange to me, but I'm sure it has a point. So what he does is he brings his queen out, not one square, but all the way up to attack the bishop. And the point is that even though he gives away his knight now, Magnus can capture the knight. Liang's bishop will end up being undefended. So let's see if we can get that up on the board here. If Magnus chooses to capture everything, then Liang will take the bishop that's in front of the queen currently, as Magnus will have moved his defending queen.
And we can, of course, put up the top engine moves in the take app. You have several options.
Yeah,
We could
there.
see
Oh, yeah,
from-
there it is.
Yeah. So this was the past move, and he didn't play any of the top 3 moves, actually.
Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me that these moves were the best. That's kind of the most obvious ones that we talked about. But it might be a clever try to just force everything. So Magnus goes for taking this knight. And now, yeah, he took it back immediately, Liang.
Do we have a take yet?
Oh, it will probably be now.
Uh-huh.
But
Oh.
not quite yet.
So we had 1.
Oh, yeah, there
two.
it is.
Is it a take? Who wants the first honor to do our take, Mats?
Mats will do it.
There it is.
Right.
The very first take in the World Rapid Championship, you guys. There's going to be a bunch of them. And we will be ready to push our buttons.
Yeah, these stream decks that we're using, the buttons, they're just too good.
I know.
Like you want to click
I
it
know.
all the time.
I know. So we also have mistake, blunder. We have great move. We even have checkmate.
Will we see a checkmate, do you think?
Well, in Blitz, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, sometimes you just allow the checkmate as well.
Yeah.
But it's possible to miss in Blitz and even Rapid. And why not like check if your opponent sees it, if they're down on time anyway.
Exactly. All right, so Magnus now, he has his rook and his queen in the same file. That's a dream scenario, isn't it?
It is. Definitely. It doesn't look like Magnus's position is very tough to play right now. We can see Stockfish going all over the place with the top 3 moves there.
For the first time now, we actually have Stockfish
Yes.
working. It hasn't been working so far. So now we see the bar is slightly better for Liang. Does that make sense? Is that true?
It probably is. I think the reason is that Magnus's pawns are split up. So they're a bit weak compared to Liang's pawns on the left side being like working together, basically. That might be the reason why this queen move is the best as well, trying to attack that pawn. And I think the second reason that Liang is slightly better here is that he has the bishop instead of the knight, which is usually better when you have in positions like this, when you have pawns on both sides of the board, as the bishop has longer range.
Exactly. Okay, so now the evaluation bar is working. The top computer moves are working. Lucas, do you prefer to have them on or off?
Yeah, good question. I guess we can take them off for now.
Let's take them off, and then we play a little bit of hand and brain sometimes.
Yeah.
Where we check.
We can do that.
Yes, I like that. So you commentate without a computer. That's very impressive. And we can sometimes talk about the top engine moves.
I think one
Sure.
thing that we're getting a lot of questions in the chat about Magnus. Are we only following Magnus? What about all the other games? Maybe it's good to clarify that one thing that we want to do here is to follow one game at a time, because for chess fans that aren't as good as Lucas and above you, it's very hard to go between all the games and follow 3, 4 matches at the same time, or games. But of course, the beauty with the app is that you can watch our stream and then have Hikaru's game on,
Exactly.
and it's easy to switch between the games.
Yeah, yeah. I like to say that every chess game is a story, and every move has its own sort of history and thought behind it, and it's very confusing, I think, if you jump a lot of back and forth. But with that said, of course, if Hikaru Nakamura falls off his chair, or he is in checkmate, or you know, he played the most brilliant move in history, we're of course going to cover that. And it's not only going to be Magnus's games that we cover. Let's say in the next round we have a great encounter with Arjun Erigaisi against Pragnananda, the two young Indians. Well then, you know, we're going to make our decisions every single round, and we invite everyone at home as well to take part in that decision making. Let us know which games you want to see, and we'll take that in account when we choose the next game that we're going to cover. And I mean, we have so many top players here, as we see Magnus making his move.
Yeah, he basically protects his pawn while centralizing his queen. Very sensible. And yeah, we'll see what Liang's plan is. I'm a bit surprised that he keeps like walking around.
Yeah.
He seems very confident. Like when you only have 10 minutes on the clock, it makes sense to like try to figure things out, even when it's your opponent thinking. But maybe he feels like he has a position in his head anyway, or just needs to think about something else.
Maybe it's psychology.
I know, yeah.
Could be.
Tell Magnus that
He's not afraid.
I'm still in preparation. Or
Maybe, yeah. But then it's kind of surprising that he has spent 5 minutes.
right.
There was a moment here on the bar
Yeah.
where it
I don't know what
actually,
that
with
was about.
Magnus's move, it jumped up for a Wanderer saying better for him, actually, and then it corrected itself. But first impression from the engine was that this was not the best move. It was not a great move for Magnus to make.
Yeah.
From the human perspective, from the chess player perspective, Lucas, is that just a sensible move?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. It centralizes the queen and protects the pawn, and it's also keeping some pressure on Liang's pawn in the corner. So I thought it made a lot of sense. Now he might go for capturing that pawn. The problem is, though, that I think Magnus always needs to avoid that this just ends up in a complete draw, where everything is traded off. And maybe that's...
Should he be happy with the draw, though? Having the black
Magnus?
pieces first game?
No, I don't think so.
No.
He needs to, like... there are only, like, 13 rounds.
Yeah.
So you don't have a lot of chances to give away points if you want to win. And he's going to have half of the games with black, so he needs to win a lot of them.
Exactly.
And this is not like one of the strongest opponents he's going to face.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher. Ooh! Okay. The bar is
Yeah.
acting up here, but it corrects itself.
Yeah,
Still
like
slightly
for that
better.
move, I understand why it went a bit crazy for a second there. The previous one was a bit more confusing.
Okay.
Because here there are a lot of tactical things, like Liang, instead of moving his queen that was threatened, he counterattacks Magnus's queen.
Standing move.
Yeah, there are a lot of like tricks here, but they end up trading queens. I think it's probably something both players are like kind of happy with, because it feels like now at least Magnus can avoid any further trades, and try to outplay Liang in this endgame. Whereas Liang is very solid, doesn't really have any weaknesses, and should be able to hold if he doesn't end up making a big mistake.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not like very easy to play against Magnus, I think.
Okay. They are down to 8.5 minutes, both of the players. They do get 10 seconds after each and every move. This is the first round in the World Rapid Championship with defending champion Magnus Carlsen. And remember, you can check out all the games in the Take app and stay out on top of the standings. I'm going to roam around now and see if there are some games that have finished yet. Let's see.
Now it looks like Magnus made a move again, that he protected his knight with his pawn, which was a very sensible move again. Now he attacks the bishop, trying to chase it away. I think a problem here potentially for Magnus is his weak pawn, which is being attacked by the rook now. Yeah, we can see he's not looking too happy either. And the reason for that is probably that he cannot really win this if his opponent doesn't make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
A bizarre suggestion now from Stockfish is to actually take the pawn as white with the rook
Oh yeah,
and give away the bishop. How?
maybe that's why Magnus reacted, because what that would do is take away the protection of Magnus's knight in the center. So you actually create another attack against that. And what I think Magnus has calculated here is that if he does take that pawn, Magnus will take the bishop. Then Liang takes Magnus's knight in the center. Let's see if we can show this with some arrows. So they will all capture each other like this. And basically you end up with a situation where the material is equal. But then Magnus would have probably the more active rook. I think there's a big chance, like, even though this isn't the best move, there's a big chance Liang is going to go for it, because it might just be a very clear draw. And I think that's why he's calculating now as well. Oh, he doesn't do it. That's actually kind of surprising, I think.
What does that mean? Is he going for a win, or is a draw good enough for him? Like, what is his ambitions in this specific position?
Yeah, good question. I don't actually know. Maybe he just felt that this was the best move, and then he goes for that.
If you had this as white versus Magnus, how would you feel?
I would feel quite confident. I wouldn't expect to be able to make a draw still.
Okay.
I would kind of expect him to trick me at some point, but it really shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't go wrong here with white. And I just realized that probably the reason why he didn't take that pawn is because Magnus could counter-attack with his knight instead of taking the bishop. So we can show that, like, here, instead of all of these captures, Magnus, after the pawn is captured, he can just move the knight to the side and attack the rook. But we can go to the live position here.
And it is a Wonder Liang thinking now. He's got 7 minutes left on his clock. I just wanted to quickly... Okay, Magnus makes a move. Is there any surprises with that move, Lucas?
No.
No.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, he does, again, potentially give away his pawn. The rook is still attacking that pawn. But I think he wants to create counterplay with his rooks on the open file. If that pawn is captured, he will move his knight away, and probably the bishop is in trouble there.
Ooh. Well, the bar says balanced, but if I check another game, Hikaru Nakamura, the bar says better for him. It was actually much better a moment ago. So many pieces still on this board against Jumbayev. I am not familiar with that player. Jumabayev, sorry about that.
Yeah,
But-
no, he's also a pretty strong GM, but should lose to Hikaru on most occasions.
Yeah, yeah. It's looking good for Hikaru Nakamura on home turf in the US.
In the chat, they're saying that the Caruana game is insane.
Okay.
Check.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Fabiano Caruana. Okay. Better for him against Corrales. Why is this a crazy game, Lucas? What's the first thing you notice?
Kings.
True.
I don't know. I don't actually think there's anything crazy about this position, but it might have been crazy how they got here. And then it could have stabilized at this point.
Okay. Fabiano Caruana. He is fighting in for the first time to win the World Rapid Championship. Also on home turf, and he's very much on home turf. He grew up in New York, actually. He also used to play for Italy before he switched to the US Federation. Much better now for Fabiano Caruana.
So both Hikaru and Caruana are looking to score a full point in the first game, where Magnus is not struggling, but it's hard for him to create anything.
Yeah, like it's not surprising that they're winning their games. It's more surprising that Magnus is struggling to win his game. But the more I look at this, the more I think Magnus is going to end up winning this game.
Magnus? Fabiano?
Oh, yeah, like talking about the other game again. That's why it's difficult to go, go back.
Exactly. Why we like to stay on one game. We're going back to Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, against the Wonder Liang, another American. So many Americans here in New York, of course. And they are such a strong chess federation as well. But did you say you think Magnus will win this?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say when looking at the computer saying he's like fully equalized, and it feels like Liang is not doing very much here. But it's still a very, very like long way ahead before managing to win this. It just feels like something where he might be able to trick him.
Okay, Magnus Carlsen is in deep focus looking at this position. He's got 6 minutes left on his clock. That is more than a Wonder Liang. And that's the thing with rapid chess, you guys. It's looking safe and sound for now, but action will happen. And is this a position that invites for some drama, Lucas, with clocks ticking down?
Yeah, it's always tricky with the knight when you don't have a lot of time, because there are forks everywhere. Potentially, when you have 2 rooks as well on the board. That's like the main thing in this position that could spice things up. And yeah, basically, whenever you have very little time, it is quite hard to play. But it's also quite a calm position.
It's a composition for now. Magnus Carlsen is thinking the action is happening on the biggest stage there is, New York City. And we have Gotham himself in the sofa in New York. And I'm going to check in with you, Levy. What do you think about the position in Magnus's game?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I mean, the big question is, will there be enough play and imbalance for Magnus to do his thing? Normally, he has positions like this with white, with a better pawn structure, with the bishop for the knight. I don't know, and I do just have to commend A Wonder for basically playing the most unimaginably boring opening to try to get a half a point out of this game. And I love A Wonder. He's very strong, and he's good with taking a joke. But my God, he showed up to this game and was like, "I'm going to bore Magnus to death."
I love it. And hey, Levy, as an American, are you rooting a little bit? There's so many American players here this year in the World Rapid Championship. Are you rooting a little bit extra for them?
No, I'm not rooting for the American in this game. I might be rooting for, let's say, Woodward or Tani. A good friend of mine, international master Alexander Ostrovsky, has some students here, one in particular on the women's side. So I'm rooting for those Americans, but in this particular case, no, please. I would like the first round opponent to be devoured by the Norwegian, Viking.
like to hear that. No. We love Wonder Liang. It's cool that he's coming to the board, and well, right now it actually looks like he's boring Magnus Carlsen to death. What could be some options here, Levy, for Magnus to bring some heat into this game and be able to win it?
I think, like, if Magnus kicked a Wonder right now under the table, really hard, I think it would be such a shock to a Wonder that he probably would not recover. Okay, Magnus kind of does, you know, instead of kicking, he makes some moves. And he was mostly thinking there, yeah, he's trading off all the pieces. We see a massive sequence here, and that's why Magnus spent a bunch of time. Wow, pieces just got fired off. Yeah, we're just in a rook endgame, basically. And I don't think he's going to win it. And, you know, the crazy thing is about this position, which will hopefully be updated on the board in a moment, like, this is the World Rapid Championship right here. I mean, game one, you play 2650, and if the 2650 does not want a game, which in this case he did not, let's be very clear, he was provoking Magnus into taking huge risks, yeah, it's hard to win, you know, a chess game. And Magnus also could have went for a Sicilian, but I think he wanted to start a little bit slower. But I think he will be regretting that choice, unless he wins, in which case, you know, we've seen Magnus work his magic before.
Exactly. All right, Levy, thank you so much for your take on this first game for Magnus Carlsen. And we look forward to coming back to you, hopefully with some interviews in the sofa.
Yep.
Do you think Lucas Magnus will turn up if this is a draw? Will he be very unhappy?
Yeah.
Basically,
he will be.
Yeah. But is that what it's looking... you know, often a bunch of trades happening very fast is a sign of this getting closer to a draw. Is that the situation here?
Not necessarily. I think Magnus's idea with this is that he was able to split up Liang's pawns on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically hopes that he can trick him in this rook endgame by picking up maybe the pawn on the edge and then have a couple of pass pawns himself. It shouldn't work. I think it's going to be very hard for him to win this, but I think that's why he did it, to get some sort of imbalance where he can try to trick his opponent. But the problem is, we see now that he brought his king over one step closer to the pawn to defend it, and he can basically just place his king there and defend it forever, and it's going to be hard for Magnus to do very much about that.
And even with time trouble, this wouldn't be super hard to play.
No, the thing is, like, even if you can, let's say Magnus wins the two pawns on the other side and trades his own one pawn for that, and you have this like 3 against 2 on the king side, that would be quite an easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of needs everything to go wrong for Liang. He needs to like keep his pawn on the other side and also win some materials somehow. I think what he's going to do is advance his pawns, get his king up, and hope for a miracle, basically. But it's going to be very tough.
Okay. This is round 1 in World Rapid Championship. It's the first of 13 rounds in total before we name a world champion. Today, we will see 5 rounds of rapid chess. This is the venue in New York City. And actually, a lot of spectators have made their way to the venue in Wall Street, New York City, to watch the action unfolding. Magnus Carlsen has a lot of eyes on him as the reigning champion. He's won the World Rapid title 5 times. 5 times in total. And if he wins it again this year, that will be the 3rd year in a row. And when the World Rapid Championship is finished, we're going to have the World Blitz Championship. And Magnus Carlsen has won that 7 times. He is a beast at the board, but a Wonder Liang has bored him to death in this game, quoting Levy Rosman. And it looks like he is getting a...
Where do we have that button?
Oh, we should have a bumbush. That's true. Well, a Wonder Liang, a draw here with the white pieces in round 1 against the world number 1 will be a great result for him. Is there any sign Magnus is trying here, Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, he's always trying.
Yeah.
But it's more about it being very difficult, and you can see that he's quite unhappy here. And the reason being is he probably isn't going to win this, and I think he's realized that.
Okay. Would you say we should jump over to Hikaru, for example?
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, it's not like totally finished. Magnus is going to try something here. The problem is he, like I mentioned, even if he like gets rid of both or all the pawns on the other side of the board, on the left side, it's still a draw, even with a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite an easy draw. That's why it's going to be very hard.
Okay. Well, let's try. Let's try to jump to Hikaru, because I can see there is action happening.
Yep.
For Hikaru Nakamura. The bar is just jumping up and down, and clocks are definitely ticking down. Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
1 minute left.
Yeah, exactly. Jumabayev. 1 minute left on his clock against Hikaru Nakamura, who is much better on the clock. And there's just... this looks like a chaos to me. Like in the center of the board, so many pieces. The knights are 4 knights in the center of the board. This looks chaotic and very difficult.
This is what's so difficult for me, like coming into a position like this.
Yeah.
And so help us here, Lucas. Should we count the pawns? What do we look for?
Yeah, I mean, it's never a bad idea to start with counting the material to figure out what's going on. But after that, you'll probably realize that both kings are very open, at least potentially with the pawns capturing each other. And a lot of pieces are very active as well, especially Hikaru's knight in the center looks quite good. And what this position is about is getting the rooks to the correct files before the position completely opens up. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of what Hikaru is doing now.
What is the correct file?
Probably the H file on the end of the board where both queens are currently. And the point with that is just that the king gets very exposed. But it could be exposed for both of them. I think he's probably going to bring his rook up next to his queen now, attacking the pawn.
Hikaru Nakamura, he still has 4 minutes on the clock. He's known as a speed demon. One of the very, very, very best in the world in faster time controls. Well, in any time control, but especially in Rapid and Blitz. And Magnus Carlsen even named him a big favorite in the Rapid World Chess Championship match. And here he is with 3.5 minutes left against 36 seconds for Jumabayev. Massively better now for Hikaru, but Nakamura about to get a fantastic... Okay, yeah, I'm also paying attention to Magnus. And the bar just jumped up saying massively better for Magnus. But then he corrected itself.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think it looks like the situation is more or less the same on that board.
Mm-hmm.
But Hikaru's move made a lot of sense, trying to bring his knight all the way over on the left side into where the action is happening right now. So he tries to bring it to the other side, basically. It's always...
Board didn't update? Just
yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the issue a little bit with these boards and the PGN files, and very hard to get accurate and instant updates.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Hikaru Nakamura, he moves his knight further into the action, and...
He's shaking his head.
Yeah, Jumabayev is shaking his head, and his clock is ticking down 9, 8 seconds now, 7 seconds when he makes his move. He gets 10 seconds increment after every move. Hikaru Nakamura has almost 3 minutes left on his clock. He is super chill. And he is massively better.
Yeah, he knows he is winning. He just needs to figure it out. And
I still don't understand it, though. They have the same equal material? Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it's equal still. Maybe it is after the last couple of moves. But yeah, it's more about Hikaru's pieces being a lot better placed, basically. So he has much better control of what's going on here.
All right. Hikaru Nakamura could be getting off to a great start, but he's definitely not going to be in sole lead if he wins this game. How many players are there in total? I think like 180 players participating in the world.
Maybe you should pull up the standings now on the right side of the screen, because you have quite a few games that are finished.
Look at that. We now have quite a few players on 1 point. Anish Giri is one of those players. Alireza Firouzja is one of those players. We see Sarana Dubov is up there. And then we have a couple of draws as well. Denis Lazovic, who just played the CCT finals. And then obviously a couple of players lost as well to those players in top of the table. And Hikaru Nakamura will also be one of those players on 1 point if he doesn't mess this up against Jumabayev, who has so little time left on his clock. But he's been playing faster now, so he's...
Yeah, he's fighting quite well.
Yeah, he's built up a little bit.
He's finding some counter ideas.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. Now for Hikaru, what is the winning plan here? Is it, to get a pawn over to be a queen, or is it to just go for the king?
It definitely looked like he missed something there.
Mm-hmm.
He looked quite annoyed with himself.
Yeah, he said no.
Then it might not be that simple anymore. I don't know, actually.
Okay.
Also, his time is ticking down.
Yeah.
Soon both players are under 1 minute. And it's a lot of pieces on the board still, which makes it more complicated.
It's very complicated. I mean, Hikaru is always the favorite with very little time. But it seems like he's struggling to find a plan here. Although he's still apparently winning. I don't know why he...
Do you think that he feels that he's winning? Like, is the stockfish accurate in that?
No, probably not.
Uh-huh.
So it's not that obvious to him that he's much better.
He might think that he's still winning, but he knows that he's made it a lot harder for himself the past few moves.
And the plan
And now something is going on here.
Oh, what is happening here? Okay, the arbiter is stopping the clock.
Have they repeated?
No. I think he touched his piece at some point. And then it seemed like both of them were okay with it, but then the arbiter may have wanted to check.
A few moves ago.
Ooh, I hope Hikaru goes to Levy in the sofa afterwards to talk about this.
Yeah.
This could be very annoying, being interrupted in the middle of your game.
Yeah, it is very annoying
because...
because...
It seemed like there is a problem.
Huh?
Well, it seemed like both players said, no issue,
why are
no
they
problem.
doing that? Why shouldn't they go to the arbiter and...
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's kind of annoying for them that they're both fine with it, but then the arbiter still wants to point it out. I mean, in some cases it is correct for the arbiter to jump in. If someone lost on time, for example, the arbiter would tell you, Hikaru is not better anymore. So
do we have a blunder on the board? What has happened here? What?
Yeah, good question. He kind of just...
Okay, jumps back up. Here. Oh, there is action in this game. What is happening? What's your first instinct here, Lucas?
My first instinct is that Jumabayev now has the open file for his rook. Mm-hmm. That's kind of... I mean, everything is going on the king side here, but none of them can really take anything or do anything there. I think that's why Hikaru tried to enter on the open file, but it didn't quite work out. But I don't think he's in very big trouble. It's just a very hard position to play where none of them really know what's going on.
Fabiano Caruana has just won his first game against Corrales. He now has 1 point in the Rapid Championship. But we are following now Hikaru Nakamura in his first game. He plays against Jumabayev, and the bar has for a long time said massively better, but it's been jumping up and down now. And clocks are ticking fast. Hikaru as well now, down to 26 seconds on his clock. He is a speed demon, though. Will he still win this game?
Also in the Magnus game, they are both under 1 minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Magnus has kind of succeeded in creating some imbalance. It's still a draw, but I think he can be, to some degree, happy with trading a couple of pawns, as he now has a passed pawn, which he didn't have before. But let's look at this for now.
Oh, and now it's better for Jumabayev. Has he made a mistake here, Hikaru?
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of mistakes. It's just very hard for him to find a plan, so he isn't really doing anything. But he has to make a move. That's why he is playing, even though he hasn't figured the position out.
Losing with the white pieces here would be catastrophic for Hikaru, I assume.
After being massively better, right?
This pairing.
Definitely.
Yeah, that would be a horrible start to the tournament.
Yeah.
He now has to fight Hikaru Nakamura. Clocks are ticking. He is down to 20 seconds now, Jumabayev.
Yeah, he's definitely putting some pressure on Hikaru.
Okay. This is getting intense now. Hikaru is playing very fast. He's playing moves with confidence now in New York.
Well, I'm not too sure about that. I think he is kind of stressed, but he... Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, so some pieces were traded. Looks like Hikaru is happy about it, but I don't see exactly what happened.
Well, he's built up time on his clock. He now has more than a minute on his clock. It's now ticking for Jumabayev. Oh, he's scratching his head. He has to make a decision.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he missed something, and then he's probably lost.
10 seconds.
Oh, he doesn't know what to do.
Much better.
Wait,
No.
what?
What?
Okay, so it seems the app is not up to speed with what's happening. So tell us, Lucas, what you see here from New York.
My impression is that, well, probably Jumabayev has the better position objectively, but Hikaru has a very clear threat of taking his knight. That's why he has to keep giving checks to force Hikaru to react. And yeah, if the players had time to calculate here, they would solve this. But it's very hard at this point, so they have to just go with their
Is there a
gut.
perpetual here, or?
Yeah, maybe. But now he can also maybe take the pawn in the center of the check. I'm not sure why he doesn't do that.
Is it going to be a draw? They agree to a draw.
Wow.
Or is that actually move repetition? But Hikaru Nakamura looks up and he offers his hand. It's a draw in game one for Hikaru Nakamura against Jumabayev after being definitely in a massively better position on the board. This would be
we have
quite
Magnus in this.
Yeah, he won't be happy about that.
No. All right,
Should
we're gonna jump back to the Magnus game because that's still going on.
Yeah.
Right.
And it still says balanced on the bar. Both players with 1-ish minutes left on their clocks. Magnus still looks bored, actually.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, really.
But he's trying to figure it out. Let's see if we can get back to the correct game here. It's a little bit slow. So now this is going to be a draw.
Trading off everything now.
Yeah.
Reaching.
Or is he even... No. Okay, it's a draw.
Magnus looks like he is has moved on, basically.
Yeah, I think he's kind of done with this game.
Could you have done anything differently in the opening, or was this like White's choice of opening and with the 4 knights and?
Well, he could have probably done something differently, but it's very hard. Like, what he has to do is to do something that isn't the best, to take more risk. So yeah, I would say it's quite hard, and Liang was probably successful with his strategy here. Just going for a very boring opening and trying to make a draw, basically.
So both Magnus and Hikaru should be, or are probably a bit disappointed then with...
Yeah.
With first rounds, yeah.
For sure.
Draw for Magnus Carlsen here in round 1 against Wonder Liang playing on home turf, and he must be thrilled about getting then a draw in the first game against the world #1. Games are finishing up here, but we can see some players are still by the boards. Round 2 is supposed to start in 25 minutes. And we're going to go to Levy with Magnus Carlsen. Yay!
Hi, Kaja. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can, Levy.
Fantastic. Magnus Game 1 is in the books. Take me through it. I described it as a wonder trying to bore you to death.
Yeah, well, there was one moment when, I mean, he clearly missed my idea there with doubling the rooks on the d-file, because from a position that was absolutely safe, like it became a question of finding, I think, 2 moves that hold other, or like one move that like definitely holds, which he plays, and another move that holds but leaves him like a little bit worse. But yeah, obviously it was not ideal to play somebody who's 150 to 200 points underrated with black, so that was kind of a tough start. Didn't really know what to expect, and I thought, don't want to like mess the tournament up in the first round, so let's try and play solid, see what he wants to do. It seems he didn't want to do all that much.
That was that's sort of what I was saying. Your opponent plays e4. You can of course play You can play French, you know, like Ding style. You can play Sicilian, but you went e4, e5 because is there sort of like a feeling? If he plays 4 knights or so, I'll sort of figure it out. But then when it's on the board, it's a little maybe harder than it looks.
Yeah, you're sort of thinking in classical, like there's little to no chance to win there, but if he does it in rapid, you know, you can still, like, equal positions are won and lost all the time, so even fairly flat ones. So I thought it's not a huge problem. I'll just try and play, and you know, sometimes you succeed. This time I didn't, but yeah, it's the way it is.
What can you say about, you know, looking at that endgame as a noob? Bishop is supposed to be better than the knight in the endgame, and, you know, white has like a nice pawn structure, but it seemed like you kind of had more dynamics. Anything you can teach folks at home about the endgame from the black side?
Yeah, I think, as you said, it's kind of concrete. Long term, he might be a bit better, but it's hard for him to sort of stabilize and have these tactical resources. Like he actually, like, I have to say that there was one point where he could have liquidated position even more into a draw by taking my pawn on c6 when he moved this bishop instead. Well, which he sort of regretted a little bit later. That would have like led to a position where he absolutely could not lose. Really couldn't win either, but that would have been a very clear draw. So like he did reject that one opportunity to make a draw. But I guess this is what you play, like in these lines as well. Like, that's why you sort of pretend that you want to try and win a little bit, but there really isn't much.
I will let you go, get some rest. You've got about 20 minutes until the next game. But what is the secret to success? It's a 15-round tournament. It's
13.
It's 13.
It's 13. So it used to be like merely survive.
Okay.
Day 1 and you're fine. But now the distance is a little bit shorter. It has been the last few years. Like there's still plenty of time, but you got to keep it in mind a little bit more. So, like, I obviously cannot let this happen in every black game.
Yeah, but you have white next. So, actually, I mean, I would, if I could tell you who you're playing, I guess I would.
Yeah, I mean, that's of course a complete crapshoot at this point. But you know, losses hurt a lot more than draws here. So, I'm staying calm for now.
Yeah, 12 more to go. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Good luck in the second game.
Thanks,
I don't know
Levy.
if the studio in Oslo can hear me, but yeah, happy to chat with you too.
Yeah. Levy, that was cool. Finally, we have an interview in the sofa. You and Magnus Carlsen. He seemed to be in a good mood.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess that's because he met you again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at me. I'm dashing. No, I think it's a completely reasonable start. Like, you know, 12 games to go. Kaja, I said when the show started, this is a very, very hard tournament. I mean, we saw Hikaru make a draw. I mean, Hikaru's like the 8th seed. You know, you're not used to that. You know, I had to like scroll through the games list to find him because I thought there was a glitch. So yeah, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Exactly. Yeah, you mentioned Hikaru as well. Do you think he's too upset after his game to come chat with you in the sofa?
I don't know. Luckily, it's not my job to chase down the players. But I mean, it's like I said, it is a marathon in the sense that you finish a game, you have 15 minutes, you have to maybe get some food. I don't know what their catering situation is like, and it's just right back at it. I mean, you know, most athletes have to play one match a day. We have, you know, here they have to play 5 today, so they have to be in tip-top shape until the very end.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Levy, are you getting food, and are you because it's a long day for you as well?
Yes, I'm hoping. Once my camera gets unblocked by this gentleman.
Who is that?
I'm really hoping. I don't know. That's me from the side, and that's my AirPod. I look like a cab driver. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a zoo here for folks watching. Hope they understand. There's a big lounge and a lot of folks moving around. But yeah. That's
day one for you, Levy. But it's
yes, day ones are.
Always
crazy.
A mess.
Kaja, we know.
Yeah. Day ones are a mess, but Levy, we're so excited to have you in New York. And we'll check in with you again when you have some other people in the sofa. Thanks for now, Levy.
Yep.
Magnus Carlsen, a draw in his first game, but he seemed happy. Very, very sensible thoughts, right, about the tournament situation. He's got 13 rounds, no need to get stressed. He's very used to this by now, right?
Yeah, I was surprised by how calm he was. He wasn't actually very annoyed with it. He seemed more annoyed with the game and the result during the game, but it seems like he was kind of he had like very logical thoughts, and he feels like a draw is fine. It's not the best start, but it's also, like you said, and like Levy said, it's a marathon, and half a point isn't that much in the big picture. So I think he has a good mindset after that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we take a look at the game anyways?
Sure.
Were there some highlights that we can take a look at, Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, there weren't a lot of very interesting moments in this game, but I think the first highlight is probably the choice of opening. And I mentioned this was like a 4 nights game, and what usually happens is that it becomes very concrete. A lot of pieces get traded. That's kind of what happened here as well. So the opening was quite straightforward. Magnus played the main move, and then he went for, in this position, a slightly uncommon move, at least to my knowledge, which is bringing out the bishop first instead of just simply recapturing the pawn in the center, which he could have also done. But it seemed like Liang was well prepared. He knew what he was doing and kept playing the moves here pretty quickly. There was another pawn break in the center here. At this point, I was a little bit surprised that Magnus just took this pawn, because that led to even more exchanges and less imbalance. I thought maybe he would have protected the pawn in the center to keep that, but he could have been afraid of that becoming a weakness.
He mentioned surprising the opponent. Was this the surprising move, you think?
Maybe, but it doesn't feel like the best moment to give a surprise, because it's like quite easy for a wonder to play after that. So I thought maybe his surprise was the previous move with this bishop getting out early. But I'm not sure. Like after that, we're kind of out of the opening, and it's more about the middle game. This was maybe, I mean, if he was talking about the surprise from his opponent, this could have been the one.
No, I think he talked about his own. He surprising his opponent.
Yeah, then it was probably before this.
The bishop. Okay.
Yeah, and then maybe this was a very good decision, just forcing off some more pieces. And yeah, I think Magnus said that he couldn't really have done very much at this point, which is probably correct. We get this knight against bishop. He has the split up pawns, which are kind of weak. We see here later on a queen trade, kind of a fancy move here from Liang with his bishop, getting this counterattack against the queen. which was probably needed. Otherwise, he would have lost his pawn behind the queen. And then, yeah, once again, I was a little bit surprised that Magnus just traded, but maybe he didn't have any better options, and he wants to try to outplay his opponent in this situation. And then we see a few more moves. There were some tactical ideas, but it kind of never became very complicated. Until at this point, Magnus goes for a bunch of trades. I thought here as well, maybe he could have tried something different, but the problem is most likely that he is in trouble if he tries doing something more ambitious. And like he said, he doesn't want to end up losing the first game just because he's like desperate to try to win it, which is probably a great decision. I mean, maybe he could have won if he tried, but maybe it's not worth the risk. So he trades a bunch of pieces, and then we talked about this rook endgame where he can try to attack this pawn on the other side, but it's never really possible to win because the king can defend. And now I thought at this point, a little bit later on here, when he was able to trade off Liang's pawn on, let's see, his pawn on the edge a little bit later on, then I thought he might have some chances, but it looked like Liang was always confident and didn't have any trouble. So eventually they ended up trading rooks as well a little bit later on. Magnus tried to get his king involved, but he was just being checked all the time. And now this is a draw because Liang's pawn on the left side can be stopped, and he can split up Magnus's pawns, which are close to his king here, like this, and he's going to end up taking both of them. So, yeah, not the most interesting game, unfortunately, but a good start for Liang, probably a good strategy.
Yeah.
And also not too bad for Magnus, as he said.
Yeah, it's a
Could have been
draw.
worse.
It's a draw for Magnus Carlsen in round one. It was a draw also for Wesley So, another one of the top players, and he's with Levy in the sofa. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm not sure how FIDE related.
Thank you, Kaja. Yeah, I'm joined by Grandmaster Wesley So. Wesley, I feel like the narrative that I've been hearing a lot is you don't play this tournament too often because you're usually at home celebrating during Christmas with the family. So how does it feel to be playing here on U.S. soil?
Well, thanks for having me here first and foremost, and it's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Last time was Toronto?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
We missed you in Oslo. Well, yeah, it's a pity because I didn't want to play because Christmas, of course, is important, and I couldn't enjoy the holidays. Also, no one wants to travel during January 1st, right? Or
or December 25th. Yeah.
or the New Year.
Yeah.
December 25th. Yeah, yesterday we went to the airport very early. I thought it would be half empty, but it was packed full. It was like the longest line I've ever seen.
Wow.
But yeah, the thing is, I've never played World Rap in this before, and if I don't play this year, I will never get to play unless they put it in North America again next year, which I'm not sure if.
Hopefully this one is successful and they bring it back. Otherwise, they're going to make it in like New Zealand next time.
Yeah.
Make it completely impossible for you to travel to.
No, I'm very grateful that they put it here in North America because now the Americans can play, you know, and in previous years, it's always the Russians, Eastern European, they get to play. Meanwhile, for us, it's very hard. You have to arrive early for the jet lag. And
Speaking of jet lag, I saw in the first round you played an Indian player, strong guy.
yeah, Pranav.
Yeah, Pranav, exactly. Maybe he's a little jet lagged, maybe not. How was the game? How was the experience playing in the World Championship?
Well, it was good. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit hoping for more, but it's very tough to win games here. Like even Magnus, he played a wonder, very strong opponent in the first round. I actually played Pranav many times online.
Yeah.
Chess.com. So he's not a slouch. He's a very good player. And yeah, I thought it was a perfectly fine first game. Like I was never really winning, unfortunately. Like I was a bit better, and he was getting a bit low on time, but he defended very stubbornly. It was nice.
Rapid is also the format that top players are playing the least because you play a lot of classical, you play a lot of blitz. what are the secrets to rapid chess? I would say you're probably, you've won the global championship, for example. So you're easily top 5 in the world, I think, in raw ability. I don't know what you're.
Well, on a good day, I can certainly compete.
But what are some rapid secrets? I mean, you have.
Yeah, rapid is actually funny because like you don't know whether you're playing blitz or classical. It's kind of a mixture of both. So I would say like for rapid, the time is not as big of a factor. Well, I guess secret, of course, to play well.
Yeah.
Play confidently. I guess for me, play the openings that you know the most, and to not get too far below on time. Because I mean, here it's 15 plus 10. I think other tournaments is 25 plus 10. So 15 plus 10 is much shorter. So it's good to be ahead on the clock because it gives you a psychological advantage, mental advantage. Because when you're low on time, your heart starts beating more, and you get nervous and all that. So I'd say my tip is play good openings, play well, be very focused, and try to keep an advantage on the clock and put pressure. I also, the game is not over until it's over. Like Magnus has won 1 million drawn positions.
Yeah, it's true. Wesley, before I let you go, I know you have the game coming up soon. I realized you don't play that many opens, right? You play a lot of like Grand Chess Tour, you play the tours. So what's it like playing some folks you might never play, unless maybe Title Tuesday?
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, in the last 10 years, maybe played 3 open tournaments.
Yeah.
In my life. Also, 3 open classicals. The thing is, back in my college days, 10, 15 years ago, all I play was opens. And I like it and all that. But now my openings have changed. And, with play solid openings like Berlin, you're not going to beat this 2500s, 26, even 2400s. You have to have a lot more opening choices. It's fun to... fun to play opens. Just my style's not geared toward this. That's why I don't play in classical opens. But rapping on this, I don't mind at all. And it's nice and it's fun. I notice also there are a lot of kids who come up recently who play chess very differently.
Yep.
So you need like good preparation before going to one. Study their games, learn styles of these new kids, learn new lines. And that takes a while. So obviously, you'd preferably play in like Norway or Grand Chess or freestyle. You'd prefer to play exclusively.
Yeah.
Because the last place is higher than the first place in the Open.
Wow.
But like Fabi played in Charlotte.
Yeah.
First prize like $8,000.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's fun to play Open from time to time. Just need to be fully prepared for it. You know what to expect.
Awesome. Wesley, thanks so much for joining me. It was you and Magnus, our first guests, so I appreciate it, and I want you to get some rest. You got the second game coming up, so good luck with the tournament.
Thank you. You're not playing, right?
No, I'm here. If I was going to play one, it would be the Blitz. Maybe they'll still let me in.
Yeah, maybe. I would love to play you in the Blitz.
To play you, I'll have to win a few games, so or you can lose a few games. We can meet at the bottom. Wesley, thanks so much.
Thank you. It's great to see you, Levy. Miss you in Oslo.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, both Wesley and Levy. And Levy, have you played World Rapid and Blitz before?
Oh, did Hikaru win?
No, I haven't played. And I had a chance this time, but no, ultimately I decided to cover it. So, but it's lunchtime here. I want to let Wesley go.
Yep.
I wanna let him go, so let's let him go, and guys, take it away.
Thanks, Levy. Yeah, we are super happy that, it would be cool to see Levy Rosman play, but we are very happy that he's our reporter on site in New York, interviewing players in the sofa. Levy now talking to Wesley So, who's also coming straight from a draw in the first game. Same result as Magnus Carlsen. Some games still going on in the first rounds. One of the players still playing, at least not a result is recorded yet for him, is Wesley So, a legend in the chess world. I can't believe he's still playing, Lucas.
Yeah, that's quite crazy. It happens sometimes in these Rapid and Blitz that they just end up playing a super long endgame, and then you have like almost 50 moves, and then you like take a pawn or something, and then you end up playing even longer. I think was it last year when Kostenjuk played? Was it maybe Humpy or something? And they ended up playing more than 200 moves. I think that was in the rapid or blitz portion, and that was a long game.
And of course, they're not able to do pairings before all games have finished. This is Swiss format, so as soon as all games have finished, they will do pairings, and we will know the pairings for the next round. So, couple games still going on. I am not sure who. It's definitely not Wesley So that we're seeing here.
No, it doesn't look like it.
That doesn't look like it. But I also meant like Wesley So. He is, such a legend in the chess world. I've often heard he's probably the best player to never become a world champion. His genius chess mind. And I just checked, so he's 55 years old, and here he is competing.
Yeah.
With Magnus and Hikaru and all the top players. Quite cool. Would you say
cool.
he's got chances?
Hard to say. Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
But with these players like Ivanchuk, who have had such a high level at peak, they can always come back and do really well again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he could win it, but he could definitely be at the top if he finds his best chess.
Yeah.
And that's not unthinkable, but you would expect. He did actually win it not too many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows?
He can do it again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
The great Wesley So playing for Ukraine. And someone else that still plays is Jordan van Vries from the Netherlands. He's been a former second to Magnus Carlsen in the 2021 World Championship match. What is Jordan's skills nowadays, Lucas?
Yeah, good question. I think he's very good at openings.
Mm-hmm.
And being good at openings could, in some cases, be even better when you're playing the shorter time formats, because you're able to surprise your opponent and they don't have a lot of time to figure things out. And also being a young player, I would expect him to be quite good at rapid and blitz. I think he is, as far as I remember. So maybe he can also potentially be on the higher boards and fight for the lead. Did he win his first game? Do you know?
No, so he's still playing.
Oh, he's still playing.
Yeah.
Ah.
I keep updating, and it doesn't seem like all games have finished, which means we're still waiting for pairings for round 2, which should start in 3 minutes. Probably not going to happen.
That's ambitious, yeah.
Probably not going to happen. All right. Should we take a look at some standings, you guys, with
Let's have a look.
the games that have finished? And let's first take a look at a few results from round 1. So we know Magnus played a draw. Hikaru in a much, much better, massively better position on the board. Eventually played a draw against Jumabayev. Arjun Erigaisi, another young Indian on fire.
One thing that we should mention for the World Rapid and Blitz is the fight between Erigaisi and Corona for the FIDE points.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That's actually quite interesting. I don't know all the details, but they are fighting for the
candidates.
For the candidate spot.
Exactly. Yep. So next year there's not going to be candidates. Candidates for the next World Championship match will be played in 2026. But there is one spot up for grabs from already 2024. Right. So that's called the FIDE circuit, and they gather points throughout the year with tournaments. And this is the final tournament to gather points, obviously, for 2024. And it's between...
So is it whoever of these two that gets the highest standing at the end?
It's very close, the race between them. Yeah. So I'm not sure 100% exactly how many points. But it's very close. So let's say one wins.
I think it's 7 points or something.
Exactly.
Between them.
Yeah.
I read.
Yeah. So whoever scores the highest in this tournament from Erigaisi and
will
Rana,
then qualify for the candidates.
Probably, yeah.
Wow.
Is already qualified for candidates 26.
Everyone up to date on that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
And Erigaisi starting with a win in his first game. And Fabiano Caruana, he as well won his first game. Abdusatorov, another big favorite in the tournament.
Winning
Started
with
off.
the black pieces.
Yeah, great start. And Alireza Farusha as well. White win with the black pieces.
I think Abdusatorov played against Chirilla, who is the podcast host together with Caruana.
Oh, that's cool.
Who's also a very strong player.
And then the other Indian, Pragnananda, starting off with the win. So standings right now. We obviously have a bunch of players, you guys, on 1 point. And another bunch of players on half a point. And another bunch of players on 0 points. And let me update to see if all the games now have finished.
There's still one ongoing between Salem and Rasulov. Yeah, struggling to win with a queen against a rook and a pawn. You could pull that up if you want to just have that game.
Sure, if we have it here.
I'll take it back to you.
You need to go.
And you can see that, everyone. Okay, so this is the final game now going on.
Let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of scrolling. But this is the great thing, you guys, with the Take app. Every single game.
Okay.
Oh,
this is interesting.
Much better.
It could even take a while. Like, still.
Really? How many moves? 139 moves.
So there's a pawn left, right? So you need to make a pawn move in 50 moves or something for it not to be...
Yeah. I mean, at this point, Black is going to try to not make that pawn move, of course, to let the 50 moves go by. Yeah, this is very tricky.
White has to win.
Yeah, White has to probably... well, first of all, you can always try to give a check to attack the king and the rook at the same time. That's the easiest way to win, but you cannot really do it if your opponent looks out for it. Potentially, Black here or Rasulov will bring his rook back close to the king, so it's always possible to protect each other. And then it seems sensible that you or Salem should try to bring his king over. These positions like this are quite complicated, because sometimes you even have to end up in some sort of zugzwang situations, meaning that you kind of force your opponent to make a move and they don't want to make a move. But now he's making some progress. The bar doesn't agree, but I feel this makes a lot of sense. Because he's attacking the pawn, it's not that easy to defend it.
You need to defend it with the rook, right? And then you can kind of take your king closer to the pawn, or? Yeah,
well, I think if the rook defends, the rook will be kind of exposed, being by itself on that file, and maybe Salem could try to attack it with his king, for example. I'm a bit surprised at this.
But you can never win this pawn without having the king helping the white.
No.
Unless the king kind of gets...
I mean, no, you can't really do that. So you have to try to get the king closer, or force your opponent to move the king away and not protect it anymore. My instinct would be that this is somehow winning, but it's very hard to win it. If you do pick up the pawn, it is winning with the queen against the rook. And that's usually very hard to even try to defend in blitz or in rapid, as this is.
Would he just give up instantly?
No, he would try.
Okay.
Definitely. You could put up a really hard fight. For instance, if the computer was playing with the rook, you would have quite a hard time, because it would avoid all of the tricks.
Oh my gosh. This bar
that would have been crazy.
Going crazy.
Yeah.
You could never promote as black here, right?
No, you don't really try to do that. No. You can never win this, as because
you try to not move the pawn.
Yeah, you try to keep it where it is. You want to have your king close by to protect the pawn. You want to have the rook somewhere near it, so that you can always protect the pawn and the rook as well. It doesn't seem like he's making a lot of progress, but now I would try to bring the king, and then Rasulov's move, but black here wouldn't be so obvious.
But there is a rule in chess, right? If you don't move a pawn, or if there's no captures, is it within 50 moves?
50 moves, yeah.
And so when was the last pawn push? Oh, I mean, this bar.
Yeah, this bar is confused.
When was the last capture or pawn push in this game?
Good question.
If
Let's
his
figure
goal
it
is
out.
to keep the pawn.
It was quite a long time ago.
Yeah, look at that. There was a capture.
And then I think this is the last move. So actually any moment now. I think this is going to be a draw because it doesn't seem like Salem has been able to make a lot of progress.
So around move 110, we had the last capture.
Yeah, now he... No, wasn't it 104?
104.
I think so. In that case, he's not going to win this.
In that case, 2 more moves and it's going to be declared a draw.
Yeah.
Does one of the player have to call it and say 50 moves?
Or maybe in this case, the arbiter will let them know, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. And now I think it has been 50 moves.
And let's see if we can get up again the footage from New York. They are still playing.
They're still playing, yeah.
Okay, let's keep an eye on this. People are gathering around this one board. They have now been playing for 1 hour and 20 minutes, I would say.
What are the rules here? When they finish, are we immediately going into the second round, or are there a forced break?
Then so at least 5 minutes.
Okay.
They have to make the pairings. I guess the computer makes the pairings.
The pairings. That's always a fun thing. It has usually been very funny to watch on the NRK. Look at the guy under the board there. What is it? We have a flutter in
look at that.
On the top board.
Ooh,
Wasn't
what is
that
this?
Fabiano's opponent? No, maybe not.
That would be suspicious if
one of the
chess player
players
under the board during the break. What is going on? No, but I remember the pairings from the NRK broadcast when, I don't know if it's now digitalized, but before, just a few years ago, there were paper, like they printed paper, and all the players had to go to a specific place in the venue to find that paper and see who they are.
By the way, now I think Salem is actually making progress.
Oh.
But it might be too late. Because now I think he can give... I'm wondering if the reason why it says balanced here is because it's been 50 moves. And that black could claim a draw. We should probably check that. I thought it was 104, but maybe it was 110 something.
So
let's see.
Here.
Yeah, it was around
there.
Here.
That's a capture.
So it should have been. It looks like they finished now.
Oh.
Oh yeah. So it was probably a draw then with the 50 moves.
Okay.
But I think at this point, Salem would have actually won a pawn and been winning, because there's no good way to, as far as I can see, keep the protection of your pawn now. You kind of have to move the king in front of it. But
it ends in a draw.
Yeah.
A massively long game. 158 moves to finish off round 1 in the World Rapid Championship. Still 12 rounds to go. Magnus Carlsen started off with a draw. Hikaru Nakamura started off with the draw. Wesley So started off with the draw.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of top guns at the top of the table, and we are now anxiously awaiting pairings for round 2, and I have them now in front of me.
You have them. Exciting.
Do you want to know who Magnus Carlsen plays?
I do want to know.
He plays someone named Dennis Kadrik.
Oh yeah, I've played him actually a bunch.
You played him?
I've played him a lot on chess.com.
Really?
I mean, I would say he's weaker than Magnus's previous opponent.
Okay.
He is, I would say, like a normal GM. I think he's above 2,500, maybe even 2,600.
2513.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Magnus should be an even bigger favorite in this game, especially with the white pieces. but he is not playing like a bad opponent or anything like that. I don't know what his style is. To my as far as I can remember, I think he's mostly solid, but also kind of creative. So maybe he will do something interesting.
Okay. Round 2. We are paying attention to when that's going to start. We have the pairings, you guys. So let's take a look at a few other names. We have Alireza Firouzja, who won his first game, is going to play against Sadhvani.
Another strong young Indian.
Ah. So many of them.
Yeah, many of them.
Abdusatorov, coming also from a win. He's going to play Volukitin.
Okay, yeah.
You also know him?
Yeah, he is another strong GM. I mean, there are a lot of good grandmasters in this tournament.
Yeah.
That's kind of the tough thing, and why we see the top players giving away some points in the beginning is that they aren't playing against bad players. They're, I mean, they're a lot lower rated, but they're still very strong, and you cannot always win against them. And now it's about like trying to win the next couple of games for all of them to come back into the lead, but it's going to take a few games.
Exactly. Magnus, I should mention, will have the white pieces in his next game against then Dennis Kadrik. Is that the right way to pronounce that?
Maybe. I don't know.
We have to apologize spelling here, you guys. There are some players that we're not too familiar with. I'm looking for Hikaru.
Is he from Bosnia?
Ooh, let me check.
Let's see.
It doesn't say here. Now, name sounded a little bit. Montenegro.
Montenegro, okay.
Okay.
So, probably the strongest player from Montenegro then. I don't know of any other good GMs.
Hikaru Nakamura is going to play Mark Smirnov.
Okay.
Who's actually an FM. FIDE master.
Oh. Well, did he win his first game?
He did.
Yeah.
He won his first game.
Sometimes when you have these open tournaments and then you have surprising results, for example here, Magnus and Hikaru making a draw in the first game as top seeds, you'll have some surprising wins. And then they kind of, the highest rated on half a point gets paired up against the lowest rated on 1 point. That's why we see these like very big gaps in this second game. And that's probably going to keep happening for many of the games.
Yeah, exactly. Top seeds against each other. We do not know exactly when the next round will start. We are keeping an eye on Magnus's board 1. He always plays on board 1.
Yeah.
Because Norwegian Television wants Magnus at the same board for every single game. And Mats is coming in here with chocolate. Oh, this is nice. Wow.
Yeah, freshly brewed coffee and some chocolate, Norwegian chocolate.
Awesome.
Very nice.
World famous. And without nuts.
Without nuts. Perfect.
Yes.
I saw we had a lot of nuts here.
Yeah.
That was basically the only thing we had for the start of the game. And Lucas is allergic to nuts.
A short stream for me then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be devastating to lose you to nuts live on YouTube.
That would be unfortunate.
Yeah. All right. Now, I can see something happening now on the standings. And I'm getting notified that it should be at least 5 minutes until they start. Magnus is in the VIP lounge, close to Levy's sofa. So we have eyes on Magnus mostly all the time because he hangs out there a lot, which is nice.
Very good. So he's chilling before the next game.
Yeah, exactly. So on the standings, it now seems 2 players have played 2 games.
That's interesting.
Dominguez, a well-known grandmaster.
It could be that he got a bye, or that his opponent didn't show up, or has quit the tournament or something.
That happened earlier today.
Yeah.
But that doesn't sound quite correct.
Against Volukitin. So those are the 2 players with 2 games.
Oh. That's strange. But wasn't Volukitin going to play against, was it Abdusattorov?
Yeah, it's true.
He lost versus Nepomniachtchi in the first game.
No.
And then he
Maybe there's
Now
another
one-
Volokitin.
versus Rosen. Is that Eric Rosen?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay. So Eric Rosen has then left the building.
It would be very strange.
It would be very
Same
strange.
happened with... And interestingly enough, Dominguez won over Alham,
Oh, yeah.
Norwegian
Norwegian
grandmaster.
player.
yeah,
Yeah.
He also left the building. He was tired
Yeah.
the first game.
jet lagged.
Must be a bug in the app.
Let's or even
I
in
think so.
the system with
Or in the system, yeah.
yeah.
We should blame the system.
Let's
Yeah.
blame the system.
Blame the system, not the
The
app.
app is perfect.
The app is perfect.
system.
Well, it hasn't been out there for too long. The app has been on the market now for actually yesterday.
2 months yesterday.
2 months yesterday.
But for the first time with this many games, and so obviously there are some issues to fix, but hopefully it's already better than what we had in the market.
Exactly. And it is somewhere where you can just easily get the overview of the tournament and the games being played, standings, and of course, play Guess the Move. We will start
I
playing
will
Guess the
play
Move.
Guess the Move in this next game.
Yeah, let's do that.
Now we're kind of getting into it.
Yeah,
It's
Should we
always
have
hard
an
to
internal competition?
We should.
Yeah.
we should. Are we all going to play?
Well,
Yeah, why
I
not?
don't want to. Already Lucas has 10 out of 10.
Yep.
The
The
Yep.
only one as far... No, we actually had someone else
Oh.
do
Okay.
10 out of 10. I think someone posted,
Right.
Oh.
if I'm not
nice.
mistaken.
I think my top score is 5 out of 10.
Well, that's also very good.
Well,
Yeah, it's tough on the top games. I found it quite a lot easier on Odin's game against Anna Kramling. Maybe because his moves were a bit more
or
obvious.
forced or
It wasn't forced. It was just very natural, and he was on the attack, so he kind of kept the pieces coming in.
I watched Hikaru play it on his stream, and he was very strategic in the way that he skipped some moves.
Yeah,
Because he understood that they're not going to play any of these moves, or it's 25% chance.
yeah. It's very hard to say at some point. It's very very hard to know what's going to happen.
That's the insight that I'm missing. Like I guess on every move. I don't know if one move is easier to find or I should be able to judge maybe.
I think it's about knowing when there are like several moves,
Yeah.
and they're all about the same strength.
Yeah.
Which is very hard to know, right?
Yeah.
And then you don't know when they're going to make a move that isn't one of the top moves, because that can also happen. So, yeah.
We should get round 2 going in about 5 minutes, you guys. So
All right.
we have about 5 minutes to get ready for round 2, where Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, will play against Denis Kadrik from Montenegro, someone that Lucas has experience with.
Yes.
So what kind of a style is then Magnus up against here in game 2?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember, but I don't know exactly. But I think he is. He has quite good knowledge of openings, and then he's kind of like aggressive / creative. That's at least my impression from my games against him. But I haven't played him in a while now, so I'm not completely sure. I think against Magnus, he'll probably try to be solid anyway. And it depends what Magnus plays. I expect him to go for one of the most common openings, and then maybe just go for a main line. I mean, it's not a bad choice when you're playing with white. It's worse for him with black when he has to try to like do something which isn't among the top moves at some point. I mean, Magnus is still expected to have a lot more opening knowledge than his opponents.
Yeah.
So he could just play the main lines and end up knowing more about it.
Yeah. Exactly. All right.
His
Round
first white. First
Yeah.
white for Magnus.
Magnus Carlsen will
Yeah,
have
it will be
white
interesting to see if he will stick to the same opening with white or if he wants to deviate. I think he'll probably decide depending on who
What do
he's
you mean
playing
same
against.
opening? As
Yeah, I mean, if he plays the same first move every time,
Oh, during the tournament.
During the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah. But he probably isn't going to do that. I think he is going to play.
No, he's mixing it up.
Yeah.
As you think?
I mean, I like to play the same opening in Blitz tournaments just to like stick to the same patterns and like kind of stay in the same territory. But I'm not Magnus, so that's probably why. He will know.
I usually
all
stick
positions.
to the same opening all the time.
Yeah.
What is your favorite opening, Mats?
Well, I usually play the Italian as
Nice.
white.
Uh-huh.
Well, only the Italian. I've played the London system a little bit
Okay.
to mix it up. And then
Does
I
that
think
mean Mats is very
Spanish
solid?
was the first.
Yeah, I guess so. But they're both very good openings, very solid openings. I think when you're not at the top level, you should just try to play reasonable openings, play the main lines. Don't do anything like crazy to try to surprise your opponents because they're not going to have like loads of preparation anyway. And I think you'll learn more by playing the principled openings.
We see there's action now in the venue in New York City, the biggest stage in the world for a chess tournament, the World Rapid Championship. Round 2 will start in few minutes. We're going to follow Magnus Carlsen's second game. He plays against a player from Montenegro, a grandmaster named Denis Kodric.
This is the venue where the women are playing, I think.
Exactly. And isn't it...
Looks also very fancy.
I thought maybe that was Vaishali, Pragnananda's sister, that I saw walking by.
I think that was Harika.
Aha.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see clearly. Then should we also then check what's happening in the women's section?
Yeah.
So they start each round 15 minutes after the men. And we see they are getting ready for round 2 already as well. And these are the standings now after the first round in the women's section as well.
Okay, we have the first move. Could we pull up this game?
Okay, let's see.
They are playing fast.
Round 2 not in the app yet for the women. So I'll scroll back up to the men's section and I'm going to find round 2 game for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Here are the pairings
Get ready for
for round 2. Hikaru Nakamura, also coming from a draw. And of course, 13 rounds, a lot of time to score points. But you don't want to fall behind after, 3-4 rounds. Magnus and Hikaru, they want to start winning games now.
Yeah, definitely. Like if you draw another game, it's basically the same as having a loss. So they need to start winning. Otherwise, they're going to be behind the lead for a long time.
Exactly. So what we see now is the venue for the women's section. They play in a building across from the street from where the open section is playing. Both in New York City, both historical and beautiful buildings, very scenic. But
Yeah.
we're now waiting for round 2, Magnus Carlsen's game against Kodric.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting now to see him more on the attack.
Yeah.
And getting more of a real game rather than ending up in this boring opening as we've been talking about and what Levy and Magnus mentioned themselves. So, yeah, will be fun to see him on the attack.
And is this is board?
This is a familiar face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Volodar Mursin, and this is Vayi.
Yeah.
One of the top
We also
Chinese.
have a very interesting pairing with Faustino, the
Oh.
Messi of chess, playing Jonas Bjerre from Denmark. Face fellow Scandinavian.
Yeah, I actually played Jonas Bjerre on Entitled Tuesday last week or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that for you?
It was very good because I actually beat him.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
I think that's like one of the better wins that I've had in Title Tuesday. So that was a good experience. And then I lost all the remaining games.
You got too
So it fell
confident.
apart. Yeah, I
Then
got
you
too
just-
confident. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what happens.
Okay, you can see the people are now moving in and getting ready.
We can see Fabiano Caruana.
I think he's wearing his freestyle chest jacket.
Oh, is that it, right? Like the red velvet.
Red velvet jacket from...
Yeah, looking very sharp.
It has to be that. Well, what else?
Exactly.
Could it be
Maxime Vagier-Lagrave is ready for his game.
having his coffee?
Yeah. The Frenchman. Always someone to look out for, especially in the faster time controls. And here we have, the great Levon Aronian. He moved to the US, switched federations a few years ago. So he is now playing for the USA.
He's playing Aryan.
And he's
isn't it?
playing our Norwegian friend,
yeah.
Master Arjan Tari. All right, well, definitely a game to pay attention to.
For sure.
And Arjan, as far as I know, has moved to the US as well. Is he studying?
Yeah, I think he is studying in the US.
Exactly.
Maybe it's in St. Louis, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And
Not
if it is
entirely
St. Louis, then he lives probably very close to Levon Aronian, who
Yeah.
also lives in St. Louis. And here we see Magnus Carlsen. He sits down by the board. He's going to play with the white pieces for the first time in the Rapid World Championship. Smiles there, Magnus Carlsen. Is it something someone said?
I think it's something his opponent said.
Yeah, because they're both actually smiling. Oh, that's nice. Do these two know each other?
Maybe they do. Oh, yeah. I think they've played each other before. When I think about it. Let's see if we can figure out where.
Yeah.
Could it have been in the European Club Cup or something like that?
Well, maybe. He's taking off his jacket, getting ready
is
for his
already-
game against world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Dennis. And Magnus cleans the board. And gets ready.
I expect something a little bit aggressive now from Magnus.
Right.
He must win this, right? Anything else would be a poor start.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to win this game.
But as I said before, like he has struggled to get into a good start in these tournaments where he meets lower rated opponents, and he needs a few games to get in shape.
Yeah,
Needs
I
to
think
feel
that
the
was
pressure.
well predicted by you. But this I expect him to win. I don't think he's going to do anything crazy, but try to get a normal game.
I think this is what's so exciting about the Blitz this year, that it's a knockout, so you need to qualify for the top 8 spots on the first day. And if you have a slow start, then it's going to be very difficult to be among the top 8 players.
Yeah, and in the Blitz, do they have, is it 13 rounds and then the finals?
Yes, I think so. We could check.
True. Okay, yeah, but then it's maybe even more tricky here, because here you actually have to
16
like
rounds.
win after
they played
13 rounds.
Yeah.
I guess it's always easier to qualify by getting to the top 8 than, what was that? Was it Eric Geisy running through the playing hall?
Running to his board probably, because round 2 has started. Magnus Carlsen makes his opening move, and the game is on its way.
Yeah, we have the Petrov opening, known to be very solid. Yeah, Magnus goes for a variation that is slightly unbalanced. But yeah, this is kind of a boring opening as well. Magnus doesn't look super happy, but he's gonna figure something out.
Magnus have played this in some World Championship matches Didn't he play this against Nepo or something?
Yeah, maybe he did actually.
I think that's when I first got familiar with this opening.
Yeah.
I always struggled with this.
I'm impressed with your chess memory, Mats.
Yeah, it's better than mine.
Yes, I
I'm
am.
a chess fan.
We even remember the
fan.
moves and the openings. It's very impressive. Yeah,
I actually played this opening a few days ago in a Blitz game. I can show Lucas later.
How did it go?
I really outplayed my opponent. In
wow.
Nice.
Nice. Maybe Magnus has seen that game and tried.
Yeah, he's probably inspired by that game.
Yeah. No, but what he is doing now is he is developing his pieces in a very normal manner. He has a little bit better control of the center as he has a pawn in the middle, whereas Kadrich has it one step further back. He's also a little bit passive with his bishop being kind of like blocked in. So this feels like a position where Magnus is better, and the bar says the same. But Kadrich is still very solid. So it's not going to be easy to break down his position. But overall, Magnus can be happy about this.
Okay, yeah, already has his king to safety.
Yeah, he's developing his pieces. He has gotten his king to safety by castling. I expect him to move his other bishop out next, the dark squared bishop. Maybe place a rook on the open file, as Kadrich has done. And then it's going to be all about the middle game and finding the correct plans.
Well, so I have a question then about, so we're talking about Magnus's plan now, right? With moving his bishop out.
Yep.
Where would he move his bishop at? This is something I struggle with when I get to this in my chess games, you know. Do I want to threaten the knight, or is it just going to be a wasted move? I'm pushed back.
Yeah, it's
where
not
would you
actually...
place the bishop?
Yeah, it isn't so obvious. There are advantages with all of them. I think I would probably not attack the knight, but go like one step
just in front of the white
knight.
in
front of the knight to f4. And the reason is that then it would be quite active if Kadrich decides to move his center pawn one more up. That would open the diagonal for that bishop. He could also place it in front of where he just put his rook on the open file. Let's say he wants to avoid rook trades. That could be a way of playing, but it looks a little bit too slow. So I expect him either to move out and create pressure on the knight, or, as I mentioned, move it one step less than that.
Okay.
So now Kadrich just stopped the bishop from attacking the knight, so now that isn't an option anymore. And I definitely expect that he's going to bring it out. Oh, he does something else.
Okay, we have a surprising move from Carlsen.
Magnus goes for a queenside expansion instead. So that has two ideas, potentially. He wants to start moving his pawns on the other side to kind of clamp down on his opponent's position. That's the first thing. And then potentially it could change how he wants to develop the rest of his pieces. Kadrich does stop him. I think that's the correct choice, to not be too passive here and get kind of squashed.
And here comes the bishop from Magnus. The coat is off.
There goes the jacket.
The shiny
There
shirt.
goes the jacket as well.
And the bar is liking this for Magnus. It even said better at some points, slightly better now. And he is wandering off to take a look at some other games.
Yeah, I think he's comfortable here. The reason he is better is just basically that he has more space for his pieces. He has this pawn in the center, and it's hard for Kadrich to kind of fight for that center or central control. And it's a little bit clumsy for him to develop his pieces. He would ideally like to develop his other bishop as well. But the knight is in the way, and it's not so obvious where that
white
knight...
bishop looks bit sort of boxed in. Like
Exactly. So Magnus's pieces are all in very natural squares, and he has very obvious moves. Like next, he could bring the queen up one move. Then he could potentially try to double his rooks on the open file, or he could expand on both the king side and the queen side. So he has a lot of ideas, while Kadrich needs to find kind of an idea of how to develop the rest of his pieces, because it's not too obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus is up on the clock while Kadrich.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
More time than what he started with. They get 10 seconds after every move that they make. And rapid games, they can last for a long time. We saw one game in round 1 last for 1 hour and 20-something minutes.
Yeah. I think this could also be a long battle. If Kadrich is able to give a good fight here, like potentially he just finds a way of getting his pieces out that makes sense, and Magnus isn't able to like gain any immediate pressure, and in that case it could be a long game. But we could also see Magnus just building up something. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Still a lot better.
What is that down to? I mean, I'm just looking at it. I even think it looks quite nice for the white pieces.
Yeah.
Just because they're so developed, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. And now he brings up his queen, like we talked about. It's very clear that he wants to bring his rook next over to the open file, attacking the queen.
Wow.
But after that, it's not so clear what he's going to do. So that's what we have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
You can also see that FIDE have done some improvements since the first game, where they are now allowing fans to be spectating the games.
Oh, yeah.
True.
On that side of the board.
Oh, that's true. They can actually wander around.
Yeah.
Getting very up close. And I have to tell you, after being a spectator at a few tournaments myself and working with a bunch of different sports, just being so close to two people, just intensely looking at a chessboard and trying to beat each other in the most intellectual game there is, it's just very intense. And it cannot be described. You just have to see it by yourself and experience it by yourself. The silence is just so loud, basically, in a room like this. And it already feels a little bit intense in here, but I have to say it feels more intense from Magnus's side, even if probably his position is better.
Yeah.
Like the way he is just staring at the board.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to focus and find the correct plan so that he can comfortably win this game.
Mm-hmm.
But there's much more play in this position than the previous game, right? This is more...
Yeah, for sure. He just wants to be precise so that he doesn't make it difficult for himself. And after all, his opponent's position here is quite solid. It's not like he's just going to fall apart any second. So he needs to find a convincing plan here. I would be a little bit surprised if he doesn't bring his rook over now, but at the same time, he can do that at any point. So maybe Magnus will think for a bit here to figure out what to do.
What do you think is the best move from Stockfish here? I have the...
I would have guessed moving the rook over.
Okay.
But it doesn't sound like that's correct.
No, there's a more aggressive move.
Yeah, it could be a pawn push in the center.
But what about pushing your g-pawn?
Oh.
Is that something that you would think about in this position?
Yeah, like...
Expanding also on the king side.
Yeah, usually you have to be a little bit careful with doing that, but I guess the reason why you can do it is that black is quite passive and cannot really exploit it. So if you move that g-pawn, as is showed here, maybe the idea is to create an attack on the king side in the long run. So let's say you...
Nothing immediate, but like it's a good move to have had.
Yeah, it does, after all, get some space and make black's position even more cramped. Okay, so he
plays the
does go for the rook move instead. But it's not too late to play the G4 move with the
No,
pawn
because now you're
anyway.
just forcing black to move the queen or block it with the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to move the queen.
Yeah.
He goes for a bishop move here, actually,
Okay.
which is
Okay, now it's not
kind
gonna
of
play the
surprising.
B pawn. Because now the bishop is blocking.
Yeah. I don't know what his idea is with that move. Maybe, like, I'm guessing it's going to be like a slight improvement of his position. Maybe he wants to have the option of bringing the bishop to the other diagonal, or maybe it's a waiting move.
To then later pin the knight again? Is that...
Yeah, but at the same time, that doesn't really make sense. You never get into a situation where that's what you want to do. The only thing I can think about is if he wants to bring his queen up to that square where the bishop was standing, or maybe his knight around to that square. But it just doesn't look very natural. But it might be good. I mean, it's Magnus after all. He probably has an idea with this move. He's kind of saying as well, like, okay, what are you going to do in this position? I want to see what your plan is first, and then we can see. Because it's not so obvious. I think this knight move that the computer is highlighting makes a lot of sense to try to get into that central square. And it also opens up for the bishop. So I do expect Kodrich to go for that move. And then maybe Magnus has an idea. He does go for the queen move. Okay. Also a logical move. And now I'm very curious to see Magnus's plan. Actually, for a second there, the computer said the best move was to move the bishop back. It is one of the top 3 moves.
That is just a waiting move, or is it actually...
I don't know
mistake?
why this is being suggested. Yeah. Probably the best move is just to protect the pawn anyway with the queen.
I feel almost all of the moves from Stockfish now are quite passive. But I guess he needs to defend the pawn.
Yeah, I think you have to defend the pawn, and also the knight move is kind of aggressive actually, because you go out to the edge, but you want to jump back into the center or to an aggressive square close to the king, and in that way you can start an attack. Oh yeah, that's probably Magnus's idea. He couldn't do that knight move before because he would be forked with Kodrich's G-pawn.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe you need to draw some arrows here, Lucas, to
Let's see.
to help us.
So he couldn't move his knight here. Let's see if we can get some arrows.
We do have some moves on the
We do have
board.
some moves. Let's see if we
Wow.
can start with that. What do they play?
So
Oh yeah, Magnus did bring his knight to the edge here. So he did do that immediately. He does sacrifice a pawn with that move, but it seems like his attack is going to be very strong if Kodrich captures that pawn. So probably that was a very wise choice to go for that.
and Magnus now has his knight on the edge of the board.
Yeah,
You
his
said
idea is to bring his
aggressive.
knight to a very good square as highlighted on the board now, where it would be, first of all, attacking the central pawn for Kodrich, like this, but it would also be very close to the king side and could join an attack here.
Well, much better now for Magnus Carlsen. Okay, back to better, but it's looking good for the reigning champion here in round 2. A
Yeah.
draw in game 1 in the Rapid World Championship, but here he is in game 2 against Dennis Kodrich, and it's looking better on the board for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, this looks good. I expect him to continue with his plan of bringing the knight in, and then after that he'll probably keep bringing in some more pieces to the attack. And as we've seen before, the plan here isn't so obvious for Kadrich. What he might want to do now is bring his knight to the center. Maybe that's the idea of the previous move, but let's see once the position is updated. Okay, so that isn't one of the main moves.
And what does Magnus do?
He goes for a check.
Wow.
He could have sacrificed the knight, actually. That's interesting. But this...
And how to get away from this check? Is it to move the king or is it to take the knight?
The knight looks very dangerous, so I would probably capture it.
Okay.
But it could also end up not doing anything there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after all, the bishop, Kadrich's bishop is an important defensive piece.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some disadvantages of capturing or giving away that bishop for the knight. But I think he's going to take it. It's very hard to just let Magnus have that knight there.
Mm-hmm. And we can see in the app, the text commentator has named Magnus's move number 17 a great move. And
Yeah.
what move was that?
Or was it?
Yeah,
Yeah, this one.
the knight to the
knight
edge.
plan.
Knight to the edge.
I agree. That is a good move. Trying to gain some play like this.
Aha, nice. We had a great move on the board. Let's use those buttons.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is now Dennis Kadrich in the move. He has 7.5 minutes left on his clock. Magnus has been playing fast, more than 11 minutes left on his clock. And it's looking very good. Better on the bar.
Yeah. He still has to find the plan for how to continue next.
Mm-hmm.
But as he has just gotten up from the board, he does seem very confident. He probably has an idea of what to do next.
So what if the knight now is off the board?
Yeah.
What is then the attacking plan for Magnus?
I'd expect like getting the queen over at some point.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to deliver a decisive attack without doing that. The good news for Magnus is that there are some quite easy paths to getting there. So he could move his queen, for example, 2 squares up diagonally. That would get the queen very close to the king. I think that's the most obvious. It also attacks Kadrich's pawn. So let's say if we show it with some arrows here, if the knight gets captured like this, it takes back. Then the queen might join afterwards like this, where it's potentially in a good position. But it's also very possible that Magnus has other moves that are better in between here.
Okay. And how about Dennis Kadrich then? To all our friends in Montenegro, rooting for their grandmaster. Is he now fighting to save a draw in this game? Can he win this game? What are some plans he's looking at?
I think he's trying to figure out just how to survive, basically, not lose immediately.
Desperate
With
times.
just 5 minutes soon.
Yeah, he's looking for the immediate threats. He wants to make sure that he isn't losing in one of these lines because they're quite direct. And he's basically calculating as far as he can.
But if you capture the knight here and then you capture back with the rook,
Yeah.
then you lose the pawn, your black pawn in the d file, right? You can then take because the queen is defending, of course.
Yeah, the queen is defending for
then
now,
if
but
you bring if Magnus brings his queen up, as you mentioned, then you have a double attack.
that's a double attack. But I also just realized that maybe a move for Magnus is to bring the knight into the center, offering a trade of queens, which looks very strange. But the point is that without the queens, he's left in a very good endgame, where his pieces are super active, and it's hard for Kadrich to get his pieces coordinated. There's even some ideas where he doesn't recapture the queen and tries to go for a mating attack instead. It probably doesn't work, but it's kind of an interesting idea.
But the time management here from our friend from Montenegro.
Yeah.
4 minutes left on the clock in this very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And he spent now 5 minutes on this move.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually what can happen.
He doesn't take the knight.
He doesn't take it. That's a little bit surprising. No, but as I was saying, when you're playing someone like Magnus or just someone who's a lot better than you in general, it's very easy to start overthinking and spending a lot of time trying to figure out very concrete things because you're kind of worried about everything. And then you just end up having no time left. He does actually bring his queen out, like we talked about, and does threaten the pawn with that move.
Mm-hmm.
I expect Kodrich to go for the bishop move here. But he could also, of course, move the pawn and save it. It just seems very slow.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus played your move, though, the queen.
Yeah, yeah.
Aggressively.
It makes a lot of sense trying to bring the queen in.
Should we try to play against the move, you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we do that?
Sure.
All right.
Let's
I'm
jump
bringing it up on this board. So if you want to play against the move, to everyone following us, hi, by the way. Thank you for hanging out with us here watching World Rapid Blitz. Okay, so let's stay on the board with this one.
Yeah. Oh,
because you're too good.
We can stay on the board with this one.
Yeah,
sure.
You're too good. And I'm gonna go. Are you playing for Magnus or Kodrich?
I'll play for Magnus. Yeah.
Okay. Should we both then play for Magnus?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, he moved.
So this is how you do it, you guys. Guess the move. Obviously now Kodrich is in the move, so we have to wait for that. And then we have 10 guesses. Whenever we want in the game. So we don't have to guess every single move. And you get 4 options. And if you...
Yeah, so the game mechanic here is that you get the 10 guesses, but you could choose when to guess.
Exactly. So that's a strategy in itself.
It's a strategy in itself. And when you're about to guess, you also need to be... Or you need to take into account that if you spend a lot of time, you get less points on the guess. Okay, so now it's Magnus' turn.
Okay.
What will he do?
So I've been listening now to Lucas. That knight is great.
I'm pressing the double question mark here.
Are you?
Yeah, he's not going to sacrifice his rook, is he?
Well, is he?
Give away and then...
That's a Magnus move. I'm going to go for that.
But yeah.
I'm going to go for the rook sacrifice.
But I agree that like this move with the queen, that he's never going to do.
He's not going to do that to defend the pawn. Is he going to take the bishop, the orange move here?
Yeah, but I don't see the justification for it. If it works, it's probably just very strong. Yeah. But I don't see what the idea is.
So what would you play here? The double question mark?
No, I'd probably take the bishop. It's a boring answer.
Oh, okay.
Hey, wow.
But yeah, that's probably what I would do.
Exciting, Kaja.
Because you do, after all, like if you take the bishop, Kodrich has to take back. Then you can take the pawn with your queen.
Mm-hmm.
So what about the chat?
He does take the bishop.
Okay.
So we were both wrong there.
We were both wrong. Okay, some quick moves now.
And he does take the pawn as well. So now he's up a pawn, but Kodrich can recapture, or not recapture, but take another pawn.
Mm-hmm. Massively better now on the bar for Magnus Carlsen. Okay.
What's the move here then?
I
would be tempted to play the rook to the b1 square, so I'm choosing blue here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But once again, if the sacrifice here works...
I want to see a sacrifice. I guess what I want.
Yeah, it's a good strategy. Yeah. Just go for the rook sacrifice. I think Levy would be very happy to see Magnus sacrifice a rook as well.
So what about the chat? What are you guys suggesting? Queen takes pawn Yeah, that was the move.
He does sacrifice his rook.
Okay.
Okay, so 1 point for you.
Yes.
Or one correct. How
One
many points
correct
did
for
you
me.
get for that?
Is
All
it a
right.
great move, though?
Oh, maybe
Looks like
great
it.
move. You found it.
Found it. I love those graphics.
700.
I think we'll
50
go for
points.
it. Great move.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
I love it. I actually get like really, really happy when I get the right move. And because I feel like,
You just played a Magnus Carlsen move.
no, and I'm thinking like, right now, Magnus Carlsen is sitting there thinking exactly what I'm thinking. And I know I have a little bit of help, but still, it's a very good feeling.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And I guess like it's especially fun if you hit the double question mark and you know, he plays something completely different. You know, that's the best feeling. But
That does happen quite often as well.
But here now, in this position, I mean, he has to take the rook, right?
He might be considering to take the knight instead.
Really? Because the rook is obviously considered a much better piece.
Yeah, I think it's just to keep the position stable. Maybe he doesn't like the position arising after taking the rook. The funny thing, though, is that if he does take the knight, I think Magnus is going to keep trying to sacrifice his rook by taking the other knight.
Ooh.
So a double rook sacrifice. So he just takes it immediately.
Okay.
And
Magnus plays fast.
Then he can take back with check. Oh.
No, he doesn't even take it. He tries to bring in his knight. That's a very clever move as well. If
Better now.
the knight would have been captured, then he takes the pawn with check and takes back the knight.
Okay, now what? Now what? I feel like I have to play fast now. Take? Why wouldn't he just take? Yeah. Of course he's just going to take that pawn.
Feels
Yeah.
likely that he's going to do that. Yeah.
Yes!
Okay, we both got
I'm
points.
on a roll. 2 in a row.
Wow, Kaja.
And also Magnus is in a roll. He's playing really well. I think he is very close to winning. He just needs to find the final killer blow here. And Kodrich is very low on time. So he's going to struggle finding ways of defending here. The knight is now getting in, looking to give a check, most likely here on the next move. If it does, the rook would probably have to sacrifice itself. And yeah, Kodrich's king is just very exposed here. And all of Magnus's pieces are working together to create a lot of trouble for Kodrich.
Massively better now. Magnus Carlsen, after 27 moves in game 2. He's playing some fantastic chess now, and Kodrich is desperately looking for a way to save this game. But he has little time on the clock. He is about to take under 1 minute to save this game against the world number 1. Tough task.
Yeah, a very tough task, especially right here in this position.
Do you think we'll even have time to do 10
No,
guesses here?
we won't be able to play it out, I think.
It will be over before we reach our 10 guesses.
I think we'll have time for 10 guesses if
we play fast.
If
We
you
can
play
manage
fast.
to press the moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is though, like Magnus isn't going to just like blitz out these moves. If he's not sure about what to do, he's gonna think and try to exploit the mistakes of his opponent. That's how you should play when you have a time advantage, so that you actually have a time advantage and don't just play as fast as your opponent.
Okay, and the move you suggested is not here, so maybe I should hit.
Yeah, maybe it's too early for that.
Needs to save the...
Yeah. Is that bishop important for Magnus?
Yeah, it's very important.
Okay,
he
so-
needs that in the attack. It takes away the escape square for the king.
Pink move.
I took the blue one.
Okay.
Yeah, I also think the blue one looks very strong. If he goes for that, he's very close to even giving a checkmate.
Where's the
See what it is.
checkmate?
Like after you bring in the knight, you force Kodrich to sacrifice a rook, then you take back with a queen, and then you really start.
Because then when you play the knight move in the next move, then you have both the queen and the bishop
Yeah,
on
and
the light squares.
as you can see,
was
Kodrich's
it?
queen, it's very far away.
I think it did the orange move.
Oh, okay, yeah, looks like it. That
Maybe
makes
from
sense as
here.
well.
But then he can just capture the bishop.
Yeah, but then you take the rook with check, and then you take back the knight, and you're up material. So he's not going to do that. He's probably going to move the rook, but now, yeah, this is almost impossible to defend, because if you move the rook, the knight check is going to be devastating.
He moves the rook.
Yeah, I think Magnus now is going to give a check with the knight.
Okay, so now comes the knight move. I'll be fast now.
But he is thinking, so he's considering to do something else. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't take and give that check with the knight, because you have, like, after that you can take the pawn with check as well, so everything is forced, and it seems to be an immediate win, at least as far as I can see.
Could we even see a checkmate on the board in this game, or?
Yeah, I think we could.
You can see if you click on the button there to see the scoreboard, Kaja. You can see that we're not competing alone here.
No, we're definitely not.
Oh wow,
7,000 points.
Wow,
So
impressive.
In this game.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Fighting for the first place.
Okay, I'm only at 1,640 points. So how does the scoring system in the Guess the Move work, Mats?
So you get 1,000 points if you get the right move, but then you lose some points based on how much time you think. So you need to be fast to score the 1,000. Basically, it needs to be an instant click to get the 1,000 points.
And he actually didn't move the knight, and now it's...
yeah, that was surprising.
But now it's enough. Okay.
Yeah, he can still do it now.
Try now.
Now I would be even more surprised if he didn't do it.
Okay.
Because that was, after all, basically a free pawn. Because this was probably forced, that he takes the pawn, the rook moves back, and then you kind of repeat. But then you just have the same position with an extra pawn. So I do understand why he went for this. But he looks like he isn't very convinced of like how he should continue this, which surprises me, because it looks really strong to give the check and then take the pawn with the knight with another check.
Magnus still has loads of time on his clock, almost 7 minutes, and massively better on the board against Denis Kodrick, who is fighting for his life with 30 seconds left on his clock. A great result in the first game for Kodrick. He played a draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the big favorites in the tournament, but he is struggling here in game 2.
He goes for this knight check and the sacrifice. Now, it looks like he's going to pick up the other knight as well. Exactly. And now the point is that even though he doesn't seem to win immediately, Kodrich's king is very exposed to that queen and bishop.
And now they're playing fast.
Yeah, now he takes another pawn with check. And even if you don't have anything direct here, you're just going to win in the long run as well, because you have your king is so much safer. You always have an attack with a queen and bishop. You have like a bunch of
There we go.
Oh,
It's over.
Wins the game.
Magnus Carlsen wins the game in round 2 of the World Rapid Championship. Denis Kodric, he couldn't find any way to save this, and he gives up, offering up his hand. I didn't have a chance to finish my 10 moves. They played so fast there, but hey, great work. 2,580 points.
9,450 for
impressive.
first place.
Wow.
That means basically
Insane.
you got 10 out of 10 right.
Yeah, and you've
Played
also made it
instantly.
very quickly.
And
Wow.
that's impressive. Soph, whoever you are, hi.
Congratulations. to
Congrats,
Soph.
that is amazing. Wow. All right.
Now it's quite interesting to look at the standings, because a lot of decisive games, and we actually have a bit of a...
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that. So, couple players have finished round 2. Daniil Dubov, 2 wins so far on top of the table. Arjen Erigaisi as
also
well.
2 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abdusatorov, 2 wins.
Hans Niemann.
Hans Niemann has 2 points on top
Maybe
of
we
the
get a
table.
Niemann Magnus
That it's
game
That would be fun,
very likely.
at least for the fans.
Yeah,
for the fans. Yeah, we want to see that.
definitely.
Magnus is now on 12th, but he's not going to be there for a long time. When all the games finish, he's going to fall quite far behind because half a point is quite a lot in that massive field in the first 2 rounds. But he's going to start facing slightly tougher opponents, and he might be back if he can get a couple of more wins.
Yeah.
Hikaru also at 1.5.
Yeah.
So maybe we
Exactly.
get
He got
a
a
Magnus
comeback
Hikaru
win
game.
as well.
Hikaru won his game.
I don't
against
think we'll
Verno.
see that, unfortunately. That would be cool, but usually when the players are not in the top, they don't get paired against each other.
Okay.
They get weaker opponents.
Oh, you get weaker opponents.
Yeah, so that they
Right.
can both climb and
Right.
we can get a more dramatic finish.
I'm very excited that Daniel Naroditsky is playing this tournament.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
very
we can
cool.
see
Yeah.
Magnus versus Naroditsky. He has 1 point now. I believe he...
Yeah, maybe he's some... Oh, there he is, Naroditsky.
I'm wondering though if
He
we can
lost.
jump into another game, you guys.
Sure.
One of the very, very top favorites, named by Magnus and all the experts, Alireza Firouzja. It looks like he is losing.
He is playing one of the Indian talents, Sadwani. And yeah, I do agree, this doesn't look very good.
Let's jump to Alireza Firouzja's game. He definitely has time trouble because we can't even see the clock below him.
He has half a minute.
Look at that. And Sadwani has almost 6 minutes on his clock.
And he's winning on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, he's up a pawn as well. I mean, probably he'll just get his knight in on the king side, or sorry, towards the weak pawns here, and he might pick up another pawn and just win, basically. The bishop is always in trouble as well. It's almost out of squares.
Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, you can see he's not very happy.
He is not very happy leaning back, competing for France. He did win in the first round against another American, Sergei Ehrenberg.
MVL, though, another Frenchman won his game
Yeah.
versus Antipov.
Okay. But look at this. Would this be a massive shock, or is Sadwani already at a level?
I would say it's not a massive shock. I mean, Sadwani is known to be a very strong player. I think he's an even better blitz or like rapid and blitz, like shorter time controls player. And I've seen him play well at the top level before. So it's not like very shocking, but of course you'd expect Alireza to beat him in most cases.
Is there a chance for Alireza to save this? Because he as well, a speed demon. I mean, 30 seconds for him, that's loads of time.
Yeah, no, he can save it. He's not going to win it, but he can definitely like create some trouble for Sadwani, giving him a harder time. There's no like very straightforward way of winning, but I think the problem is that let's say he captures the pawn now, and then he starts bringing up his king. It does look like he's breaking through on that side.
I mean, the white pawns, they look so miserable.
Yeah, I think they are quite miserable. And the problem is that like Sadwani could even go into a pawn endgame here and win.
And it seems he moved all his pawns, at least the ones left on the board. Only 1 square forwards.
Seems like Fabi is
Yeah.
also losing his game.
Is Fabi also
Which is
losing?
interesting in the Arjun.
Who is he losing to?
He's playing Volodar Mersin.
Oh, yeah. But he's a very strong player. And he's been in the top in this event before.
Oh, we have a
Alireza
handshake.
Have a
Fine.
result there.
Yeah.
Alireza Firouzja loses, so hey, let's jump over
Yeah.
to
Corona game, yeah.
Fabiano's game.
So the point in this game was that he would lose another pawn unless he captures the knight, but then he would be in a lost pawn endgame anyway. So there wasn't much he could do.
Here it looks like Volodar has a very strong attack with his 2 pawns. He's not up material. He just seems to have a very dangerous attack.
Dangerous attack. They are both under the minute on the clock. This is blitz chess now. Massively better for Murzin. Fabiano Caruana is fighting for his life in this game.
Yeah, he's in
Because Arjun
big trouble.
won his game, so it's an important game between the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caruana will have a much harder time getting back after losing a game like this, but it's by no means over in that battle if he loses now. It's just that he won't have had a good start, and it would be more difficult for him to get back.
Volodar Murzin, 18 years old, same age as the world champion, Gukesh. It's a fantastic generation of chess players growing up, already at the top of chess. And here he is. He won his first game, and he could, is very close to actually taking his second win in a row against Fabiano Caruana.
Would love to get him in the sofa with Levy after this game if he wins.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to mess this up. It's quite straightforward, this attack.
So what is Fabi playing for here? What is he hoping for? Is he just hoping for a blunder?
Yeah. I mean, Murzin's king is, after all, quite open. Caruana has quite actively placed pieces, so he could always hope for something to happen and just trying to make it more complicated, but it's unlikely that something is going to happen here.
Okay.
So he does go for trading off the rooks, which does potentially give him a couple of checks against the king, which is a good idea.
The clocks are ticking here.
Yeah.
Seconds left
You have
for
a rook
both
trade.
players.
The king moves up, the rook moves back. Now, can Volodar Murzin find the breakthrough? He takes the pawn in front of the king, and now it's very hard to imagine that Fabiano can survive this. He cannot take the pawn on the edge here. If he does, then Murzin would advance his pawn, giving a check with the bishop and attacking Caruana's queen with his queen.
Wow.
So that would actually win material. So he needs to do something else. He takes the bishop. It does make some sense. Now he tries to bring the queen in. So he's definitely giving this a good fight. But it's still hard to imagine that you can go wrong here.
Still fighting. Clock's ticking.
Yeah, a calm move here.
for blunder.
That's a good idea. Just avoiding any checks with the queen and any trouble in that way.
All right. It's getting close to a loss for one of the top dogs here, Fabiano Caruana. Okay, the bar goes a little bit down. Dramatic, or is it still winning? Well, there we
Yeah, it's still winning. It's more about Murzin going for kind of a safe option rather than trying to win immediately, which seems to be the correct choice because then it's a lot easier to play.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's getting close to the finish. This game, we're going to go to Levy in New York, in the sofa. Who are you hanging out with, Levy?
Thank you, guys. I'm joined now by Grandmaster Maxime Vachilegrov. Maxime, thanks so much for joining me.
Sure.
Fresh from the semifinals in Oslo to the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, how's been the travel here? How are you feeling 2 games into the championship?
Yeah, so far I feel good. I actually had time to make a stopover in Paris, so this was nice. I arrived on 24th, so just enough time to recover from jet lag, and
I'm feeling well. I'm playing much better than in Oslo, actually.
Yeah, I'd love to ask you a few questions about this game, but I want to get like into the real serious business, which is, Parisians and New Yorkers are considered two of the rudest people in the world.
Absolutely.
Like us. Is it true, or are we some of the nicest?
No, I mean, it just, we don't have time to, for petty business, so we need things to go fast, and that's part of why I love being in New York.
It's fast-paced, like straight to the point.
I mean, it's not exactly the same as Paris, of course, but there are some similar vibes.
Such as the amount of rats. We are beating you for sure, but I was in Paris in September, and you guys put up a good fight.
We do, yeah. No, we have a couple of things to take care of, but overall, I'm happy with my Parisian life.
No, and I know the Olympics were there this year. I spoke to many folks in September who were local. So, but yeah, I enjoy the similarities a lot. I like going to Paris. I like the energy very much, and I also liked your game very much. It reminded me of some games that, let's say, Hikaru played Berlin against you, and you are like a Berlin Endgame specialist. So, I mean, you have won so many games that look similar to this one. Without getting too much into the specifics, just tell me like your philosophy approaching the Berlin Endgame.
Basically, I mean, especially in rapid play, I feel like Black has to be extremely accurate in many lines, and one inaccuracy, and I take over because I know exactly where to put my pieces. Like for instance, I switched back my knight where it was needed because then it could hit the queen side, and that's what it did. And one mistake and it can be over, especially in rapid play, because you even if it's not over, then you don't have time to actually figure it out and find the only moves that to stay in the game.
How did you become so strong in this endgame? Because now everybody on move 4 is playing d3, or they're just playing the Italian?
Yeah, well, it's changed a bit. Like at some point, people realize that sometimes the endgame is a good try just to mix it up. It just at some point I was the absolutely only one going for the endgame, and so I spent countless hours. At the same time, Black side didn't spend too much time on the endgame because they had to look for all the other topical stuff. And this is the way you gain an edge over your opponents. I mean, I spent probably, it's in hundreds of hours for sure. I just don't know if, like, probably with my coaches and so on, like it's over 1,000 hours. So of course, practice makes perfect.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen you win a bunch of games that look like this. One last question. I know you have some time before the next game. You responded on socials to this clip of Hikaru when he was saying, my current generation is like fearful of Magnus and doesn't want to play him deep in games. And you responded and you said, no, actually, I've like really enjoyed playing against Magnus. So I know you're excited to play here.
Yeah.
But
no, actually, because I think the clip of Hikaru was taken a bit out of context. So like, basically, it was sort of trying to say, if my life is on the line, I prefer to play someone
Sure,
else.
yeah.
Yeah, and then it makes much more sense to me, yeah.
No, I guess my question was going to be, here, you definitely would, you're probably going to play Magnus on the Rapid as long as you keep doing well, also in the Blitz. Who else do you look at in the field? You're like, I really want to play this person. Maybe I haven't had a chance to. Is it some of the young guys, or is it, Hikaru, Nepo, etc.?
Yeah, well, here when it comes to this sort of tournaments, you just want to win games, and then you're going to play tough guys, and this is the way you advance in the tournament. So, I don't look to play someone in particular. I just aiming to play well, play the best players who are in the best shape as well, and hopefully get to win something here.
Amazing, Maxime. Thank you. Best of luck with all the games today.
Thank you,
guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Levy. Thank you, Maxime. How cool to hear from you guys in New York, and we'll go back to Levy and everyone in New York when we have some new people entering the sofas. Round 2 in the World Rapid Championship is rounding up. Few games still going on, but Magnus Carlsen, he has won his game after a draw in the first one. What are some other results, you guys? Let's take a look. Scrolling down in my app. Can you use this one maybe? let's see. So we did see eventually Fabiano Caruana lost against the 18-year-old Murzin. Another top dog that lost was Alireza Firouzja. So already some interesting results. And let's see here. Faustino, he did eventually lose to the Danish Grandmaster Bjerre, who Lucas recently beat in a title Tuesday. Hans Niemann, another win for him. Hikaru Nakamura, a win for him after the first game was a draw. Results are ticking in, you guys. And this is the great thing about the Take app. You get the complete overview, oversight of the World Rapid and Blitz with hundreds of players and so much action happening at all times. I can see now there's another player in the sofa with Levy. Levy, can we go back to you now and talk to the great Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Kaja. I'm joined by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Some may call him the Prophet. Some may call him Danya. You got a lot of nicknames. How are you doing? 2 out of 2? Good start. You just flew in yesterday. What are your impressions of the tournament so far?
By flew in, it's like a 40-minute flight from Charlotte. Yeah, I had a long and arduous trip. My first time in New York in many, many years since the Kasparov Masterclasses. Yeah, just got 14 hours of sleep. Try to come in with a fresh mind. Can the tournament just end here? Can we just adjudicate the event and have like a 40-way tie?
Honestly, yeah. The players can probably just chop it up like poker style, you know? Have you played a World Rapid and Blitz before?
No, this is my first World Rapid. Obviously, when I found out it was in New York, I was like, this is too good to be true. No 30-hour flight. But I felt the nerves already. I was already a little bit calmer in round 2. Round 1, I couldn't calculate. Like, I got out of the opening almost a winning position, and I made like 5 blunders in a row. I was down 3 pawns, losing in 1 move. Got lucky. And this round, I'm starting to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean...
And everyone's here. I'm just as starstruck as anybody who
I know, right?
here as a fan, Levy. That's what people don't understand.
Yeah, they really don't. Like, we look, you're obviously...
They think I'm one of the boys.
Well,
I'm like an NBA bench player who sees LeBron. They have the same reaction.
But you win like a dunk contest or a 3-point shootout. Like, your specialty is, the 3-0, the 1-0.
Yeah, I'm like Jason Capono or somebody who only shot threes, and Kyle Korver, yeah.
I'm going to pretend I know who that is, but Kyle Korver, I definitely know. No, man, it's really exciting to see you here because I'm always watching, these events that are in Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, and you're back home and, probably just enjoying the holidays, but it's super exciting to see you play. And I was actually going to ask you about that. Like, you obviously play these players online. It's very humbling. You talk about how honored you are to play matches like with Magnus or Hikaru, these long matches. What's it like just being on the floor? Together with them?
It's amazing. Like, I was warned by several players that your first time playing World Rapid and Blitz, no matter how, because people think I'm so experienced playing them online, how nerve-wracking can it really be? But it's every aspect of the experience is different. Even if they're sitting across from me, because now this next round I'm probably going to play one of them. It's incredible. It's humbling. It's a completely different feel. Obviously, the intimidation factor is very much there. I mean, I've played some of them in Classical. When they sit across from me, I played Fabi a couple months ago in the American Cup. Very different than when you in Title 2 you're paired with like Fabiano Caruana with no space. Yeah. Both names are lowercase. Here, it's like, this is, I'm here to win this tournament, and you are just a piece of dust I'm going to wipe off my shoulder before I proceed to the good guys. Yeah. So it's awesome.
No, you are definitely one of the good guys. What are your goals? Like in the Rapid, you have 13 games. So you have set any goals before?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like for some reason, I thought the Rapid was 2 days and the Blitz is 2 days, but the Rapid is 3 days and the Blitz is 1 day. So the Blitz is almost an afterthought.
The Blitz is 2 days.
Well, if you make the top 8, which is a big if. But okay, of course. If I had another monitor, maybe. But
I wasn't gonna go there, but hey, I'm more than happy to go there.
I'm happy to go there, but no goals. I'm here purely to enjoy myself. I feel like it's the first time in my life when I can play a tournament for fun. So I'm not putting any expectations on myself. Doesn't mean I'm going to hang queens deliberately, but I will do my best. And if I can score a couple upsets, the more games I play with the top guys, the better. So if I can pull out some draws, win a game or two, that is what really gives me the rush. It's feeling, seeing the pairing, seeing that I'm playing Magnus or MDL or one of the top guys.
Well, I'll let you go because just one more question.
Sure.
Since you made the monitor joke and not me, I really I would ask you this on a personal level, but we are here as well. Do you feel at all over the last month or two that now playing something like this, you have a bit of a microscope looking at you? How is he going to perform with all these, absurd allegations?
I mean, the problem is, how I feel about this is irrelevant because this is factually, I know that is the case. I know that there are certain players who are much more interested in, my business than their own, and perhaps they should focus on their own business. That's my request to everybody, play your own tournament and let me play mine. Of course, there are players who are watching with a bit of curiosity.
Wow.
But, I don't have anything to prove from my perspective, so it doesn't change the way that I approach the tournament. I'm just going to play my best, and I'm going to focus on what I can control. The people who get satisfaction from, from doing that kind of thing, they're welcome to do that. I can't control their reaction. So, a little bit of pressure is a healthy thing. I want to do well. I'm very passionate. I'm putting maximum effort into every game. That's all I can do.
My man. Good luck.
Thank you, Levy.
Your games. Hopefully we'll see you around.
Good luck. I'm sure I will. Hopefully I'll be back and I won't have 2 out of 13.
No. That's what I would have. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Levy.
Fantastic. Thank you, Levy. Thank you, Daniel Naroditsky. On fire, 2 out of 2 after 2 rounds. Known for his commentary, but also, of course, a fantastic chess player, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
Amazing.
A lot of fun. All right, round 2 is rounding up in New York. You guys, we can take a look at a few results from some of the players that I have highlighted as my favorite players. Hans Niemann, a win. Anish Giri, another win for him. Arjun Erigaisi, another win for him. Magnus, as we saw, a win for him. It was a draw for Hikaru Nakamura. Eventually, 2 draws in a row now for...
but that's the same player that he had last round.
That's true.
That looks like...
So that looks like first round.
Yeah.
So that means he's still playing.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it does.
See
We'll
if
go
we
to
can
round
find
2.
Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, there he was. If you go a little bit further up, a bit more. Yeah, he won his game.
He won his game.
Yeah.
And a win for Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to take a look at the standings. We're going to look ahead to round 3. 5 rounds of Rapid Chess for the first day of the World Rapid Championship today. And I see another player getting ready in the sofa with Levy. And if you're ready, Levy, we would love to hear from, well, a fantastic player, but also your fellow streamer and content creator is the one I'm seeing there, I think.
Yes, I'm joined by International Master Eric Rosen. Eric, good friend, and I'm watching you as a spectator, as a fan, and now we're here on the Take sofa, fresh off of a win. The first one of hopefully many against Grandmaster Sergei Ehrenberg. Thanks for joining me.
It's great to be here. I had no idea you were here doing commentary, so it's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, listen, we talked about this when they announced the tournament. We could abuse our privilege and say, give us the wildcard spots, and you did. But now it's completely deserved. I was so nervous to play in the Rapid. I'm like, 10% of me still might have a wildcard spot in the Blitz. I don't know, because some people might not make it. But
ooh, you should play then.
I kind of want to. Maybe I'll go from the sofa to the hall. Great game, I have to say. It was a London. Obviously, and it was very smooth. It felt like.
Yeah, I just got a very comfy position. I played this a lot in online Blitz and Bullet, and it reminded me of how Ding beat Nepo in the London in the World Championship match. The same queenside positional play with b4 and a5, and I got everything I wanted, and I converted the advantage.
Before you sat down, you said it was really cold in the playing hall, and I actually have been feeling that over the last 30 minutes. There's a draft. It's freezing in here too. So what's going on? Can you take me through what are the conditions there?
So my first game, it was perfect conditions, no complaints at all. But second game, I was in a different area of the room, and the door, I think for the spectators, kept opening. And yeah, I was shivering during my game, not because I was nervous, just because I was freezing. I had my jacket on, but thankfully it did not affect my chest. And it didn't seem like my opponent was as affected, but I'm happy to make it through this round, and hopefully they can fix the climate in the room.
Feels like a bit like Hunger Games, Squid Games. You know, they feel like
Exactly.
it's too comfortable, so they got to start pouring in some cold weather. What was your journey to becoming a wild card here? Like, were you nervous at all because you think, oh, you know, I don't know what seed you were. All the rapid ratings are all over the place, but was there a feeling of like, I gotta prove myself? Did you have a goal in mind before the event? Was it like, I don't want to lose all my games because now you got that goal done? So, what was the goal?
Yeah, I'm coming in with like no expectations in terms of performance. I just want to have interesting games. I was trying to think of a goal that's not associated with scoring points or rating. So I think my goal is to like play a game that's good enough to make one of your recaps. Or Agenmater's recap. Just some fun games. Maybe play a Stafford Gambit. I was strongly considering it in my first round game against Volakitin, but I didn't want to do that to start the tournament. If I get really tilted, maybe I'll play some dubious Gambits.
Stafford feels like a round 9, round 10 thing where your opponent probably looked at it but forgot it and might blunder, and that's a great goal. I love that goal. Amazing. I know every time you play in a tournament, you have a lot of fans asking, you know, can you get a norm? Can you, are you going to be GM after this event? And I always like the way you handle those questions. So, I mean, hopefully this game you consider interesting. And I'll throw it in the recap anyway. You know, it was a very nice win.
Thank you. Yeah.
Unless you get 3 more.
That's true. Yeah, we'll have to wait until the end of the day. But my accuracy was decently high, right?
This is Naroditsky's game.
Okay.
But yes, I had your game.
I feel like it was super, super clean.
Yes, I think so too.
And I actually got fair play checked after the game. I had to go into the secret room.
Yo, you played 96%.
Yeah, it's. I mean.
No, but I mean it's ridiculous.
Typical.
I mean, okay, it's.
This is typical for the type of position that comes from the London because the moves are so natural. I don't think there were any tactics at all this game. It's like purely positional.
And do you have a London course you would like to promote to the audience?
No, because iChess is dead and it's no longer existing. So just my YouTube videos. Well, it's all free.
Yes, YouTube, and you have to make one of those wait lists for the fans, like Bartholomew style, where you say London course drops, February 1st, 2025. You got to get like it on ericrosen.com because it's awesome. I love watching your Londons, and it's a great opening. I played it against Pia. It was played in the World Championship, so.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many like fresh ideas and still a lot of strong players, including my last round opponent. I think underestimated it. So yeah.
Amazing, Eric. Congrats on the big win. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back to you, Oslo.
Cool to hear from Eric Rosen as well in New York. And round 2 is now finished in New York. A bunch of interesting results. We did see, for example, Fabiano Caruana, one of the very, very top dogs, lose to Murzin, a great chess player, but he is only 18 years old, same age as the world champion Gukesh, and getting a great result there. We also saw Alireza Firouzja lose his game to Sadhwani, a young Indian great player as well. And we are now anxiously awaiting pairings for round 3. And it's here. It's here. All right, are you guys ready to hear? What do you want to hear first?
I think we want to hear who's playing against Magnus.
All right, so with the white pieces, Gleb Dudin will have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Okay. Is that a name that rings a bell to you?
Yeah, but I think he's not really any stronger than the previous opponent, which is
24.
Yeah, exactly. So he's an IM, right?
No, he is a grandmaster.
He's a GM. Okay, yep.
24-36.
Okay, so Magnus does get another quite.
He's 1-2 out of 2.
True. So he's
got
in good
more
shape.
points than Magnus Carlsen heading into round 3.
So who did he beat on the way?
Let's see. Let's see who he beat in round 2. He beat. Is that a Karen Grigorian?
Oh yeah,
Grigorian.
Yeah, he's quite good, but he's not like a top player.
Okay, well, interesting. He's going to have the white pieces in round 3 against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else do we have here? Hans Niemann against Lenia Dominguez Perez, so an All-American.
Dominguez has won 3 out of 3.
Who?
Linear Dominguez?
Well, so that must be a mistake, right? Because they're only
Yeah.
played 2 rounds.
He seems to always be
Oh, okay.
one
Yeah,
point
exactly.
ahead of the field.
There is some bug
There is a bug in the standings then.
in the.
That's why you said you couldn't really trust it right now.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Dominguez is constantly in the lead. one
Constantly
point
in the
ahead
lead.
of everyone else.
We have another cool encounter between 2 of the youngsters. Arjun Erigaisi plays Samuel Sevian,
Oh.
the USA. There are so many Americans in this event. It's very cool.
Yeah, many Americans and many Indians as well.
Hikaru Nakamura, who's played 1 draw and won his previous game, is playing Alexander Donchenko, a known player. So we have some cool encounters coming up, but it sounds like we should follow Magnus then.
Yeah.
We'll
Let's
start
do that.
following Magnus in this game. And no word yet on when round 3 starts. This is from the venue. It's very quiet so far.
Should we have a quick look at Magnus's win in the last game?
Let's do that because we haven't actually analyzed that game. Let's do that.
let's
So
run
Magnus
through it quickly.
had a great, it was a quick win as well. I don't think they even hit 30 moves.
No, maybe they didn't actually. It was
Yeah.
very fast. Let's see. Favorites.
A dominant win for Magnus Carlsen in round
There we
2
have it. And if we go all the
against
way
Dennis
back.
Kodrich.
37 moves.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they played very fast in the ending there.
Okay, so what we saw here in the opening was Petrov's defense by Kodrich, known to be a very solid defense against this opening. Magnus goes for a slightly unusual variation with this knight, allowing Kodrich to capture it and give Magnus a double pawn. But that would open up for Magnus's bishop. So Kodrich goes back instead. Maybe a slightly passive move, but he definitely knows what he's doing here. And what we could see out of this opening was that Magnus got a little bit more space due to this central pawn and Kodrich not having as good control over the center. Magnus had very easy developing moves and kind of just kept his advantage alive here throughout the next few moves. They traded rooks, and now Magnus tried to bring in his second rook, which he did in a couple of moves. Let's see. It's a bit stuck here. Yeah, I think we have to wait for... Oh, there it is. So the rook joined, now the queen moved, and eventually Magnus started an attack here with his other pieces. Let's see, it's a little bit stuck, so it's hard to make any moves. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait. Do you guys have any?
Yeah, sorry. No suggestions if the app is slow, then
Yeah.
just have to wait.
Then we'll have to wait and look at this great position where the rook is attacking the queen. Okay, we'll restart the app.
Do like this.
Yep.
Round 3. It should be starting in a little less than 10 minutes. Obviously, there is a delay with the games from New York. That is precautions for cheating, which is why what we see from New York is a few minutes delayed from the live action in the venue.
Yep, we can continue here now.
All right.
So, yeah, as we were talking about, Magnus had this opening advantage. He kept his pieces active and kept creating threats, basically. Now he made this mysterious-looking move with his bishop, but his idea with that was that he could follow up with the knight next without being forked. And that's what he did. He brings in his knight into the attack here. He continues with his plan and eventually gets the knight into the black position here. Kodrich spent a lot of time for that move and ended up not capturing the knight, which was the best move. Magnus kept increasing the pressure here. He He went for a little trick with his knight. It couldn't really be captured because the bishop would not be defended by the pawn anymore, and the rook would take it. And now Magnus got rid of this bishop, which was defending the pawn. He took the pawn and kept the pressure up. He sacrificed his rook and brought his final few pieces into the attack. And now a few moves later, after forcing the rook away, capturing a pawn, he was able to sacrifice his knight as well. A great sacrifice here to completely open up Kadrich's king position, and eventually now it's hopeless for Kadrich to defend with so few pieces around the king. It's completely open to Magnus's queen and also the bishop coming in soon. So Magnus, instead of recapturing the knight immediately, he sees that he can give a check first. He takes this pawn also with check, gives another check with a queen, and after a final check, he took back the pawn, he took back the knight with a pawn. His plan now is to bring in his bishop to the center of the board, creating checkmating attacks. Magnus's king is completely safe, and Kadrich has no counterplay, even though he's up a rook for a bishop here. And he decided to resign in this position. So a great game by Magnus there in round 2. Hopefully getting warmed up to win some more games.
Exactly. A great win for Magnus Carlsen. He is constantly hanging out in the lounge where we have the great Gotham chess Levy Rosman as well. And Levy, have you seen Magnus? What has his mood been like since winning this game in round 2?
For the last 40 minutes, he has been sitting quietly on a tablet watching what I think is the Liverpool, or should I say Liverpool football match. So, and he just realized that the game begins in 40 seconds. So he ran out, which makes me think we're going to get another Magnus is running late clip, which is great. Because before the tournament, I wanted to make like a bingo card, or, you know, like a betting line, you know, will Dubov wear a Balenciaga sweater? Will Magnus be late to a game, etc. So, yeah, I think we're going to get one.
Oh, I love that idea, Levy. Let's do that tomorrow. Let's make Levy's bingo card for tomorrow.
You guys can have it. You can have it. The take bingo card, you know. I won't take any royalties. You can have it. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
It's a great idea.
It's super cool. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a great idea. And hey, Magnus watching football could be on it as well.
Yes.
Sitting where you're sitting, you can always sort of watch him in between rounds what he's doing. And he must have been happy after that win.
Yeah. But like, it's the same as having the draw in the first round. You know, you win a second game, you still have 11 more to play. Today is the hardest day. Today it's 5 p.m. and the third round has not yet started. We just heard Eric Rosen say the playing hole is freezing. Again,
exactly.
it's day one bumps, but today is the marathon. And the other big challenge of these very large tournaments, for anybody that doesn't know, is to prevent illness. And it's also December. So by the end of the tournament, I would predict 1 in 3 players has a cold or flu or COVID or RSV or some form of, influenza. Like, it's a marathon. So, I don't think he's, too ecstatic yet. Job's not finished.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and I heard that you guys talking about how the venue is very cold. Do the players seem affected by that?
I don't know. I can ask kind of the next few that come in. So I don't have a conclusive point on that question, unfortunately.
What is the weather like in New York? During it's Christmas time. Is it white Christmas in New York? No.
There's yellow snow, dogs peeing everywhere, people not picking up their dogs, what. It's not as pretty as you would think. Basically, every European city I've been to is prettier on Christmas. That includes London. I ran into Arjen Tari, who's a Norwegian Grandmaster as well yesterday, and he said it's actually colder here than it is in Norway, which is an accomplishment because 2 weeks ago it was 60 Fahrenheit warmer, which is whatever, I don't know, 20 to 30, 25 degrees Celsius warmer like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, New York is very up and down.
Well, yeah, and same with Oslo now with, I guess, global warming. What do I know? But Levy, let me tell you, I warmed up to World Rapid and Blitz watching a Batman movie yesterday. Obviously, Gotham is a big topic in the Batman movies. And I wanted to ask you, now that we have some time, how did Gotham become your name?
Because I'm from New York.
Simple as that. But are
Yep.
you inspired?
It's not because I...
Are you inspired by the Batman in some way? Are you out here saving chess?
No. If anything, I'm ruining it. Some would argue.
No, you are definitely not.
No, hopefully, I'm making it more accessible. I don't know about saving it. We'll see. Maybe freestyle chess is saving it. No, I'm going to stay away from that propaganda before we get into more trouble. No, I mean I like Batman, but it had nothing to do with it. I do a pretty good Bane impression. But
let's hear it.
That we'll have to get it on the next break. I need to warm up my vocal cords.
Okay. Let's do that. All right. Well, Levy, we will let you warm up the vocal cords. Thanks so much for reporting from New York. All right, you guys. Round 3 is about to start in New York. We can see it's getting crowded now. Inside the venue in New York, I can see Levon Aronian. I can see Maxime Vagier-Lagrave. I cannot see Magnus Carlsen. He is not by the board yet. He is coming from a win. And now, in round 3, he is up against Gleb Dudin, a player from Hungary.
They have never faced each other before, I think. I tried to do some research.
That's interesting.
They have never faced each other.
So Magnus has no idea what he's up against now then.
He might know him still, even though he hasn't played against him.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't even bother to do any research. He just watched the Liverpool game.
Exactly.
That's what it sounded like, according to Levy. It seems like he was busy watching the football, but maybe that's how he prepares to get himself kind of focus on something else between the games. Probably a good idea.
Exactly.
Sounds like Magnus.
Yeah.
Round 3, you guys, starting very soon. A total of 5 rounds today on the first day of the World Rapid Championship. It's best.
We have Forrest
30.
versus Faustino. It's an interesting
Look
game.
at that. Okay.
So Faustino is doing well then, or?
Let's check. Let's check the young... How old is he now? He is still so young.
13, was that?
No, I think he's younger than that.
Younger than that. Okay.
Isn't he like 10 or something?
So he's coming from a loss. We saw that, yeah, against the Danish Grandmaster Jonas Bjerre.
Oh, we're off here. Not in the Magnus game, but in the other games.
They started the clock.
Oh, they started the clock.
Levy was right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at
Magnus
that.
is running in. Oh, here he is.
So we're going to jump into that game.
He didn't even make his first move.
No, he didn't.
So Magnus
Maybe he waited out of respect.
Yeah. It seems to be a habit now these days.
Yeah. He pushes his queen's pawn. Maybe aiming for a slightly slower game then. But we'll see.
Okay. Well, let's see. Magnus Carlsen is here.
It is only the first move, so anything can still happen, of course.
Magnus shadoobing his pieces.
Yep. That's probably a part of the ritual. I think it is for most chess players, including myself.
Yeah.
It's very hard for me to play without doing that. It just keeps annoying you. Which is kind of weird because it doesn't matter that much.
Magnus is rated almost 400 points higher than Dudin.
Wow.
Yeah, he is the clear favorite. I think this is, well, I wouldn't say an opening success. That's too early to say, but this is not the worst opening for Magnus here. There are going to be a lot of pieces on the board, and it's not as forced as what we saw on the Wonder Liang game, where everything was traded off very quickly. This is going to be a game with a lot more possibilities for Magnus to spice things up. And there's no easy way to just force everything for Gleb Dudin here. And by the way, this is a Queen's Gambit declined, where Dudin has captured the pawn
very early in the opening, in the center. This is one of the main lines. And he's brought out his bishop, created a pin, which Magnus defended. And that's a very unusual move, I think. This bishop move I haven't seen.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I would have expected, for sure, that he would bring out his queen.
Is it a novelty then?
I'm not sure if it's a novelty.
Buttons here.
It might be a known variation. It might be a known variation, and
but it's very
I
unusual.
just haven't seen it. I would think so, but maybe it's something new that I haven't seen. But it is a little bit surprising because I thought maybe he could just go with his queen out not one square, but 2 squares, and attack the pawn that the bishop was just defending. But apparently not. So maybe this is known territory, but new territory. It seems like they're both in book still. As they're playing pretty quickly.
Dudin. He looks like another one of those youngsters. What's his age?
20.
20.
It's quite young.
Wow. Well, I was just gonna ask, Mats, what were you doing when you were 20 and 18, but then I realized I shouldn't ask you because you already had probably started a company and
No.
Yeah.
When I was 20, I was actually not still sort of sure of what I would do when I was like
grown up,
getting old,
yeah.
growing up. I think when I was in my 20s, I was actually working for my father as a carpenter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, took a year off studying just to do something else. That was actually quite nice to just kind of do something physical the whole day, not spend too much energy thinking about things, just physical labor. Felt very fresh coming home from work, and then I could dive into computer games and chess and everything else with a fresh brain.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you come home with like a fried brain.
And
just make a bunch of blunders. And it's just terrible to play.
Terrible.
Yeah.
2 games and you throw away the phone and
running a startup is it's a lot, but it's fun. And here we are after only 2 months with the take out in the market. We're covering the World Rapid Blitz with broadcast rights. We actually have the footage here from New York, which is super, super cool. It is cool even now for the rapid part. We've already seen time trouble. We've seen the arbiters getting involved. But imagine also for the blitz, it's going to be chaotic. And that's a lot of fun. In this one, still, no chaos, even if we did see a very surprising move from Magnus.
It was a surprising move, but it's not like it changed a whole lot in the position. It was more of an unusual way of developing the pieces for Magnus. Now he's advanced a bit on the king side here. He's going after the bishop with his knight. He wants to get this bishop pair, which is usually an advantage. And then he has weakened his king side a little bit in order to get that advantage.
Will he now castle queenside or just keep the king in the middle, you think?
No, you could consider castling queenside, yeah. But you can also go the other way. And that's probably the case for both players, actually. Right. I would expect Dudin now, if it's his move, he's probably going to move his bishop up. Let's see if we can get this on the analysis board. I would go for a bishop move trying to attack Magnus's bishop and get rid of that bishop pair. It doesn't show immediately on the screen here, but that would at least be my plan. And maybe Magnus is looking for a way to, oh, there it is, a way to avoid that. But it's not so obvious how to do that. He does bring in his knight.
Okay.
And according to the bar, this is a stable position. It is around equal, and I don't think any of the players have any reason to be unhappy about this.
Okay.
Let's see what the top moves are. Okay, so we do see this bishop move as one of those moves. Another option is attacking the bishop with the pawn. He does go for the bishop move. So he is trying to trade off the bishop pair and also trying to infiltrate a bit on these weak light squares, which Magnus weakened after moving up his pawn. As we can see now, he cannot really control that square with any pawns anymore. And potentially
you can't castle queenside either, because then the queen...
Yeah, true. So Magnus will either have that square for his bishop or maybe even the queen. And a possibility now, as the computer is showing, is to capture the bishop, and then I would guess following up with trying to trade the queens to get the queen away from that square. So he does trade. Is he going to go for the queen move or something else? There isn't an immediate rush to get Dudin's queen away from there. It isn't really threatening anything. Okay, so actually that queen move, trying to trade, is the top move. But I don't think Magnus is going to do it, because then once again we're into one of these endgames, which is not going to be too easy to win. He does do it. He is the king of endgames after all. So he claims that he's going to outplay his opponents here.
Dudin must be happy with this position.
Yeah. It's very solid.
Some pieces
I'd be shocked if he doesn't take the queen here.
Yeah.
He should do that. Magnus will recapture maybe with the knight. He could capture with the king as well. But yeah, this endgame is quite equal, but there's still a lot of play left. It's not like that endgame that we saw in the first game, where it was just very drawish and difficult for any of the players to do anything. But here there are a lot of possibilities. There are pawns on both sides. Actually, only one pair of pawns have been traded. And there are a bunch of pieces for both of the players. Some in balance with the bishop against knight as well. So, yeah, here there's a lot to play for. And especially seeing Magnus going for this immediately, it means that he's quite confident that he's going to be able to win this, or at least have good chances of winning it. If he didn't believe he had chances to win this endgame, he would not go for it, because there were many other options.
Okay. All right, Dudin is thinking they have 15 minutes on the clock. They get 10 seconds after every move. Magnus, he's had no problems on the clock so far today. And here he is getting up to take a look at the other games going on. A total of, how many players did I say? 180, was it? Something like that? Let's see.
Where are all the players? Like, we can only see...
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that's all of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think there's 190 players by the board. Yeah.
180 players. We definitely don't see 180 players here.
We see maybe 180 in the audience.
That's true.
But maybe even not that.
No, less than that, I think.
Yeah. So 180 players participating in the tournament.
Is that including the women?
No.
Oh.
That is only the open section. And then, of course, there is a women's section as well. And in that section, you have 110 players. And they are
That's
playing...
a lot of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mystery. Where are they?
Where are
Well, we know the women are playing in a building across the street from where the open section is being played. And we have a bunch of players who have won both their games after 2 rounds. Magnus Carlsen, he has won 1 game and played a draw.
Yeah, he does go for the queen trade. He spent a lot of time, though, which surprises me. But he does eventually go for it. He brings his knight into the center. That was his worst place piece now. So it makes a lot of sense to go for this move. Maybe we should turn off these computer moves. Yeah. But here it's basically about slowly improving the position. And Magnus starts by advancing his pawns on the king side, the right side of the board.
Okay, now he moves the king as well. But
And can we please talk about the kings, you guys? No castling.
What are they doing, right? No, but it's
crazy.
It's very normal when you have the queens traded off that the kings are in the center, and even like trying to contribute to the action. They kind of become an attacking piece in some cases. Like at this point, it's too early because there are still a lot of pieces. But sometimes in the end games, the king is one of the most important pieces, and it does even have a value. It's known to be like 4 points in the end game, which is even more than a knight or a bishop.
Yeah.
But of course, you wouldn't do this in the opening or with the queens on the board because there are too many attacking chances. So you need to get the king to safety. But here, there aren't enough pieces to create an attack against the king. So why not use it as a piece that can actually do something as well?
Yeah. All right, interesting. In how many of your games, Mats, do you not castle?
I think I almost always castle.
Yeah.
Like if I don't castle, that's because I am just outplayed in the opening.
Yeah.
And for some reason
You're not
can't
allowed
castle.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
same with
still
me.
sort of abiding to the basic principles of chess, trying to
The few
develop the
things that
pieces
makes
and-
it understandable.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is a good idea, by the way.
Yeah.
Always castle.
so this is next level. This is like, don't try this at home, kids.
Kind of.
Kind
yeah.
of. Okay.
Yeah.
But I have learned that developing the king in a game like this is very important. I actually played Magnus once in a simul game where he gave me when we talked about the game after, he told me that the thing that I did wrong was not to get the king active, and his more active king eventually then won the game for Magnus. I'm sure that he could have won that game 100 different ways, but the lack of me activating my king was the mistake.
What kind of event was that?
It was in my former company. We had a investment bank that sponsored Magnus for many years, Arctic, and they had a simul event here in Oslo where I was lucky to play Magnus.
How cool. And so at that time when you played him, you had no idea you would co-found a company with Magnus.
No, I had no idea.
Crazy. How cool to play
I
a
wouldn't
game with
believe that if someone told me at that event that if you fast forward 6-7 years, you would co-found a company with Magnus.
But here you are.
Here we are.
Here we are. Magnus Carlsen and Mats have co-founded Take. Magnus is sitting there in New York playing, and Mats is sitting here commentating and CEOing the company.
CEOing.
Shouldn't
That's
that
a
be a
new
verb?
verb, yeah.
CEOing the company, yeah. This is the first time I'm commentating a chess game as well, so pardon the lack of insight or expert commentary to everyone in the chat.
I think you're doing a great job, Mats. Great job. And hey to everyone in the chat, by the way. We're super excited that you are here, hanging out with us. This is the first time we are a broadcast partner for a chess tournament. And we're very excited to bring you the intensity
Oh, we have
fire.
Gotham Chess in the chat as well.
Really?
Hello, Gotham.
Well, maybe we should check in with Levy, because I can see he is sitting there in the sofa in New York. Hey, Levy.
Hey guys.
Hey, how are you?
I'm watching all the games. I'm good.
What
must
are you
admit
noticing here in this round, if you're checking out all the games?
Actually, Gleb Dudin just played a very aggressive move, but I believe I'm watching on the Norwegian supercomputer Sesse, and I think it's slightly ahead somehow. I don't know. There's
Which
all these, fair. I will not spoil it for the audience at home. I'm just, but yeah, like we've been saying, it's day one, and I think the fair play team here has a 5-minute delay on the 15-minute games, yet at the same time, the video feed is not as delayed, and also on the Norwegian site, it's also not delayed at all. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest, but yeah, that's the update from over here.
Okay, well that's kind of cool. You're bringing some. That's a cliffhanger, I would say. Like we have something cool to expect from Gleb then.
Yes, I will say before Gleb's move, I was getting worried again that it was another one of these games where a strong grandmaster, but not somebody, let's say, at Magnus's caliber, is trying to kill the game. But he made a very concrete decision, which we will see shortly for the audience at home, and it's made the game quite interesting, but I actually think it was a mistake. What's funny, though, guys, is that Magnus played my prep in this game. I have this bishop g4, I had this bishop g4, queen's gambit declined, ready to play for a while, so it's fascinating to see that Magnus is also dabbling, in the Gotham trenches.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Have you talked to him about it?
Well, no, because I didn't know, but I will, if he joins. Let's check the Liverpool score. Maybe the match is over. Maybe he.
That's a good point.
It is over. Yeah. So probably he will not have another football match to watch. He will have to join me.
Exactly. How did the Liverpool game end? It was a win for Liverpool against Leicester. All right. Well, Levy, how's the temperature now? Is it getting better?
Slightly.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
I would say it's slightly getting better. It's definitely getting better on the Magnus board in the last 2 to 3 moves, without spoiling too much. There's been some broadcast issues today. It's actually not only on the Take app. There are multiple broadcast screens here in the VIP lounge, and they're all broken. So it's not just the Take thing. Yes, they're all broken, which is quite... And look, I will just say, I've said it time and time again, whether it's on chess.com, whether it's on FIDE, whether it's anywhere, we have to find a way to make the game more accessible to the masses. It cannot be breaking. I mean, imagine it was breaking at the US Open of tennis. Imagine it was breaking, and it happens all the time. It happens on chess.com as well, and we've all got to figure out how to revolutionize the game, because it's very frustrating as a fan and spectator.
100%, Levy. Hallelujah to what you just said. It is frustrating when, it's not working. And I mean, the suspense right now, waiting for the moves. Okay, so we see now on the images that Magnus has made a move. We are waiting for it to pop up on the board. And then is it the next move from Gleb then? That is the surprise.
No, the live game is 7 moves ahead.
Wow.
Than what you are seeing on the screen. 7 moves have already been made. Every website is like the relay is broken to every website. It's broken on Take. It's broken on Lichess. It's broken on chess.com. Maybe there's a power outage here. I don't know what's going on, but it's very frustrating because, I can tell you right now that all games are about 7 to 8 moves past the point that's on the screen.
Because they are supposed to be delayed, right?
The reason that the CESA board is up to date is because they're following the NRK board, where they're shadow playing the Magnus board. So that's why that's up to date. They're actually watching the video feed and then playing on another board.
Yes, and manually moving. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what we. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we should have to do that. Of course, we should not have to do that. It should just work.
It's very hard to do that on hundreds of boards. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I would say many things, but we are on a broadcast, and I want to be professional. I mean, it's What can I'm with the fans? I mean, the fans are sitting at home going, "Why is the board not updating?" I'm with you guys. I will tell you that yes, Magnus has made a few improvements to his position. Nothing crazy substantial. Actually, the last move he played was not even. Again, we're 7-8 moves in the future until the boards refresh. But this is his bread and butter. This is a position that he will play forever. But Gleb Dugin is very strong, and he's not going to go down easily.
100%. Is there any other game you're paying attention to, Levy, where you've seen some action now in round 3?
I would love to show you.
That's very hard.
They're all 7 moves in the past. I mean, I actually see the thing about Magnus, guys, is we have the video feed, so we know that there's progress. But all the other games, I actually don't know what's going on. According to chess.com broadcast, like 10 different players have lost on time because we haven't had a update, so their clock is just running to 0. So I love chess.
Yeah, I can see on the chess.com broadcast that they are reporting delayed game data provided by FIDE, and we have reported the issue and hope they will address it soon.
I see there's a guy named Joshua in the chat saying that I'm not showing Nepo and I'm a clown, guys. I would love to show Nepo. Do we have Nepo's board 10 minutes in the past, please, to appease this individual in the chat, maybe? There's just nothing we can do.
Oh, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, Levy. Hopefully we will get some moves on the board here very soon. And
maybe
guys,
we need to get someone from FIDE in the sofa, Levy.
You know, honestly, I'd rather not. You know, they already have their responsibilities full, and the game's not updating to the. I think we do, guys. We do have an update.
Oh, we have an update.
The boards have updated. Yes, they have updated.
Suddenly.
Okay, is this the no? So we're not at the surprise move yet.
It's already happened.
It happened, yeah.
So we haven't seen the surprise move actually.
But it's still not live though. It's because Magnus also played his B pawn.
Yes, he did. Okay, but yeah, this game will be decided by a timely pawn break. Magnus will probably prepare something. You see White's rooks and Black's rooks sort of stuck. You know, like the little toy where you stick in your fingers and they can't go out on both sides. This is what I feel like is happening with the rooks on the H file. You know, they're stuck there, and it's a game that will get a lot harder for White with less time. And yeah, but we still have a lot of game to go.
Exactly.
That rook on H4 seems misplaced to me. Is it?
Not necessarily. Could be.
I think it, you know, you will feel like it's misplaced depending on who is your opponent. You know, if Lucas and I were playing, you know, and I had the rook on H4, Lucas would think, I'm gonna win that rook in a second. But it also depends, like, right? It depends who your opponent is. Like Gleb will certainly feel unpleasant against Magnus. Magnus will just slowly make improvements, let his opponent self-destruct. It's very much a position where White actually has to self-destruct. And I don't know how Black is going to provoke some things, but that's why he's playing and we're talking about the game.
And it says much better for Magnus Carlsen. Do you expect him to win this, Levy?
Yes, so actually this is part of the 5-minute broadcasting delay, which is kind of crazy because it's 33% of the allotted time that we don't have, to look. But no, Magnus actually on this very move that is coming with Black makes a slow improving move, and well, I will not spoil a huge amount, but it's not blessed by the computer, but it will still be it's going to be Black pressuring. It's a bit mysterious why his move wasn't the best, but how was Oslo, guys? How's your Christmas over there?
It's not white. Well, it was white for some time, but now it's just warm and very gray.
I think in New York, you mentioned that New York is colder, but then it's going to be warmer again at New Year's or next week or something.
Hey, Levy, what's your plans for New Year's Eve?
Well, it's going to end here probably around 8 p.m. And then I will go home because first of all, we'll have to make a recap because we will have a new World Blitz champion or defending. And second of all, I am an extreme introvert, and after 5 days of talking to all of you, I will need to not speak to anybody for at least 24 hours. And I don't mean any disrespect by that. I know, I'm sure you guys know the feeling. Just hiding in your house under the blanket, and maybe one thing people don't know about me, I'm an extroverted introvert, so I will rest at home.
Well, you do great with the extrovert work as well, Levy. Thank you so much for the work you're doing in New York. We'll check in with you very soon.
Thank you, Levy.
Enjoy, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you. Levy Rosman, you guys. Okay, we have a bunch of cliffhangers then in this game.
Yeah. I'm also following now the game live on Sessa, and I can see that it's nothing like what we're seeing on the board.
Huh. Okay, so
it's a couple of moves ahead, but it looks like it's updated. It's almost updated now. There's only a couple of more moves. But yeah, the surprising move that Levy was talking about was a couple of more moves back here. Yeah,
Was the point,
this
right?
move.
Yeah.
Because it's very committal and potentially weakens the squares next to that pawn. I'm not sure why he felt the need to go for that. But it did allow him to get a knight or a very strong square for the knight in the center, which is supported by that pawn. That must have been one of the ideas here. And after a few more moves, Magnus has gotten a slight advantage here. And from this position, we expect Magnus to try to slowly improve over time here and give Dudin some trouble now that he's getting low on time.
Okay. Now the thing with the delay is that the moves that we are getting from New York they're 5 minutes delayed. That's just the rule. They're supposed to be 5 minutes delayed because of just regulations in terms of anti-cheating. They should obviously match the video footage that we're getting from New York, but obviously there's been issues with that today. And here we are with some Norwegians playing out the moves live as they happen. I mean, what to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so many glitches in the system. I heard that NRK, they don't have any delay because they are such a professional broadcasters that they don't need a delay. And then Sessa, for some reason, is following that PGN file instead of the one from FIDE. And then, well, then you basically have an opportunity to cheat, then I assume, because
I
there's
mean,
no
yeah.
delay.
The point with the 5 minutes delayed is anti-cheating.
Yeah.
So if it's possible to check the game online, wherever you are in the world, then...
But only this one board, though, with Magnus. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ha.
Yeah. Question mark, question mark.
Definitely. Definitely.
But now it seems like things are heating up a bit here. Magnus has gone for a pawn break in the center, attacking some of Dudin's pawns and also opening up for his rook. So there's a few concrete things to consider for both of the players now. Yeah, Magnus does have the chance now to move his pawn up and give a check, which would give him a passed pawn like this. That would also threaten Dudin's pawn on the edge with a bishop. So that does look like a pretty good move. And yeah, I don't know what the point is after that. Probably he will just move his king away and Magnus will try to use his rook to take over the open file, which is the second suggested move here.
Okay. Clockwise, Dudin, he's down to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. It's kind of like Levy said here that over time it's going to become more and more tricky to play this position with very little time. It's not that he's in any immediate danger, but the game is going to take a while and eventually he's going to be very low on time and there's quite a high chance that he's going to make a mistake. And now Magnus is, after all, better on the board as well. So it's a difficult situation for Dudin, but now it's Magnus thinking. He does give that check, it looks like. Yeah, he did do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he has a very good chance of winning this.
It says better for Magnus Carlsen in game round 3 of the World Rapid Championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kings are definitely centralizing here, almost kind of handshaking at the middle of the board. It's still lots of pieces around.
Yeah, it looks like a King of the Hill game if you've ever played that.
Oh, what is that?
I haven't heard about it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something you play on Lee chess, right?
Yeah. It's one of these like chess variants. There are a bunch of those, but it's the one where it's a normal chess game. It's a normal rules, but whoever gets the king to the center first. If one of the players are ever able to do that, you win the game. So one strategy is just running straight into the center with the king, but that's obviously very dangerous. If you cannot go all the way to the middle, then you usually just lose. But it's a very fun game.
A fun game. And that's what we like to see. I'm just scrolling through some of the other top players playing right now. Hikaru Nakamura is playing against Donchenko. It's balanced in that game so far. Hans Niemann against Lenny Dominguez. Right now, it looks like Hans Niemann is losing against his fellow American. And Alireza Firouzja, he lost in round 2. Needs to make a comeback. He is better in his game against Tuan. And someone else that lost was Fabiano Caruana. He is now massively better in his game against Brodsky. A total of 13 rounds. Loads of time to turn it around for players.
Back, yeah.
Yeah.
That's important after a loss to be able to get a win, equalize.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I was just going to say, in this position here, he did go for the rook move that's suggested, but apparently he could have equalized the game by moving his pawn up in the center. That's a very tough move to find, I would say, because you're kind of weakening all of your pawns, and you're even giving away a pawn, but you would also weaken Magnus's pawn, the passed pawn that we talked about.
Ah, yeah. So you would make that into a target later?
Yes. You might even be able to capture it immediately if Magnus takes the pawn in the center.
Ah, with your knight.
With your knight, yeah. So it's a very clever move, but a difficult one to find.
I would never even think about that.
But the good news, I guess, for Dudin is that it's always an idea. So even if he hasn't seen it yet, or maybe saw it but didn't go for it, it's still an idea later.
Is there any way that Magnus can prevent that?
He could consider moving his king up to that square where, like in front of his knight.
F5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in that way, if the pawn pushes, he could take with the knight. And if the knight takes again, the king can recapture. But that looks like very risky, of course. I don't think that's the best way of dealing with it. But you can probably do something else in the meantime that takes the focus away from this move. I would look at... I mean, what's happened now is that Dudin moved his rook to the open file, challenging Magnus's rook for the control of that file, and then Magnus has been thinking for a while. But it looks quite logical to take the pawn, for example.
What's happening here? So Magnus moved his rook to the open file.
Yeah, that's the last move that we have on this board.
Yeah.
And then Dudin moved his own rook
so you saw
like
that
this.
on the live footage?
Yeah, I can see it on the live footage.
Okay.
And then Magnus just moved his pawn up now, I can see. His A pawn. So it looks like he wanted to...
The board, the analysis board is not up to date.
No, it's 2 moves
and
behind.
The time looks,
Oh yeah, the time is behind as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not lose on time, but I think he has only 1 minute.
8.
Yeah, he's low on time. It's because it seems like it's still his move here that he would have lost on time if he didn't make a move until now. But he...
Apologies for that, everyone. But it's the data that we get from New York that is not working properly.
Yeah. Frustrations. But we will try to analyze as much as we can, and I can even take the board away for now, since it's not updating. Basically, try as best as we can to update you based on what we see on the live board from New York, which is not live; it's delayed. But it is now Gleb Dudin thinking. I mean,
it's actually Magnus thinking now, and he's been thinking for a while, so he's getting low on time as well.
Yes.
Yeah, 2:59.
Yeah. So he isn't finding an easy way forward.
Trying hard to win this game. I mean, it says balanced on the bar, but obviously that's not updated with the latest move.
Yeah, I think after what they did, it probably still is balanced. But practically speaking, Magnus is the one with the pressure. Mainly because of this passed pawn that he has. Also, his bishop is probably better than the knight, or the knight in this position. He does have the open file for his rook, although it was challenged. So yeah, mainly it's about that passed pawn. And that's probably why it would have been equal here if Dudin tried to break up that pawn structure and making that passed pawn weak.
This is looking very intense.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at Dudin.
He's struggling. I mean, Magnus is... Wait, what? What has happened now? He's entered with his knight, is that correct? Yeah, so his knight is attacking Magnus's rook, and it seems like Magnus doesn't know how to react to it, and he's spending a lot of time.
Okay. Okay, we have rook trade.
Now Magnus moves up his king.
Ooh.
This is one of the moves
According
that we
to
talked about
Sessa
before.
here, this is winning for white now. It's +3.
What?
Okay.
So this is...
Okay, maybe Magnus made a huge mistake then, allowing that knight into the game.
Have we seen a mistake by Magnus Carlsen? Could he be about to lose against the Hungarian Grandmaster, Gleb Dudin? In deep thought here.
He could be.
Dudin
but
in the move.
Now Dudin is getting very low on time.
Yeah, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And Magnus also moving fast.
But have they traded another pair of rooks?
+6 now for white.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So Magnus is now losing.
Yeah, but Dudin didn't find the correct... Yeah, now he attacks Magnus' bishop.
Magnus looks worried. Magnus Carlsen looks worried in round 3 of the World Rapid Championship. Could he be about to lose against Grandmaster Gleb Dudin from Hungary? Playing some great
He
games
could.
here.
This is the kind of position where if Dudin just finds the idea, then Magnus can't really do much.
Okay.
So what he could have done, or what he could potentially do here, is capture the pawn in the center with his knight, sacrificing the knight like momentarily, and then he would win it back with a fork on the king.
40 seconds left on Dudin's clock. 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen. There is technical issues with the moves coming from New York, and that's why we're watching it like this, which is kind of cool as well. This is sports in
drama.
action. There's drama, and we know Magnus Carlsen is struggling in the game. Is he losing? He moves his bishop.
Yeah, he's not happy with this position.
No, definitely not. And is he down? No, he's not down. No, he is down a pawn actually. And the knights are very good here. The bishop cannot really do much.
And the clock's ticking fast for Dudin,
5
though.
pawns for Magnus and 6 for Dudin.
It's very hard for Magnus to find any counterplay as well. That's kind of the problem here. All of his pawns are stuck. He brings his king back, which is a sign of him not having much to do, but I think he wanted to avoid that fork.
Apparently Dudin just had 1 move to keep his advantage and he didn't find that move.
Okay.
So it's now equal again.
Oh, and he has less than 10 seconds. There he comes. He gets 10 seconds after every move. But he needs to play extremely fast now.
Yeah, I don't know what source to trust here. If it's the live footage or if it's the CES board.
Well, do update us.
Yeah, I will keep you updated. It's +3 again now.
Okay.
It seems
So all the
like,
way back and forth.
Yeah. It's a very...
Okay, so on the live board now, we do see that Magnus has traded his bishop for Dudin's knight. Dudin has a passed pawn on the c-file. It's only 3 squares away from becoming a queen, so Magnus goes back with his king to try to stop it. And
now it's equal again.
It's equal again. Okay.
Really?
According to the computer.
All
yeah,
right.
but this is a little bit further ahead from where we are. So
it seems like it's a delay on the live camera feed, but the board here is...
It looks like in that position, Dudin is trying to create a path, maybe for his knight, by moving up that pawn. Magnus brings his king closer.
I wish Dudin would move his knight so I could see the exact number on the clock.
This is also the position that if it's just so difficult and you have so little time, Magnus finds ways to...
Yeah. Magnus could win this. Even though, like, let's say this position is losing, he might find a way to trick him and still win. Although it's not an easy task. And it's not going to happen in a little while at least.
Built up some time on his clock now, Dudin.
Yeah, it looks like Magnus is trying to get that pawn, the pass pawn that Dudin has now. He might have to...
Ooh, this is very zoomed in. A little bit too much. A little bit too much. You can actually see 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, all right.
Yeah.
Dudin defends the pawn with his knight.
Yeah, so he was +5 again, and now it's equal again. It's incredibly hard to find the right path.
Ooh, what a game. What a game.
So there's a potential move repetition here, but we have seen that didn't happen on the very updated board. So Magnus seems like he would have been happy with the repetition here, but maybe Dudin went for something else here. Let's see what happens.
It feels
he does
like
go
this
for
is
the
a
win.
game where at any point Magnus could be winning also. Like
Yeah.
he could just turn around. Yeah, look at the pawns now.
Yeah, now there are pawns, pass pawns everywhere, and it's very chaotic.
And still, he has only like 20 seconds or something left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now Magnus has a couple of pass pawns, but they're probably going to be picked up. Dudin is most likely going to give a check with his knight, but he doesn't do that, actually.
He looks frustrated as well.
Yeah.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, maybe he's missed something, and now it becomes very tricky.
1 square away.
Yeah, Magnus has this dangerous pawn. Dudin is going to make sure that it doesn't become a queen, but that's going to be a big distraction for him now. He needs to pay attention on the other parts of the board as well. Now Magnus seems like he's going to offer his knight. He does do that, but it couldn't be captured as that would allow Magnus to get a queen.
Finally, we can see the clock. 22 seconds. 20.
Yeah. So now Magnus actually has an extra pawn on the edge with 2 against 1 on the right side of the board. So he could create a pass pawn here, which means there are some very slight winning chances for him as well.
Focus now is really dialed in.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. You can so much see it on Magnus Carlsen's body language.
Laser focus.
You
every
don't need the
result
bar.
is possible.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well.
Yeah, anything can happen here still.
Who's the better calculator here? Magnus. obviously.
Yes, I think that's safe
What a
to say.
crazy question to ask.
But it seems like if anyone is going to win, it's probably still going to be Dudin. Unless Magnus can go
Okay,
and...
so you think he's defending. Magnus is thinking about how to defend this.
I mean, he's doing both things at the same time. So he's defending, making sure he doesn't lose, but he also wants to try to win if there are any chances of doing that. Trying to create opportunities for his opponent to go wrong. And he does have passed pawns, or at least pawns on both sides of the board. Now he could actually... It looks like he might be able to win his opponent's knight, but then he might trap his own knight in the corner, so this is very complicated. Yeah, I don't think Magnus can go and get a queen now, because his knight would be trapped in the corner and get captured by the king. So the knight needs to get out of there. And Magnus's plan should maybe be shifting focus towards the other side and picking up Dudin's pawn there to get another passed pawn.
Okay.
Once again, he tries to sacrifice his knight to get a queen. Dudin isn't going to fall for that, of course. But now Magnus is chasing that other pawn. And
I wish
Dudin
they
is
had
trying to
heartbeat
calculate.
monitors in New York.
Yes.
Wonder.
I think Dudin's heart rate is quite high.
Quite high.
At
Magnus
this
is
point.
barely over 60.
Yeah. No, I think Magnus is also a little bit stressed
Approaching
here.
100.
I think so.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to give away any points here. I mean, a loss would be terrible. But even a draw is not something he's going to be happy with.
And I'm now watching the Norwegian broadcast. So at this point in the game, the bar is basically in the middle.
Yeah.
0.1 advantage for black for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it should actually end in a draw, but there are still possibilities for both of them to go wrong.
And we can see most games have finished. There are not many players left in, well, at least close to Magnus.
It looks like this is going to end up in a draw now.
Yeah.
I can see that Magnus has sacrificed his knight for the remaining two pawns. But let's see it on the board here. It should happen any second now.
Well, I have to say,
Look at
Dudin
that.
still looks stressed.
He looks
Oh,
very
he's
stressed.
shaking. Oh, yeah, hardly has any time on the clock. Is it possible to make a mistake here?
Yeah, it is.
It's difficult to find the moves with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the problem is the knight is very ineffective against a pawn on the edge, because the knight doesn't have many squares when it's on the edge and it can be chased away. But I don't think he is going to mess this up, especially seeing what has happened on the updated board. Now, as we can see on the live board, Dudin has stopped Magnus's passed pawn with the knight. So if Magnus does advance, it's just going to be captured. And now it seems like Magnus is going to go for that knight sacrifice, which would end in a draw.
Okay. Yeah.
He does do it.
And, knocking over the king, but it's not
Yeah.
dead.
And the pieces are taken off the board, and it's a draw.
A handshake
Wow.
in New York. A draw in round 3. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. His second draw in on the first day of the World Rapid Championship. He was winning at some point in this game. Disappointed, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to be disappointed with that. He had by far the best position. I mean, we saw that he blundered later on and ended up being in a lost position. But before that, he had a big advantage and a lot more time on the clock, and is usually something he would win. So he's not going to be very happy about that, for sure.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can get Magnus Carlsen in the sofa with Levy Rosman at some point, and possibly some other players. So a lot of technical issues here, you guys. We are so sorry about all of this and apologize. It is issues with the data that we are getting from New York, from the organizer. So we'll try as hard as we can to fix it, but hopefully it will work from now on. And should we take a look at sort of the highlight from this game, Lucas? It was it had a lot of action, this game.
See if we can bring it up on the screen.
And we'll get the app up on the screen as well, and we will take a look.
There it is. All right. So this started with a Queen's Gambit declined, or actually from a different move order. Magnus started with his Knight first and could have gone into a Nimzo Indian here, but he didn't do that. He went for this move. There were a couple of captures, and Dudin developed his Bishop, creating a pin on the Knight. And this is all common opening territory. Then we saw this move that I said was uncommon, this Bishop move. Maybe it's something new that the top players are going for nowadays, but it's not something I've seen a lot. The players kept developing their pieces. Now Magnus made this quite committal move with his pawn to try to win this or get the bishop for the knight, which is what he did next. We saw the trade, and now the bishop moved into the weakened square for Magnus here. Dudin was trying to trade off the bishop, and eventually we got into an endgame here, where it's quite balanced in the beginning, but a lot of pieces on the board and potential for both players. Magnus advanced on the king side with his pawns, and we saw this like weird rook doubling for both players against this pawn on the edge, where it was all about for a while, before Dudin made this very committal move with his pawn, attacking Magnus's pawn, but also creating a lot of weaknesses for himself. And this was probably the root cause for Magnus getting that advantage later on, as this was probably a little bit too risky. On the other hand, it did freeze Magnus's pawns, as we can see here. And Magnus kind of had to start playing on the other side, which is what he eventually did. And over time, built up an advantage here. He shifted his rooks around to the other side, trying to play there instead. And we can kind of see that all of the rooks abandoned this h-pawn on the end, as it was kind of blocked off. Now Magnus had this quite stable advantage and a lot more time on the clock, which is probably what he's going to be most disappointed about with this game, that he wasn't able to convert this. Maybe he should have gone for, after this move, let's see, what was the best move? Was it bringing the rook in? Yeah, maybe it was not moving the pawn up then. It's very difficult to not go for that pawn move. So it's very understandable that he did do that and ended up not getting such a big advantage. But apparently here it's quite equal again. And Dudin does a good job of neutralizing Magnus's advantage. He got active with his knight here and the rook on the open file. And suddenly, out of the blue, Magnus lost the pawn, and just a couple of moves later, he was losing here. After this move and this move, we see that Dudin could have sacrificed his knight in order to get a fork on Magnus's king and knight next with his pawn. He didn't find that, and later on in this endgame, Dudin had a bunch of possibilities to win the game with some very concrete lines. But this was very tricky with both players being very low on time. Dudin, we should credit Dudin for trying to win here, actually. He didn't repeat the moves, but he did go for this. Unfortunately for him, though, he seemed to have miscalculated something. later on here, where he got problems with stopping Magnus's dangerous pawn, and Magnus was able to create counterplay. Dudin could have even been in some trouble here, but he stayed in control here and didn't allow Magnus to promote to a queen. Magnus tried to get a pass pawn on the other side, but Dudin was just in time to get that stopped. And now Magnus didn't want to allow Dudin to have these two passed pawns and risk losing, so he captured them and got rid of them. And we went into this drawn position. So a very exciting fighting game from both players, but it ended up in a draw.
It certainly did. 2 draws for Magnus Carlsen so far. 1 win. That means he is on 2 points after 3 rounds. We do have a couple players on 3 points. And let's see. Some games still going on here.
Dominguez even has 4 points.
Really? Yeah.
According to the app.
Sorry about that.
And then we have, Mursin won again after beating Caruana the last game. Sadwani won again.
Wow.
Some surprising players in the lead now, actually.
Yeah.
So I assume Dominguez has 3 points, but then we have Safarli. He's a very strong GM as well, but not a top player. And you could say the same about all of these GMs except Giri. He's the only top player among
Look at that.
Players here.
Anish Giri, 3 out of 3 so far. And Dominguez as well, 3 out of 3. He just beat Hans Niemann in round 3.
Yeah, it's some very impressive scores by these players.
And look at that, Naroditsky as well. He was in the sofa with Levy before.
He's up there.
Round
He's definitely
3.
up there.
And he said, well, could we just stop the tournament round right now when I'm 2 out of 2? Well, good thing it wasn't stopped. 3 out of 3 so far for Daniel Naroditsky. Levon Aronian.
Is it not 2.5? For Naroditsky?
Oh, sorry, it is. It is.
But still, impressive, right?
Still impressive.
I think he probably made a draw against the higher rated. We can have a look.
Yeah, let's do. Let's do.
If we go back here, we can find the pairings. Who did Naroditsky play against?
MBL is up there with 2.5. But as you mentioned, Anish Giri, the only top player.
Yeah.
3 out of 3.
Yeah. So I think there were a lot of surprising results in this round number 3. I can't actually find Naroditsky's game.
We'll look into it. But someone else that is on 3 out of 3 is Grandmaster Lenderman. And he's with Levy in New York. Hey, Levy, the mood must be great on the sofa right now.
Yeah, the mood is very good. I'm joined by somebody I know very well. Some of the folks at home are going to definitely get to know him after this interview. Alexander Lenderman. Alex, thanks so much for joining me, and very nice tournament so far.
Thank you, Levy. Thank you for having me.
Look, I've known about your career for many years, and I would say, as a spectator of your games for the last few years, it seems like maybe you've kind of relaxed about the game, the sport, compared to maybe when you were like 26, 30. You're kind of a bit more teaching now and things like that. I know some mutual connections. I know some people you're teaching. I'm friends with. But what's this all about, Alex? You come and you play. You're beating Nordjärbeck. Can you tell me what's motivating you at this tournament?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Well, first of all, in one game, I think anything can happen, right? I'm still, I think, strong enough that in one given game, I think I can beat anyone, I believe. But I think what helped me a lot in this tournament is that there is absolutely no pressure on me in this tournament. The main reason I'm playing this tournament is because it's local. I've never played this tournament before. I don't know if I'll have a chance to play again. I'm full-time coach. Even during this tournament, I'm teaching a camp in the morning, and then I'm coming here. So I'm really a definition of a non-professional these days. So I don't really work as much on chess, but the one thing I promised myself is that I'll make sure I fight extremely well, regardless of who my opponent is. Play every game for a win and play principal chess, do my absolute best, and have a good attitude. And I know a lot of my students, kids, they're watching my games, and so it's very important for me to do my absolute best. And professional or not, I want to make sure here I compete very well.
Well, then I'm going to ask you a follow-up, and you may not like it. How come you don't have the same approach for classical? Because there is no way your classical rating currently reflects your ability. I mean, I've seen you be a monster, you know. So where did that fade, and kind of how can we get it back? How can we get that Alex back?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, I don't play as frequently nowadays for me to travel to tournaments. I need to miss lessons. I don't really want to do that. I'm committed to my full-time job with an organization these days where I teach kids. I have a lot of private students, so it's just playing for me is not as lucrative. And even when I do play, and for classical you need even more energy than for rapid. So rapid you don't have to prepare as much openings. You could just show up well rested, good mood, and play. Whereas classical chess, you play all these opens with 2200s and lower, and they play extremely well. And the moment you're slightly out of your game, they nick you for points. And I'm the kind of player who's prone to making draws with lower rated, especially if I'm not in my best shape. So, you know, and then I just don't enjoy classical, quite frankly, as much these days. But you know, now of course I'm a little bit more inspired to maybe give it another try. Given that I still maybe have something in the tank.
So far, you're on pace for the gold medal here. I wanted to ask you first about this third round game. I saw the pairing beforehand, Lenderman Abdusattorov, which is really something that only feels like it can happen in the U.S. Because you just said you're coaching full time. You're not going to travel to other parts of the world to play. Also, it's very unlikely you find yourself in an open classical tournament with Nodirbek. So, you know, the narrative is these are all the young stars, teenagers, 20, 21, 27, 70, etc. World Rapid champion. When you sit down to play him, what goes through your head?
Not so much, just wanted to play my best chess. I knew it's a great opportunity for me to play, huge honor, probably not going to get a chance to play him again. In fact, I've played many of the top players in this tournament already, like especially in US championships, but Nodirbek is still fairly young and he's not in US, so didn't get a chance to play him, so I was very happy to get an opportunity just to play him. And yeah, I was just going to do my best and see what happens. And yeah, definitely turned out much better than expected.
Amazing. Alex, I don't know if you have a final message to the many students watching back home, but obviously, you know, you can call yourself not a full-time professional, but so far 3-0. So any message for the students watching?
Well, I think the most important thing in chess is to have, work hard at the board, have a good attitude, you know, believe in yourself, have faith during your games. Like there are certain moments in the game that I wasn't totally sure about my move, but you know, couldn't calculate everything, but I had faith that it works, and it's very easy to, you know, as Hikaru likes to say, see the boogeyman, right, and be afraid of the opponent and not trust yourself. But I just, when I saw an idea I liked, I just trusted myself and to play it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have nothing to lose, so I'm just gonna go out there with my best chess, and if it's enough, excellent. If not, you know, it's still a great experience. So there's no pressure whatsoever. It's gonna continue to be like that for me in this tournament. So, but I think, yeah, the most important thing is to be a good fighter, play for a win, be principled, don't fear, have faith in your game, and if you work hard at your game, hard work pays off. So.
Amazing. Alex, I'll let you get some rest. I'm sure we've got a game coming up soon. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me again.
Guys, back to you.
Fantastic performance by Grandmaster Lenderman. 3 out of 3, beating one of the top dogs here in the World Rapid Championship, Abdusattorov, and a beautiful message to everyone trying to learn chess, to working on chess, from Alexander Lenderman, together with Levy Rosman in the sofa on site in New York, where the World Rapid and Blitz Championship is happening right now. We have finished 3 rounds in the rapid portion, 3 out of 13 rounds. We still have 2 more rounds of rapid chess to be played today. Magnus Carlsen, he's only on 2 points out of 3, 1 win, 2 draws. And we are now waiting for all the games to finish in round 3. and to check pairings for round 3. Now, for anyone who's followed either this stream or any stream today, you will have seen that there's been a lot of technical issues. The moves from New York, they're lagging behind. Footage is the video is not up to speed with the moves, and it's a lot of frustration. But we're solving it. We're solving it here in the Take studio. We have moved our expert Lucas to our beautiful over-the-board physical board here in the Take studio. So we can actually now, if it lags behind, if the moves are not up to speed, we'll play it out here.
We will try to do that and use this as our live board.
Which is cool, because then we also get the holiday spirit, because we have decorated with the Santa Claus, we have a Christmas tree. So now you can also get into the holiday spirit. So, but this will be difficult as well, right? When moves are coming out fast, to actually be able to play them out, or...
Yep. I mean, it has been going quite fast for portions of the game, but for most of it, it hasn't been too fast. So maybe it's a good idea.
Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting.
Will be very interesting.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. All right. Let's see if we have some more results to talk about from round 2. So, Hikaru Nakamura is still playing.
Oh.
Okay, Hikaru Nakamura is still playing. Let's take a look at this game, you guys. He is now much better against Donchenko.
Well, this is a known draw, actually. It's a rook and bishop against rook.
Okay.
So it's a theoretical draw, but it's known to be quite tough to hold. I don't think Donchenko is going to lose this. If you're a top grandmaster, you probably know how to defend. But Hikaru is definitely going to try. Actually, Hikaru did lose this once himself with the rook playing against the rook and bishop.
Really?
Yeah, he did. I think it was against... Was it Aronian? No, I don't remember. But I think a lot of top players have gone wrong here. So it just shows that it's really not simple.
And it's not simple for Donchenko, especially.
No, I mean, it's not going to be any easier for him, at least. But I think he knows what he's doing. He feels like the kind of player who has quite good control over this.
Okay.
So,
121 moves so far in this game. Hikaru Nakamura against Donchenko. 37 seconds left for Donchenko, though. We'll keep an eye on this game, definitely.
Yeah, it's a scary situation for him, for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know if we could also get up the footage from New York. It would be great to see Hikaru sitting there.
Yeah.
By the board. Let's see if we can get that up. All right. Well. All right. So we see one game happening up there in the corner. Oh, yeah, that is Hikaru, isn't it? So this is the final game probably going on in round 3.
Looks like it, yeah.
A lot of people gathering around it. Okay, so this could be a super long game?
No, I don't think so. It depends on how many moves have been played so far.
Without, so should I check?
Without any like pawn moves or captures.
Yeah. Okay.
I expect it to be finished very soon, actually.
Okay. So we'll keep up to speed here then.
Yeah, and Donchenko is defending this correctly, so yeah, I don't think he's gonna mess this up. It's also very hard for like he's using his rook to defend against the checkmate every move here, and there aren't that many more ideas for Hikaru. He's trying to reroute his bishop to make this more tricky for Donchenko, but yeah, it's hard to do anything here. Oh,
okay. Well, the bar is jumping a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a good try by Hikaru. Now he's threatening checkmate, so maybe he has to move his king up to defend against that. Donchenko, yeah. He should probably move his king up to stop the rook from coming down and giving checkmate. I don't see any other defenses here.
So, if this is sort of a known draw, bishop and rook against rook endgame, what is the general defending?
Wait, what? Yeah, he did do that, but isn't he losing now? This is checkmate. He did lose.
Oh,
That's it.
is this a checkmate?
Yeah, he needs to bring his rook down, and then he's just going to capture the rook with the rook, and that's checkmate.
The game is over, and wow, this is crazy. So it says balanced on bar. We can see.
We can see them barely in the corner.
Yeah.
It looks like Donchenko is upset about something.
Exactly.
So he has probably realized that he's losing, or maybe even resigned.
Is it possible he's claimed the draw with a 50 move? If
No, he's trying to claim something, so maybe.
okay,
That
is he an arbiter?
would be the most sneaky thing to do, to allow this just to claim a draw. Maybe that's why it says balanced in our app here. If it has in fact been too many moves.
So 50 moves since the last capture. And let's see when the last capture was. Okay, well, it's definitely...
It's a while ago, yeah.
It's definitely been a while. Huh. So maybe he is right to claim in that case.
Okay, so the game has finished. Okay, yeah, maybe it was actually 50 moves.
It must have been. No, okay,
No,
here.
it's not 50 moves. I don't think it is.
So, move 78.
Yep. If we go all the way ahead.
78 plus 50. What is that?
Oh, it is a draw.
Yeah,
What a sneaky guy. Did he really allow that just to claim the draw?
incredible.
That is quite funny if he did that, but that would
So
be a bit
Donchenko
crazy.
claims a draw because no captures has been made in 50 moves, and it was exactly 50 moves.
Yeah, he would have been literally checkmated on the next move. If he didn't claim a draw here, he has to bring his rook down. It would be captured, and it's checkmate.
Wow. Wow. Well, drama happening. Day 1 in World Rapid Championships, you guys. But Hikaru Nakamura fighting for a win. It ends with a draw. Donchenko claiming that draw. 50 moves happened without any captures or pawn moves. So it is another draw for Hikaru Nakamura. Not getting off to the best start here. Hikaru Nakamura. Let's take a look now at the standings here. We do see Alexander Lenderman that we talked to, Levy talked to in New York. 3 out of 3. And Ishigiri is also there with 3 out of 3. Let's see if we can find. Hikaru Nakamura. So 2 draws and a win for Hikaru so far. So he should be on 2 points, correct? Together then with Magnus Carlsen. Wow. All right, that was round 3, you guys. We are now anxiously awaiting pairings for round 4, and they're here. They are here. All right, who do you want to hear first? Magnus?
I think we want to hear Magnus, yeah.
Magnus
The
Carlsen.
usual boring answer, but
Yeah.
it's exciting.
Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces against Alexander Shimanov.
Okay. He is someone he's played quite a bit of times in these championships. And Shimanov usually does quite well in Rapid and Blitz. That's my impression. I think he maybe even played against him last year and beat him. Could have been the year before as well, but they've definitely played a couple of times. And Magnus usually wins.
Magnus will have the white pieces in that game. Alexander Lenderman, that Levy just talked to, on 3 points, faces another player on 3 points who's had a great day so far. It's Volodar Murzin, who beat Fabiano Caruana in round 2. And let's check out who Hikaru Nakamura faces. He is playing against Luca Moroni Jr.
I have played against him as well, actually.
Okay.
In the World Youth Championships.
Ooh, how did it go?
In Uruguay, I lost. He is, I think he came 3rd or something in that tournament. But yeah, he was, as far as I can remember, he was the top seed. So it's not very surprising that he beat me.
Okay, well, so we have an interesting round 4 coming up from New York. And we made a little bit of shift in the studio.
Good idea with the physical board,
Right.
just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a
Think we should
backup
try it.
solution.
Yeah.
And now we will definitely just get all the boards, all the moves on the board. It's going to be stressful for Lucas.
He'll manage.
Potentially. We will see. We will see.
He'll manage.
We'll figure it out.
I read on the Norwegian in the Norwegian newspapers that Magnus is absolutely butchering his own play, or is very disappointed in his own play on that third game.
Yeah.
He was very, he was not very positive facing Norwegian journalists on site in New York.
Aha.
And,
well, let's see if we can also get him in the sofa
I
with
would be
Levy
surprised
at
if he
some point.
sits down in the sofa before he gets.
Because that's supposed to be a chill hangout place, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not where you want to go and just.
Maybe not when you're annoyed.
Yeah, and this draw is very different from the first one.
Yeah.
Because in the first game, his opponent was kind of forcing it, and he couldn't really do that much to try to get an interesting game and win. He kind of did play all the best moves. But now he had a very big chance. He was up on time. He had a big advantage.
But he also realized, I think, that he was losing at some point.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Yeah.
So it's probably something he feels that shouldn't happen. He shouldn't end up in a losing position, and he should also win it without too much trouble. So I understand why he would be annoyed with that.
So Magnus is now facing Shimanov, and he, according to our database, he won. Carlsen, Magnus won both in 2019 and 2022 during the World Rapid and Blitz. So they played at least 2 games facing each other.
Yeah.
And he's a well-known player, Alexander Shimanov.
He is, yeah. It seems like he plays these events, Rapid and Blitz, every year, and that's kind of his, like, where we see him. I guess he plays other tournaments as well, but that's usually where he does quite well.
All right. So we are waiting now for round 4 out of 5 here on day 1 in the World Rapid Championship. We are enjoying watching it, even if there's been technical issues in New York. It's just, this is a festive time with the World Rapid and Blitz happening. The best kind of chess. It's fast, it's interesting, it's brilliant, it's blunders, it's time trouble, it's everything you can ask for. It's an upset Magnus Carlsen, apparently not happy with his play, but yeah, with 2 draws and a win so far, he is 1 point behind the top players here. Anish Giri is one of those players. Would it be a huge shock if Anish Giri came and won the World Rapid Championship, Lucas?
Yes, that would be a huge shock. He is one of the top players, and I think he is quite good at Blitz as well. But he isn't one of the top contenders. If you think about Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Abdusatorov, all of these guys, it's expected that one of them is going to win. Or, like, if some underdog is going to win, you probably wouldn't expect it to be Giri. But who knows if he can keep it up. He's going to play weaker opponents still in this round, and maybe even the next round.
Yeah.
But it's very early in the tournament. I don't think any of the guys on 3 points now, even though they've had a great start, I don't think any of them are going to win the tournament. And I would say it's probably even good news for Magnus that you don't have one of the top contenders on 3 points, because that means that the top contenders are easier to catch up with, and you kind of expect some of them to lose eventually. But you never know. Like, they could just keep winning, and then Magnus would have some trouble.
Yeah.
I think Mersin have been or has been in the top before, contending for some of the top spots. So maybe he can keep it up for a while. Giri as well, of course. But yeah, we will see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Mersin now up against Alexander Lenderman, who was in the sofa with Levy before the previous round. And Levy, what games are you looking forward to in round 4?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, Magnus just went to play. Alex Lenderman was hanging out here in the lounge for a little bit, and he went down. I'm looking forward to the derby at the top 4 boards. It's like Lucas said, and I love this broadcast because we can basically just openly say Magnus is the favorite. None of these guys are going to win. They're so lucky they have 3 out of 3. Nobody's going to, get us in trouble. No, but on a serious note, I mean, look at these matchups. Linier versus Eltaj Safarli. Fun fact, Eltaj Safarli is a coach of one of my friends. And Eltaj always sends him really ridiculous opening ideas and tells him crazy stories from tournaments. And it's very cool to see, Eltaj on board 2 against Linier, who just beat Hans Niemann, and then you have Murzian versus Lenderman. So I'm curious to see who will have a perfect score by the end of the day. I actually predicted it would be nobody, but actually it may be somebody because of how unpredictable their games are. And obviously Carlsen is playing Shimanov, and they have a video either from the last World Rapid Blitz or the previous where Carlsen said, I had a feeling Shimanov didn't have the willpower. He was so nervous that he was not going to play for a win against me. And here they are playing again. But now Magnus has white. So we'll see, will he get a nice win? The last game was topsy-turvy. There was some moments it was +5, and there was some moments we got no moves for 25 minutes. So I just hope the boards work, okay?
Yeah, well, I have great news actually, Levy. In case the boards don't work again, we've actually set up now, Lucas, with our physical board here in the Take studio. So we will just update at all times with what we see from New York.
Are we not... Let me ask you a question. This is like an ethical debate. So obviously we cannot have a live feed. There must be a delay. What if the boards break and we have a live feed? Are we cheating? Is that what's happening?
I mean, we have to check into that, right? And why is the Norwegian broadcast allowed to?
I don't know. I don't know. It is very strange, though, I must tell you. But yeah, please update the boards. And there's only so much talking we can do.
Exactly. Well, and Levy, so we also heard Magnus has been talking to one Norwegian journalist after one of the rounds here, and he was not very happy with his play. I don't know if Magnus is close to you right now. You mentioned he's left for the game, right?
Yeah, he left, but I mean nothing special. I think he would have been much more frustrated had he lost, and there was a few chances, but they were a bit mysterious. Like, they were very much chances. You look at the computer and you don't really understand why it's +5, and that is definitely how that last game felt. But in chess, we get to watch with a AI that, just has an objective opinion. So you say, oh, it was +5. But yeah, maybe he was unhappy. Maybe he felt like it was 2 games with black where he was desperately trying to create something, and it's frustrating. I don't know.
Yeah. And then we also saw Hikaru Nakamura. He's also on 2 out of 3 points, same as Magnus. So that was a draw after his opponent claimed it after 50 moves without anything happening, right? How annoying is that for Hikaru?
No. It was not just not anything happening. His opponent was checkmated on move 51.
Wow.
So it was Rook and Bishop versus Rook, which is a drawn endgame, but one of the most difficult endgames to defend with low time. With a lot of time, you can defend it, but with low time, it's very easy to get mated. And Dunchenko was mated on the 128th move, but the endgame began on move 79. So Hikaru's 51st move would have been checkmate, but Dunchenko claimed the draw. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru obviously will be frustrated, but there's nothing your opponent followed the rules. Those are the rules.
Wow. This was the position. So one move, if Hikaru was allowed to make one more move, he would have checkmated his opponent.
Yes. And so, by the way, fun fact for everybody at home, you should absolutely check what the move count is here. Like, if you're playing a Rapid and Blitz tournament anywhere, you should absolutely pause the clock and ask an arbiter. Another fun fact, if an arbiter is watching your game and you are not claiming, at the 75th move, the arbiter can claim the draw for you, but they cannot step in until you claim on move 50. So there you should always make the claim, just to be like, how many moves has it been? And even if Dunchenko did it by accident, he was a genius, but he probably didn't do it by accident.
Wow. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see sort of what mood Hikaru Nakamura is. He's probably great at just like getting over that, getting ready for the next game. Even if it's difficult, right? With all these games happening.
He doesn't have any time. He like you finish the game, and I mean they're pairing the next round. Like I knew who Hikaru's opponent was 2 minutes after his game was over.
Wow.
So yeah, he's gonna have to step outside, do a lap around the block, yell at a cab driver, and get back inside, like typical New York experience, because he has to play his next game. He has no time to dwell.
Wow, that's Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus Carlsen, he plays Alexander Shimano. Expectations for that game, Levy?
I mean, hard to argue with the fact that Magnus will get a nice position and play for a win. Like now, it's easier to get a game with white than with black. Twice now we've seen sort of very solid games where Magnus has the black pieces. I expect maybe in English, like c4, maybe knight f3, something like that, and just kind of get a game. But I expect Magnus to put a lot of pressure in this tournament with white. But with black, he's going to suffer. People are not going to let him play, dynamic, interesting chess all the time.
Fantastic. I love your reports from New York, Levy, and I love how chill you are in that sofa, getting very comfortable. Love it. Well,
yeah, I'll be taking a nap soon.
Yeah, do that. And we are going to get ready for round 4 in the World Rapid Championship match. Magnus Carlsen is sitting down by the board. He's going to have the white pieces against Grandmaster Shimanov, who is a fantastic chess player. All right. Magnus Carlsen has not been happy about his play so far. 1 win. 2 draws. He's had some winning chances. And we're going to get the board up here. All right. Do you think he's going to make a comeback now, Mats, after watching Magnus for 10 years?
Yeah.
Playing in these.
Yeah, I'm very optimistic whenever he has the white pieces. And I think he feels that he needs to win this game to be a top contender.
Yeah. And here we see also...
This is a very cool view.
Isn't it? So many. There are 180 players competing in the open section. And here you see 8 of them. Anish Giri is one of the players on 3 out of 3 points. Could he win the whole thing? What an amazing achievement that would be for the Dutch Grandmaster. Getting ready here for his game, and he is going to play Shant Sargsyan, who is also on 3 out of 3.
Who is, by the way, a very good blitz player, one of the top players on chess.com.
Okay, have you played him?
I don't think so.
We always hear about here in the office Lucas playing the titled Tuesdays.
Yeah, it's the only thing I play nowadays.
All right. Magnus Carlsen leaning back. Yeah, you can kind of see he's not...
He doesn't seem as excited as you see him, but
yeah,
maybe he needs to kind of get into it a little bit before he's at his best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think at this point he's just focused on trying to
save the day,
win the last couple of games, and still be in contention.
Yeah,
we see a French defense here.
All right.
We do. Okay. So the same as in the Ding Gukesh match, Shimanov has gone for the French defense, which is known for being a little bit risky, but giving some good counter chances if you want to win with the black pieces. So an ambitious opening by Shimanov. And actually, we see Magnus going for the same variation as Gukesh did in the World Championship games. So if we fast forward on the board here, we've seen these moves. Magnus went for this. And it's kind of a fight for the center here. Magnus tries to obtain his center and defend it with pawns so that it cannot really be broken down. But Shimanov actually goes for the immediate capture here and attacks the pawn in the center to try to break everything open immediately, which is not something I've seen before, but makes a lot of sense to not let Magnus just clamp down on his position. So Magnus captures the pawn, and I would think that it makes sense to recapture with the queen, but the knight is also sensible. Taking back with a pawn would be very risky, as that would open up a lot for the king. The knight could come here, and maybe the queen could join the attack next. So I don't think that's a very good idea. And I think what he is considering here is whether or not to take with the knight or to take with the queen. Both quite sensible options. And he has taken with the knight. Magnus develops his knight. Shimonov develops his other knight as well. And what is the move on the board now? It looks like Magnus has brought his knight towards a more central square again, and now Shimonov is thinking. So basically what we see here is, it looks like kind of a symmetrical position, but you have this like weird pawn structure here for black, which is probably a little bit weak. This pawn can get in trouble later on, and the same with this square, could potentially be weak, and maybe Magnus could move the knight up to a good position here later on. So the next moves are the bishop coming out, trying to control this important square that we talked about. That's the best square for this bishop. Magnus brings out a bishop of his own. Now I think we can expect Shimonov to castle. But it's definitely a lot about this square here. As we can see, Shimonov trying to control it. Magnus attacks the piece, controlling it. And it could be both a positional grind here or become very tactical. It depends on the next few moves. Shimonov has castled. Magnus does the same. And now, once again, Shimonov is thinking. It seems like Magnus feels confident here so far and has played very quickly. Shimonov has been spending a little bit more time, which is surprising considering that he went for this unusual variation. Now he's probably thinking about how to complete his development. A logical move would be getting out the bishop. He could also consider maybe something like this, trying to get the queen out. Looks interesting. Or just a queen here. It's kind of a simple idea. But this will be quite important for how the game develops. Generally, these positions... Okay, he goes for this move, putting some pressure on the bishop, but for now it's defended by the knight. So it's not an immediate threat. It also puts some pressure on this pawn in the center. Magnus is thinking here. I would expect a move like bringing the rook into the center here, maybe developing the bishop. He goes for the rook move, controlling once again this file and this important square, also putting some pressure on this pawn, which is going to be weak for quite a long time, considering that it is a backwards pawn. So Shimonov has to figure out how to solve his problems. And what does the computer say in this position? Do we know? What's the evaluation?
Yeah, it's balanced. We're bringing up the app now, actually, because now the moves are coming. What do you think? Is Magnus happy with this position?
Yeah, I think so. Because it's quite... Even though our app says balanced, it's actually quite imbalanced due to not the evaluation, but the type of position.
Okay.
Where there's
a lot to play for.
There's a lot to play for. There are a few weaknesses, some material imbalance now as well with the bishop against knight. They're worth the same, but in terms of like actual piece differences.
Does Magnus have the isolated queen pawn here?
He does.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to attack it because there's not an open file towards that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very well protected for now by the queen and knight. It could have been one of the reasons why Magnus decided to capture Shimonov's knight as well, to get rid of some of the pressure against that pawn, but it's also about trading the correct pieces. The dream scenario here is that you get rid of everything except Shimonov's light squared bishop and you have your own knight jumping into that central square, then you would have a very good case of good knight versus bad bishop.
Mm.
And that's what Magnus is trying to do here, to trade the correct pieces to get into that. And if he doesn't accomplish that, there are also a few other options. Now we can see he is bringing his knight out to the edge of the board, attacks the queen, and he also is looking at a second weak square. We can see both of those dark squares in front of and next to Shimanov's center. They're both quite weak, and Magnus's knights can jump
so he
into.
wants both his knights in there?
He wants both of the knights in there, exactly. So he brings the first one in, and this is starting to become quite a nice
Because you never want to give away the
positional
bishop
advantage.
for the knight as black here.
If you do that, you end up getting closer to that, like only having that bad bishop left. So actually the bishop that Shimonov has that can now take the knight is probably his best piece. So he doesn't really want to trade
the black
it.
bishop, right?
The black bishop,
Yeah.
yes.
Because the white one is just staring at the...
Yeah, it's
the
very
walls.
blocked in.
Yeah.
You could argue that you want to get rid of Magnus's knight because that's also a very strong piece, but I wouldn't give away the dark squared bishop here, as that is your best piece, and also...
But then what other options do you have? The knight can move... try to trade itself, or...?
I thought maybe you can move your c-pawn here. It's very direct, and maybe it doesn't work.
Okay.
He didn't do that. He tries to bring his bishop around, which is a very typical plan as well. So what he wants to do now is to go out to the other side of the board, trying to attack the white queen and activating the bishop. So that would be a much better square and a typical plan in these French positions.
Wouldn't also the d4 square be a good square for the black knight?
Yeah, the e4
No,
square?
the e4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be a good square. And it's probably something that Shimonov is looking at. It might even be one of his next moves, but it could be chased away from that square, either with Magnus's pawn or his knight. But now I think Magnus is looking at how to maintain his pressure, because he is better here.
Yeah.
And he just wants to make sure that he doesn't let Shimonov create any counterplay and kind of get out of that dominance that Magnus has with his knights on these dark squares. If we check the top computer moves, so actually one of the moves here is to bring the knight in to the center, onto that second.
Yeah, as we talked
weak
about,
square.
getting both knights anchored by the pawn.
Yes. But then the problem is, maybe Shimonov would actually take that knight, because that would kind of destabilize the other knight.
As well.
And yeah, the pawn that ends up there might be weak as well. So that one is a lot more obvious. He can, of course, also bring out his bishop. Maybe that is a little bit more logical, actually. Just
Magnus, you mean the bishop?
Yeah, Magnus can bring out the bishop.
Complete the development and...
Yeah, that's a bit more straightforward. Then he could try to bring his rook into the open file and then continue with this knight move that is suggested. And the reason why you would do that is you can recapture with your rook and kind of keep control of that square with a piece that's not a pawn. That's usually a good idea when you have some of these.
But you're developing the bishop to a square that is then it's undefended, and you have the rook pressuring. I would be a little bit scared.
Yeah.
For any tactics, but of course Magnus.
Yeah, for sure. It's like you definitely have to look at that knight move into the center that you mentioned. Magnus did go for that bishop move, and I wouldn't be surprised if that knight move is one of the best ones. Exactly, right? So there are some tactical stuff here.
But that knight move into the center is not really threatening anything then directly.
Well, it's threatening the bishop. It's potentially threatening the
With
pawn.
the rook, yeah.
Yeah, with the rook, it's potentially threatening the pawn behind the bishop. And it's also taking
because
away...
the knight is then... well, yeah.
Yeah, it's also
Right.
getting some more pressure on the knight in the center, as that will be less defended if the bishop moves away. So that knight move is a very logical one. But I think the point is that if the knight goes there, Magnus will just simply move his bishop one square back to g3, so to the right, and he keeps defending everything there. And his position is kind of kept
This must be why they
together.
are taking some time, both players, to think.
Yeah, because if you miss something here, you can just completely lose your
Yeah.
advantage in Magnus's case. And for Shimonov, for him, it's a little bit more obvious, I think, that this can never be a terrible move. Yeah, he does do it. And now I expect Magnus to bring his bishop one square back, which the computer is showing as well.
Wow. Stockfish is not really sure what to do here. Lots of different moves.
Yeah, that queen move is interesting. But the move that Magnus goes for is the bishop move, and it's a lot more stable.
So he just moves it back?
Yeah, he
But
just
then you
moves
can
it
just
back.
Trade it. You could take that bishop with the knight, or...
He could, but once again, then we're maybe getting closer to this scenario with the good knight against the bad bishop again. Because every piece that Shimonov trades that isn't the light squared bishop, the closer he gets to ending up in this really bad position with a good knight against bad bishop.
That's not obvious to me at all. At my rating
No,
level.
it's not obvious, and he might at some point take the bishop, but why give away the good knight in the center before you have to?
It
now,
takes me back to what Magnus said earlier in an episode that we did. Like, you need to talk to your pieces and understand what piece is a good piece and a bad piece, and where would they want to be. And so now they're having a little bit of a chat with their pieces.
Yeah, I think Magnus is talking to both his bishop and his knight. He has probably already agreed with the knight on the edge that it wants to go to this c5 square, this outpost. And then Shimonov is probably having a very serious discussion with his light squared bishop about not being left behind as the only piece. It would love to get traded off, but that's not something Magnus is going to allow.
He's shaking his head here, Magnus.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's doing that. I think it's a good sign for... I was going to say maybe it's a good sign for Magnus that a pawn break in the center for Shimonov isn't among the top moves. Because if that works, then he gets rid of all of his problems. I can show... try to show this move. If Shimonov would be able to push that pawn and it work. Oh, he actually does it, even though it isn't among the top moves. If it works, he gets rid of his problems. But if it doesn't work, he might be in trouble. And he seems to be in trouble.
Much better.
Look at that. Is that a mistake?
You could instantly
think
see
so.
that Magnus sort of straighten up and... Okay, we have the graphics.
Yeah.
We have a mistake. It says better, or even maybe much better for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. And...
He just takes the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
This is surprising. Can he bring in his rook now? Maybe that is...
The C file.
The point. Yes, and just keep the pin.
Right.
Because the bishop isn't going to be able to move anyway. Yeah, it is
the
the
top
rook.
move.
That is probably what he has missed. And what lets Magnus have a big advantage here. And Magnus is thinking, so he's definitely seen it. And he is considering if it's the best move or not. I think he's going to do it. He's also up on the clock by quite a lot. or at least 3 minutes, which is a bit in this situation.
If you have the Take app, you could always click a few buttons here. You could, for example, click on and off the stockfish moves. You could also tap the bar to see, instead of saying better, you could switch it into the centipawns. So you see that Magnus is now up a pawn according to the computer.
Yeah, Magnus did bring in his rook, by the way. And he seems to have...
He found the best move again.
Yeah, he seems to have quite a stable advantage now. And once again, there's this potential here looming of having the good knight against the bad bishop. It seems to become more and more likely.
This is round 4 in the World Rapid Championship. Total of 13 rounds. Total of 5 rounds today, so we still have 1 round to go after this one. Magnus Carlsen is much better. 2 draws and 1 win so far today for the reigning champion. And now he's fighting for a win. He's not going to be happy if this ends with another result. I think we can say that for sure. Still 11 minutes on his clock. Shimanov down to 7.5 minutes. They do get 10 seconds increment after each and every move. But this must be uncomfortable for Grandmaster Shimanov.
Yes, definitely. It's clear that he has missed this move. As he is thinking. Yeah, he's missed the rook move. That's why he's thinking now. And when you haven't seen a move like this, you might just be in huge trouble, and that's probably what he's realized as well. And now he just has to make the best out of it. It's never a good feeling to miss something like that, because it wasn't necessary to go for that pawn push yet. We saw in that position before he pushed his pawn, the best move was to actually move away his queen first, definitely with the idea of pushing that pawn next. And I think that was probably why Magnus was shaking his head, as he might not have been much better anymore if Shimanov had found that continuation.
Yeah, that rook move is just super annoying.
Yeah, because you have to spend a move here actually getting out of the pin, and then you just get captured anyway. So it's kind of a waste of a move for Shimanov.
Okay, you guys, should we challenge our viewers to a guess the move battle?
Let's do it.
We should.
Take studio against the world. All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it up on my board here. We're gonna play guess the move.
Okay, let's see.
Who should we play? Magnus?
Yeah, why not?
Let's play Magnus.
So everyone that has the app and are watching our broadcast, pull up the guess the move.
Yeah. And
board.
play it as Magnus Carlsen in his game.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at this. Oh, Hans Olav. That's a famous Norwegian chess commentator. Maybe not him. Maybe it is him.
Could be.
Could be. He has actually been talking about the Take app.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is him.
Legend.
A legend in chess commentary.
Okay, so...
All right. But the score wasn't... 5,690. That's now the score to beat in this game, playing as white.
So should we also let Lucas make the guess?
100%.
Are we a team of 3?
We are a team of 3.
Right.
Okay.
We can discuss
Yeah.
what we think will be the move.
Yeah, sure. I think the next move is quite obvious. Magnus is going to capture that bishop unless...
With the pawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
But now he hesitates for a second. Is he considering something else? I think this is a great chance to play that pawn move, capturing the bishop.
The blue pawn. Okay.
He has stopped for a second here, so he's clearly thinking about
something else.
I think he's considering to take the knight with the rook, and sacrifice to get
the rook.
Very good. Yeah, that would be crazy if he sacrificed his rook again. But yeah, it was never very likely that he was going to do that. And now it's about finding The continuation from here. Yeah, these rook lifts are very fascinating, trying to kind of get themselves into the game.
It feels
here.
like a very Magnus thing to do, though. He loves to lift his rooks and move them across.
Yeah, I think he is going to go for the orange move here if he ends up playing one of those. But they're all quite logical.
And you don't think there is going to be any other move? Is this the 3 moves he is looking at?
Not necessarily. They're kind of weird moves.
Oh.
Yeah, but they're also quite logical when you see them.
We should bring up the stockfish moves in the app as well so we can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can also do quite a few other things here. It feels like what he has to look out for. I mean, his pawn is attacked, but Shimonov can't really take it as he would lose his knight. It would get captured by the rook.
By the rook,
but Shimonov is probably looking at just jumping back to that central square with the knight, where it came from next. And that's probably what Magnus is thinking about here, how to deal with that. And that rook move isn't the most obvious way of dealing with that.
But this orange move, the number 1 stockfish move, sounds or it looks very sort of computer move to me. What is the main reason for doing that?
Well,
what is
once
the
again,
idea
you talk to your pieces, right?
Yeah.
And then you try to figure out which piece can get into a better position here. And you might think about the queen, but the queen is not too badly placed as it's quite flexible. It could kind of like come out to both sides of the board whenever it wants. It keeps black's bishop from getting into like a better square. White's knight in the middle here is fantastic. The bishop is quite good as well. So then it's really about the rooks. And how do you improve the rooks? You probably have to double them somehow or like swing them over to some other part of the board. And the orange move is looking at trying to double the rooks on the open file.
So you want to then bring the rook over to the C file and double the rooks there?
Yes.
Okay.
But potentially you also go the other way with the rook, challenging Shimonov's rook next to the king, trying to get rid of some defensive pieces.
And that's why you bring it to the 3rd row, so that you could swing it both sides.
Yeah, but I think it's more likely to swing to the queen side, and he does find it.
Okay.
All right.
So 2 out of 2 then, Kaja.
All right, we're on 2 out of 2. How about you guys at home? Anyone doing, well, just as good as us?
Maybe better if we spent too much time.
That's true. That's true.
There's a time aspect to this. But how incredible is it that someone got 9,400? That's like, you have to play all the moves very fast and get them all correct.
Yeah.
That's an insane score.
True. Okay.
So this knight move as expected. And now maybe he will bring his rook to attack the queen.
Okay. So bring it across.
But I'm not sure if we'll have time to guess it.
Ooh.
All right. So you think the blue move,
Let's
right?
try the blue move.
Sounds sensible.
Yes.
He does do it.
Yes.
Okay,
3 out of 3.
Yeah.
Take studio on fire.
0 out of 2, says one in the chat. And 2 out of 2.
Oh, there's a mistake on the live board. Oh, it's fixed.
Okay.
But did we not get the points for it?
What?
Oh.
Okay.
What?
That's unfortunate.
What
We
happened?
guessed the right move.
It kind of like glitched and went to the wrong square, and then it registered that we got the wrong
Oh no.
move.
All right. Well,
Ouch.
just have to keep going.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
That's an.
Well, we have to have a chat with the engineering team then. after the podcast.
Let's get it fixed.
Let's get it fixed.
But I think Magnus's position is like slowly building up here. Now Shimonov's queen has to go to a slightly awkward square all the way back home. And then it's Magnus's turn to try to do something and create an attack. I think it's likely that he's going to bring his queen up to the middle of the board next. as that's the only piece that hasn't been involved yet.
Okay.
We have a question from Eric in the chat. Can someone explain this format with the 2 fake cell phones? Why 2 things showing the same thing? I think the explanation here, Eric, is that the phone on the left side of the screen is the live position in the app that you could download, the Take app. And on the right side, you have the same app, but you have a different screen showing a game that we've built called Guess the Move, where you could pretend to be Magnus Carlsen in this game and try to find the right move. So
by the way, Shimonov has gone for a crazy sacrifice here.
Okay.
Massively better for
like
Magnus.
His knight is just trapped here if Magnus brings his rook back. And that may be something he has missed once again.
Really?
Yeah, I think I would be surprised if Magnus doesn't find this rook, like the pink arrow here, bringing the rook back, trapping the knight in his own camp here. But he could also take the pawn.
Because you're taking away the 1 square the knight can jump to.
Exactly.
The E3 square.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe Shimonov has seen this and thinks...
Right?
Huh?
Magnus must see that, right? That the knight
Yeah, I
is
think
trapped.
so. I'd be surprised if he doesn't see that.
What other...
But why not take when you can take?
Because then the knight will escape.
Yeah.
Because if you take the pawn, you allow the knight to escape. Whereas if you bring the rook back, you trap the knight. And you're going to win even more material. Maybe Shimonov thinks he can defend it with the bishop. But he still loses material because the rook can come even further over and attack the knight once again.
Suddenly the chat woke up after I read something from the chat.
Yeah.
You guys actually do read the chat. Yeah, we do read the chat.
We do, yeah.
It's been a hectic day 1 of World Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
But we
already looking for day 2 where some of these technical bugs are
exactly
squished.
Yes, we want to get rid of the technical bugs and we want to acknowledge the chat and hang out with you guys and talk to you guys and read your messages. More of that tomorrow. But so now we have a battle with you guys. Take Studio against YouTube chat.
And Guitar George is asking, what is the name of the app for guessing the move? And it's the same app. So you download Take. And then you go into any game that you would like to follow and you just click guess.
Or you just slide.
And you can also slide.
And that's nice. When you play, you can slide to the live board.
Yeah.
And slide back.
So we have built this app as the perfect companion app to a broadcast. So, for example, if you are at home watching YouTube on the TV, then you can have the Take app on your phone, in your hand, and play Guess the Move or check out any other games, check the standings. And we feel like that's an app that every other sport in the world already has.
Yeah.
Chess.
Yeah.
There's no such thing in chess until now.
Until now. It's finally out in the world. And Magnus Carlsen is...
I'm very surprised by this.
That he's spending time?
Yeah, I don't know what he isn't seeing. Because the knight is... I mean, it isn't like... It can be defended by the bishop. But then, if the bishop defends, yeah, he does play it.
Okay.
And now...
Hooray.
He has to play one of the bishop moves, I think, to defend the knight.
Can he counter-threat something?
Yeah. So if he goes with the, as we can see on the left side of the screen now, if he goes, disappear.
None of those moves are the best move, according to the computer. He should attack the knight instead.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But the reason is that when you capture the black knight, the bishop comes out and and attacks both rooks, giving this X-ray effect. But maybe what Shimonov thought is that he can now defend his knight with the bishop, bringing it out to the right side. The problem then is that Magnus brings his knight back, blocking that bishop, and then the knight is really...
But this is probably just what Magnus was calculating then before, because moving the rook down was an obvious move, but then he had to see like.
Yeah, there's no reason to rush, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like one variation here that isn't so obvious that we're missing, that they were calculating, but it looked pretty straightforward. I think it's just going to end up with Magnus having the knight and bishop against a rook here. Yeah, Shimonov will have a pawn for it, but that's it. So it should be winning for Magnus.
And shout out to Kaja, who's getting a lot of praise in the chat right now. And also comment from Tom here. This app is a whole new world for chess amateurs like me. Love the coverage, love the app. This is promising for the future.
Thank you, Tom. We needed that today. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a day where the love is much appreciated.
Yes, it
after all the
is.
technical difficulties and.
100%. But at the same time, it's been fun
so
and really enjoyed hanging out with Levy as well in New York.
Having Levy in the sofa is just fantastic.
Yeah, really, really is. If you can hear us, Levy, we love you. Thanks for the great work you're doing. All right, well, we have action.
1 minute, less than 1 minute now for Shimonov.
We have action in this game. Massively better for Magnus Carlsen. Shimonov, 47 seconds, he makes his move.
Okay. Lucas.
That's an interesting try. He wants to. He wants to. I guess he wants to try to attack the rook next, but Magnus can just take the knight now.
Okay, it's all about taking the knight
Wasn't
now.
that a little bit
Yeah, but he
time
didn't
for
have.
this?
Yeah, kind of, but he didn't have any good way of defending. Like if Magnus brings the rook, like that's an insane move. The top computer move here, we're going with the rook down all the way to the 7th rank and not taking the knight, just leaving it there would be crazy.
Okay, you chose the right move there.
Yeah.
Aha.
Okay, we're actually 5 out of 5.
Yeah. Because it's a glitch.
That's
the third.
Now I see, because you have
this. I think is a difficult one to predict correctly. So
we're
not going to have time.
skip it.
Because you can do that. You can just skip it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because here it was kind of, well, not random what he was going to play, but it wasn't an easy one to predict.
Okay, it's down to much better now for, back to massively better. Magnus Carlsen fighting for a win. He's got more time on the clock. Shimonov, the clock is ticking. 45 seconds.
Yeah. What Magnus is doing now, he's kind of reorganizing his pieces. He wants to bring his knight back so that he can instead go to the other central square and actually attack something. And he might want to bring his queen, or sorry, not queen, there aren't any queens left on the board, his bishop into the center where it has a great position, both defending his own pawns and also creating an attack both ways against Shimonov.
So we have a trade. No time to guess the move there.
Someone in the chat is disappointed with Magnus Carlsen's here. He misses the Messi here.
The crazy days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Ella is to blame for that.
Yeah.
Back to the crazy here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the bishop move that I mentioned here is kind of likely, but let's see. He went with the knight first.
Okay.
Now he might bring his rook
Massively
over.
better now.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Magnus.
Do I even have time now to make the moves?
Probably not. He's already made his move. Now I think he's going to bring his rook up to stop Shimonov from advancing his pawn and trading off. But that isn't one of the top moves, so maybe it's not so good.
How about getting the rook into the game? No, I didn't have time to do that.
He brings the king.
Oh, we should have taken double question
Yeah,
mark.
we should.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Look at that. The spectators.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. So many people in New York on the biggest stage watching the reigning champion fight for a win. Massively better against Shimonov. He is a fantastic chess player, but he is struggling now.
Yeah, Magnus now can do a bunch of different things. His advantage...
Oh, he's looking at the king. Did I have time?
Oh.
I made the blue one.
Well, he made a different move, so let's hope you didn't have time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunate. But yeah, now it's going very quickly.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that Magnus can do... He's going to move his pawn up here, probably.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't.
20 seconds for Shimano here.
Oh, yeah, he's going for the attack with the rook here.
Okay.
But like I said, Magnus can do a lot of different things here, and everything should earn him the win. But it's not like immediately. It's a few moves ahead.
Okay.
Maybe he goes up with a pawn now.
Okay.
So the blue one.
And why not take? Because he wants...
Because this pawn, if you move it up, it could potentially become very dangerous as a passed pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to keep moving it. You give your knight a good square. So that seems like a very good continuation. But it's not the best move, apparently. The knight moves are stronger as you create more direct threats. The pawn move just seems so simple, and it doesn't really complicate things. You don't need to go for something direct if you can, or if you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
But if Magnus sees a win, then of course he's going to go for it.
Do we have a time trouble button, Kaja?
Don't we? Yes, we do.
Low
Okay.
on time?
We have low on time. So next time Shimanov is in the move.
We can click it. And the chat
And
will
he's
go
also in a
crazy.
tough spot.
Yeah. Low on time. Low on time. Exactly. This is what it should be like, right?
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
live chess as well, like in the audience. I want to see those big posters.
Low on time posters.
Yeah. Checkmate. Checkmate. Play it to checkmate. You know, that's our dream for chess as well. Whenever it's... And we can do that
Yeah.
afterwards, after this game, on our physical board here in the Take studio. If this ends up being a win for Magnus or Shimanov.
That's one idea we also have for the app to be able to play out and find the checkmate.
Yeah.
Basically, I guess the move, but the point is finding the checkmate.
Exactly.
Now I actually regret
pawn?
going for the pawn move.
Oh, no.
Because now that he's thinking for so long, he's definitely looking at one of those direct moves, and he's just going to try to win immediately. If he goes for the knight move, the orange arrow, he gives Shimanov very few options, and it becomes very dangerous for him. I think that's why he's considering that. The other knight move, shown in the app on the left side, with the computer moves, is also very strong. So that's the hard thing about having really good positions, is that sometimes you have so many good options that it's hard to choose between all of them.
It's really giving away his time advantage here. But maybe he thinks that this is completely winning for him anyway. It's just...
Yeah, maybe he thinks it's worth it if he can find a direct win. And he's going to play the next few moves quickly now. So he's trying to kind of prepare for the next couple of moves and have his plan ready. Because that's going to increase the pressure on Shimanov if he's not able to think on Magnus's time.
Which piece is Magnus's MVP right now? Is it the knight?
That's definitely the knight, yeah.
And he plays it.
He does go for the knight move.
Right. Well, we played fast.
Yeah.
We played fast.
Now you can click the button. No, it's
Oh,
too
yeah.
late because now it's...
Click it anyway.
Low on time.
Shimanov is so low on time, less than 30 seconds. And hey, Magnus Carlsen is low on time.
Yeah, he's also low on time,
Yeah. Okay, now they're playing fast. Do we even have time to play against the move? Is Magnus Carlsen still winning? Much better now on the bar.
Yeah, he is definitely still winning, and he will be for a while. He just has to avoid getting low on time and making things more difficult for himself.
Which one? Blue.
Blue is a good choice.
Did I have time?
He does go for the blue one.
Okay. It's the female intuition. I wish that was also
That's what it is.
something I had when playing chess.
Good job, Kaja.
All right.
Taking us to 4,270 points. What about the chat? Anyone playing Guess the Move? What is your score?
Anyone with more points than us right now?
Oh, I think that's... Isn't that a... It looked like a blunder, but maybe it's not. No, it's not.
Not for Magnus or Shimanov?
For Shimonov, yeah.
Okay.
It's very unlikely that Magnus is going to blunder anything here.
Uh-huh. Okay, okay. Clocks are ticking. Magnus Carlsen going for the win. What should we play? What should we play?
Go for the rook check, the pink one.
Pink one.
Pink.
Giving a check.
It's more direct. I would feel a little bit scared of taking the pawn here.
Yes.
He does do that.
All right.
Okay, the last guess.
Oh, yeah, it is.
No, there's one more?
No,
Or-
no. So this is going to
Yeah,
turn
after
green.
this one.
Yeah. And then we're having one more.
Yeah. Decorated in Christmas colors as well. Green and red. You found it. Okay.
He runs in with his
Should have
king.
guessed for the pawn.
Wow, he takes time to just capture that
Oh,
pawn.
okay. So that surprised you.
It did, but it's probably the best move. Oh, it's not.
Oh, they're playing too fast.
Oh, you
Building up.
could also go rook check.
Okay, balance, balance.
Oh, no.
Oh, is this a blunder? What's happened?
Yeah, I think it is.
Which move is the blunder? Moving the king.
Probably there's something like tactical here.
You just want to click the button anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the bar. It was massively better.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't find it, he might not be that much better. But
Wow.
it's
This
not.
is-
What's happening here?
Yeah, I think it probably has something
Okay.
to do with the past pawns. Okay, he didn't find it.
We're back to... So, Shimonov had to find something after Magnus made a blunder. He didn't find it. Magnus is, well, definitely not massively better
But
anymore.
3 seconds left on Shimonov. Okay.
Okay, I was going to click
Now
that.
the bars.
Okay, look at Magnus. I think he looked frustrated. Slightly better.
Yeah, because now things have become a lot more complicated. He was like,
Okay.
everything was under control a few moves ago, and he didn't have any weaknesses. Like he still is probably winning, but now it's a lot more complicated. Black has 2 passed pawns. The pieces are all over the place.
Congratulations to Nolan, who found the right move.
All right.
Nice.
And now they're playing fast.
Yeah, that is a big surprise to offer that trade of pawns. That was kind of one of Shimonov's big chances to have that A pawn for later. But
Okay.
maybe he has an idea here.
The bar is...
And both of those rook moves, by the way, are very scary because you end up like there are some very concrete threats.
+7. No, okay. Oh, okay.
It's going all the way back.
It's going crazy, the bar now. But from your point of view, Lucas, if you just came in here and you looked at this board, would you say, oh, this is winning for white? Would you say, oh, that's probably a draw? Oh, and I have to... Okay, let's...
I would
make...
like.
Oh.
I would not say it's a draw. I would say it's probably winning for white, but that black has counterplay and it's just very chaotic. I think Magnus is still in control here, but it definitely became more complicated than it needed to be.
Did we find
But
the
it's
right
hard
board?
in these positions to just avoid counterplay.
You found it, Kaja.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow, great work.
All right.
Hans Olav.
How many correct guesses did we get? 7 or something?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's...
But now, what is going on?
All right.
Okay,
Now...
I need to
given
take away
away-
this.
This is becoming crazy now
Now
because
Shimonov
now
is-
Shimonov is better. He picks up
What
a
is
pawn.
happening? Clocks are ticking. Bar is jumping. It's now better for Shimonov.
My God, that's insane.
Is Magnus losing?
Now he is definitely worse. He is
Okay.
going to have big trouble winning now.
So Magnus is now...
Yeah, now he suddenly has to shift into this rook endgame where he needs to defend, which is just terrible psychologically after having that
Wow.
great position earlier
Crazy
on.
development
Yeah, the
in
pawns
this
here
game.
for black in the center.
Yeah, they're very dangerous. And it looks like we have a mistake on the live board. No, wait, it's just a little bit lagging behind. But now he's actually losing. He might lose this.
Wow.
Wow.
Magnus Carlsen, reigning champion, is about to lose for the first time in the Rapid World Championships. Look at him. He is stressed, pushing his pawn.
Pawn race here now. So they're both queening?
Okay, but the rooks disappeared. I think this is good news for Magnus. This he shouldn't lose at least, but he's not going to win it.
We have 2 new queens on the board.
No rooks, 2 new queens,
So don't look at
and 2
the...
pawns.
It's lagging behind.
So this is when you go to the live or our board, but
Yeah.
that's sort of in move 10 or
Lagging even further behind.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are not that many
Maybe you
pieces.
could
so-
set it up.
Well,
yeah, good actually. So
okay,
what
well, it's interesting now
do we
to
have?
see for each and every move what happens with the bar. We know that Magnus will push that white
Yeah.
pawn all the way
There
to
will
the
be
other
2
side.
queens on the board.
There will be 2 queens on the board. What will the bar say? What will the bar say?
Wow.
It will
The chat is
say
going
that it's a
completely
draw.
crazy.
I would be very surprised if it says anything else. But it's not an ideal situation for Magnus. He's going to probably be down a pawn and going to have to defend.
Magnus has jet lag. No, I don't think so.
What?
He's been
It says he's losing now?
Yeah.
What?
How is that possible?
Massively better for
If he can trade the
Shimanov.
queens, if Shimanov can do that, he's winning. But he can't really do that.
What is happening? This is chaos. Magnus Carlsen has built up time on his clock. For Shimanov, it's ticking down.
Let's see. Where is the queen in this position? It's like here or something. Can we get the
Yeah,
live position instead? Because I'm not sure if this is...
Yeah, let's take away the board.
Yeah, let's just have a look at that.
Let's have a look at this.
It looks like Shimanov has advanced his pawn in the center, which is a very dangerous pawn. And this is, yeah, a really uncomfortable position to defend. But it should, like, to my experience, these positions are usually a draw with correct play. So it surprises me that black is apparently a lot better. Now it looks like Magnus has a perpetual check, which Shimanov cannot get out of. That would be good news.
So Magnus is now maybe going to make a draw anyway, but he's going to be super disappointed because he was completely winning.
And here we see it.
Yeah, he will be
Balanced.
very annoyed with that.
It's balanced again.
But he needs to focus now on not losing.
Yeah.
Because that would be catastrophic.
Wow.
Back
Not the best
to
day for
back.
Magnus.
No, not at all. You said it. He often starts off with,
yeah.
some bad
Predicted
results.
it. Okay, looks like he will save this then.
I think so.
Yeah.
But in a massively better position at some point, Magnus. Well, he was also
Yeah, and
massively worse.
it's not only that it was massively better, but it was just like so easy for him to play. Very risk-free. He had so many good options. And like there were so many ways to keep the advantage as well. That's why this one is like maybe even more annoying than the previous one.
Wow.
Especially with the time advantage and everything. But his focus needs to be on holding this to a draw.
Is he trying to get a move repetition now? Would Shimanov...
Yeah, Magnus is not going to try to win this if he is allowed to get the draw.
Okay.
So Magnus will be at 2.5 points.
Yeah,
after
that's quite
4
far
games.
behind.
Yeah, that's very far behind.
Yeah. Still one more round to be played today. He's
And
gonna be
it's
so hungry for a comeback.
Has he? Oh, he's claiming the threefold repetition.
Okay,
So it's a draw.
we have a draw.
Okay, that's at least.
Wow.
It's better. It's much better than losing, of course. That would have been.
And we actually
really bad.
see a smile on Magnus's face, the 2 players.
He is relieved to save this.
Yeah.
We have a question of how many players that move into day 2, and for the rapid tournament.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
It's a round robin.
It's a round robin. 3 days round robin. 5 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and finishing off with 4 rounds also on Saturday. But Blitz is different this year. They start with round robin, 13 rounds on day 1. And then top players move on to...
Or it's not round robin, it's Swiss.
It's Swiss.
Right?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Swiss.
That's correct.
True.
And then top players move into a knockout. Look at these 2. They're just
This
discussing.
is the first time we see Magnus
Yeah.
still at the board. Yeah, it was probably a fascinating game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he is. I don't know. I'm surprised that he's discussing the game. I would expect him to be very annoyed now.
We can click on the standings real quick here and see Dominguez still in the lead.
Yep.
But he's had 4 points throughout the whole tournament today.
Yeah. So he's
Does he actually have 4 points?
now he actually has 4 points.
Okay, great.
He's on a roll, and we're gonna go to New York to Levy Rosman and the sofa with someone coming from a great win. It's Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, guys, I'm here with my long lost brother. I'm glad every time we meet up, we get to show the world how similar we look. We were just talking about something very fun, which I think we can get into like right off the bat. There's nowhere to pee here. Tell me about that.
Yeah, there are like no restrooms. The line before the game is at least 15 minutes long.
What?
Yeah, people are like waiting 15 minutes.
This is why I need you here, because you understand, Fabi. Now we got to make content. This is good content. There's a line of 15.
It's not like that amusing for a player, you know.
I understand. Yes.
And also the like waiting room has maybe two stalls.
Okay.
For everyone.
Sorry, how was this supposed to work if theoretically the women were supposed to play in the venue? Are there...
We are actually going to the women's bathroom because there is no men's bathroom.
Incredible. Breaking news here from New York.
I don't know, they have it cordoned off, so there's no men's bathroom. So
there's a secret toilet here you can come and...
That's actually great news.
Yes, maybe I should have told you that off the air.
Packed. In the waiting room, it's like packed, I don't know, 100 people for like a space this big, basically.
So of all the places you've played, no pressure because you have to play 4 more games here, you might have a contract. How does playing in the historic New York City stack up?
Well, I'm glad to be back in New York. I mean, I spent most of my childhood here. We lived in Brooklyn, and almost all my tournaments were played at the Marshall Chess Club when I was from the ages of like 6 until 12, basically. I only played at the Marshall Chess Club, and then we would travel sometimes. But yeah, we lived in New York for most of my childhood, then we moved to Europe. And then I came to the city pretty often until 2019. So the pandemic and everything kind of killed travel for a while, and then after that I didn't come back. So it's my first time back in 5 years. It's nice to be back in the city. I mean, it's a very interesting city. I wouldn't want to live here.
Yes, same.
Not my style, but to visit it's very fun.
Actually, one of my students, I think, back in the day, young kid, was telling me he read somewhere that he lives at the time on the same street you grew up in New York, in Brooklyn. I don't remember what do you.
I was on 2nd Street in Park Slope.
Yeah, he lived on Park Slope. He lived, I think, somewhere in Park Slope, and I remember he told me this very excitedly because he saw it in an interview somewhere.
The school that I went to was public school right across the street. Maurice Ashley's daughter went to the same school.
Oh.
It's like we never met, I don't think, or at least we didn't know each other. But just years later, I found out, many years later.
I think there's a lot of history on all those streets, Park Slope, Carroll Gardens. I mean, I'm watching some TV shows now, and there's characters that live in all those neighborhoods too, which is just very fun. We can talk some chess too, while we're here. You just won against Andrew Hong, who's a strong U.S. based grandmaster. I'm trying to remember. He played in the U.S. Championship. Not yet.
Andrew Tang played in the U.S. Championship.
Yeah,
he won not this year, but the previous year.
But Hong is very he's getting up there.
He's very strong. He's around 2590, I guess, classical.
Yeah.
I was a bit upset with the pairing because I thought he's underrated in rapid, and I thought it was a tough pairing for the score I had, which was 2 out of 3. It's not an ideal score, of course, and to get a very strong player, I thought. Okay, of course, you can't really control the pairings. You're going to get some lucky ones, some unlucky ones, but I thought it wasn't a very favorable pairing. And then I was getting crushed, just in the early middle game, got outplayed very badly. He was crushing me, and then he couldn't find the knockout. And then he spent all his time trying to find the win, couldn't find something, and ended up getting in an equal position with no time, which then I managed to win, I think, probably pretty cleanly. But yeah, it was just lucky that I didn't lose the game.
Is Rapid the hardest format? Especially with this field of players, or is Blitz even tougher?
I mean, I would think my chances are better in Rapid overall to finish well, but it's definitely harder in terms of the energy you have to spend, especially today, which is five games. It's more than we're used to, and also the first day you're kind of not too adjusted, So I would say the first day is okay. The last day there's the most pressure, but the first day is the most difficult to actually get it, into your form.
Amazing. I hope you can join me again. I'm going to let you get some rest. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Back to you guys. Okay. Well, if they're not going to cut it, then...
Hey, thank you, Levy. Thank you, Fabiano. Cool to hear from Fabiano Caruana coming from a great win. Round 4 is rounding up in New York, and a bunch of results are coming in. And on the standings list right now, well, we can take them up. We do see, you guys, 3 players on 4 points. 4 out of 4. That's Murzin, Lenny Dominguez, and Sargsyan, who is getting ready in the sofa with Levy. We'll get back to Levy when he's ready. And yeah, I think you're ready. Hey, Levy, back to you.
Yes. Sorry, it's a lot of guests one after the other. I'm joined by Sean Sargsyan. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Close. No, I mean, amazing start for you. 4 out of 4. Is it like what you dreamed when you woke up this morning?
Yeah, today I'm playing good chess. I hope to continue play like this.
2 wins against international masters, but then you play Ivanchuk. Have you played him before?
No, it was my first game against Ivanchuk. Also against Giri, it was my first game.
Who were you more excited to play, legend or modern generation?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
And any nerves at all, or just you played your best?
I just want to play good chess and enjoy game against the legends.
All I know about you is especially your blitz and bullet skills. I think I've maybe played against you a little bit online, blitz and bullet, and you're just a complete monster. Like I'm playing you sometimes on my some secret accounts, and you are just so strong tactically, positionally. It's unbelievable. But also in rapid and also in classical. So what's the secret? I mean, you're one of the kind of next generation. You're 22, I think. So what's the secret? How are you so strong in every format?
Yeah, I really like to play blitz, especially. I'm always playing blitz in chess.com, also in Lichess. I'm playing very much, and I can say this is my favorite tournament of the year, because I like very much these short time controls. I can't say what's the secret. I just like to play blitz very much.
How's New York? Last question. How are you enjoying it? How does it compare to?
Yeah, it's very good. It's my first time in New York, and I want to enjoy this very beautiful city.
Yeah, it's. I think Yerevan is nicer, probably, but we have some nice things too. So I'll let you get some rest and good luck in your 5th and all the other games.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Levy. What a success story happening there in New York now. 3 players on 4 points so far after 4 rounds. I keep updating the scores here to see if the round is finished. When round 4 is finished, we will get the final pairings for day 1 in the World Rapid Championships. Who will Magnus Carlsen play? Who will Hikaru Nakamura play? Who will these top players face? Sean Sargsyan coming from a win against Anish Giri. And we have Murzin, Dominguez, and Sargsyan on the top of the table with 4 points so far. All right. And let's see who's still playing in New York. None of the top. Eric Rosen seems to be still playing. Let's see if we can check out that game. All right.
Yeah,
you guys grabbing some water, some coffee. Yeah. Can you imagine how tired the players must be, feeling right now after playing 4 rounds of rapid chess, each game lasting, some of them over even an hour,
Yeah, they must be feeling it.
To get ready now for one more round.
Isn't that often why Magnus is such a big favorite in these events, that it's just the amount of games and the routine, and the physical shape all of these things sort of suddenly count.
It truly is.
Magnus.
It truly is a marathon.
Yeah, I think that's his advantage in the long run. The problem is if some of these early leaders get too much of an advantage, then it's hard to catch up.
Almost all the favorites are 1 point behind the lead now. And Magnus is 1.5 point behind.
Yeah.
Still within reach if he has a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Which is, I think this is sort of usual. Like, this is what we've seen from Magnus many times before.
That's true.
Struggling the first day, or not struggling, but kind of falling a little bit behind.
Yeah.
And then when he starts playing the very best players, he also starts to show his very best.
Exactly. Yeah. Still one more round to go today. Should we take a look at what's happening in the women's section, you guys?
Yes.
Of course, the women are playing as well. And the standings right now, they have also played 4 out of 11 rounds. Alice, that's probably Alice Lee from the USA that we have on the top of the table with 4 out of 4 points. Ju Wenjun.
That's incredible.
Yeah. With 3.5 couple players.
Not surprisingly, Ju Wenjun also.
Exactly.
Doing very well.
Yeah. The women playing in a venue across from the street from where the open section is being played. That's why we're not able to get interviews with these players in the sofa with Levy. They're not able to run across the streets and then back.
Commentating is more tiring than playing, they say in the chat.
Can be, yeah.
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. I've only tried the commentating part. I rarely play more than 1 rapid game at a time, I would say.
Have you ever played a classical game before, Kaja?
No, never. Have you?
Me neither, no. Should we do one day?
We should.
Like
I think we should.
But
you should join a tournament at the Good Night. Like the other
do they have classical tournaments as well?
They do have classical tournaments, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also join a Rapid or Blitz tournament. That's an easy start.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, my classical game probably
online.
wouldn't last that long anyway.
Yeah, but it's a good place to start.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
All right, you guys. We are waiting for round 4 to finish up. I keep updating the scores, but it seems but when we look at the footage from New York, we cannot actually see games going on. But or can we? No, but we definitely cannot see the whole venue.
Looking at the FIDE broadcast, there is still 1 game ongoing.
Okay, and which one is that?
That's between Harsha Bharat.
Yeah, Bharat
Kuti. I can't really see the whole name. And
Bharat
Alisher.
Kuti.
He's playing against Alisher Suleimanov, who is known for crushing Magnus in a classical game a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. I think it was...
I thought that was Hans Niemann who crushed Magnus in the classical game.
Yeah, no, it was after that, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was more recent. It was... can it have been... There was this, like, tournament in Dubai or Qatar or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Qatar Masters? Not sure. It was only a couple of years ago. And he just got run over with like a sacrifice early on in the game. And yeah, he was just crushed.
Huh, so it does happen.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen. He wasn't crushed in round 4, but it was a draw. He wasn't able to convert the winning position to a win.
Yeah. He is not going to be happy about that. But the most important for him now is just to win the final game of the day, and then he can reset for tomorrow.
Exactly.
And like we talked about before, it is good news that
none of the top contenders are in the lead.
True.
I mean, suddenly one of these guys will just keep winning. I mean, Dominguez is one of the top players in the world, so he will be dangerous now. And the same with Rosen and Sargsyan as well.
Yeah. You actually have to scroll quite far to find Hikaru Nakamura. 3 points.
Yeah, exactly. They're not far ahead.
They are within striking distance.
Nepo, 2.5. One of the big favorites. Magnus Carlsen, 2.5 points. Reigning champion.
The problem is Magnus has to like keep winning every game if he's going to catch up now.
Esipenko, 2.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
Another fantastic player. 180 players, so this is going to take some time. And let's see if we had a result in that final game.
No, it's still ongoing.
It's still going on. Wesley So, 2 points. Is that surprising, or with the fact that this is actually the first time he's playing World Rapid and Blitz?
No, it is surprising.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect him to have more than 50% score because he has been playing only against lower rated players. But yeah, of course, it can happen. I mean, Magnus only has 2.5, so I wouldn't say it's like a huge shock or anything, but would expect him to have more, sure.
Mm-hmm. Jordan van Vriest, only 1 point.
Oh,
struggling today.
that is surprising.
Yeah. Faustino, the incredible prodigy, with 1 point, but incredible just to be here with the elite players.
Yeah. That must be an awesome experience for him.
All right. Did we even check out Magnus's game and what happened there?
No, we didn't actually.
Should we do that?
We can do
While
that.
we wait for pairings to come.
Sure.
It was a crazy game, and I would love to see where it changed.
There was this pivotal moment where we can skip to that in the game, but he was he spent a lot of time and didn't really find anything convincing. So let's go all the way back to the opening. He did have, Magnus played a very good game almost all the way through here. It was the French defense, as we saw a couple of times in the World Championship match recently between Ding and Gukesh. We even saw the same variation here, but then Shimonov went for an early advance or challenge of the center, which Ding didn't do. And very quickly it became crucial with this central square or protected here by the bishop and knight. So it was kind of all the moves were based around that and like developing and everything, of course. And eventually Magnus's knight jumped into the position and into that square. Then we saw this interesting move by Shimonov with the knight attacking everything. And at some point here, he went too early for this pawn break in the center, which wasn't a good idea. He had missed Magnus's strong move here with the rook. And now Magnus was a lot better. Then Shimonov actually made another blunder, or bad move at least, with this knight, where he had probably missed that his knight is getting trapped here. At least he did get a rook back for the knight and bishop, so he's not completely lost yet. But Magnus is reorganizing his pieces here to have full control over the position. The knight is great, the bishop is great. And now he even is able to bring over his king. Now his rook is entering Shimonow's position here, trying to create really dangerous threats. And this was the moment where he had 4 minutes on the clock. He has a great position. He can go for this pawn move that we talked about, which is a very stable advantage still. He can try to keep bringing up his pawn. or he could go for one of the direct knight moves. He spent a lot of time here figuring out this and ended up going for the knight move after 3 minutes. But then he couldn't really follow it up with anything decisive here. So the game kept on going. And I would say that was maybe, I mean, even though this is one of the best moves, it was probably a mistake to spend that much time on it. And then eventually here, it got a bit out of control. Maybe this knight move wasn't a good idea. Maybe he should have gone with his pawn instead. Or actually going back with the center is apparently the best move. But it's still all good until suddenly Shimanov's king gets into the position, and now Magnus might have needed to find something more direct to win this. Maybe a check with the rook would have made sense, but at this point it's kind of already gotten a bit out of control, and this is not what you really want when you have such a great position and an advantage in a lot of different ways. And you're now low on time as well. It's not really what you want to do. So it's understandable that this gets kind of out of control, and it's going back and forth between being a draw and good for Magnus here. But there are so many more things to think about than it was like a few moves ago. And suddenly Shimanov is able to win another pawn, and there's a tactical trick here where he takes the bishop and then he takes the knight. So suddenly he is not down material. He has a very active king in the middle of the board. He has two passed pawns that are connected. And even though Magnus is not down material, he is suddenly the one who has to defend. The good news is that he also does have a pawn here, which is close to becoming queen. So they both make a queen. Apparently this is still winning for Shimanov. Maybe he could have just advanced his pawn here or tried to win Magnus's pawn. Let's see, what are the top moves? Yeah, this queen move makes a lot of sense, actually. Does it force a trade? Yeah, maybe Shimanov could have forced a queen trade here, and in that case he's winning, as Magnus would not be able to stop his pass pawn. He didn't do that. He went for something else, and after going for this pawn push, Magnus was able to find a perpetual check, and there was a threefold repetition and a draw after a few moves here. So, yeah, very disappointing for Magnus, but also a good save. It could have been even worse in the end there.
Eventually a draw for Magnus Carlsen in round 4. It was a win for Levon Aronian, the great Aronian, in round 4 against Benjamin Book. And Levon is actually on a fantastic score of 3.5 out of 4. And he's with Levy in New York. What's happening, you guys?
Hi, Kaja. Yeah, I'm joined by the great Levon Aronian, or Levon Aronian. I always have to Americanize your name for the folks at home. How's it going? That was quite a crazy game you just had against Bach.
Yeah, so far it's pretty good. I blundered at some moment, but then my opponent didn't see it. He was short on time, so I'm happy.
3.5 out of 4. I mean, I feel like for you, when you play this event, you always having a strong showing, and it's a format that you like a lot.
It's normally in the blitz. Normally I screw up the first 3 days, and I get myself together and I show some decent chess. But so far I think I like my chances in the rapid.
In the rapid. But is blitz the favorite format for you?
I like everything. I love the atmosphere. Just to see like a festival where everybody's playing, everybody's excited. This is my favorite environment.
Then I want to ask you, because you were just in Oslo for the tour finals there. That's a little bit different. Now we're trying to kind of a little esports imprint on the chess world. Which one do you like more? Do you like having the live fans there, the headphones, kind of the more modern, or you like it here, 100 boards around, everybody playing? Which one is a bit better for you?
Honestly, I hate the headphones. It was just too much. I was getting too hot, and yeah, well, I definitely need to get used to it, but I'm not from the generation that played computer games a lot, so I guess that's what I'm missing out.
Did you not play online chess all that often until the last like 4 or 5 years, or were you one of those like online on the internet chess club, chess.com, and so on? Or
No, I did play a lot, but I never wore headphones when I was playing.
okay, no music either.
I played a lot of music, but just the whole process that I have to have 2 headphones in my ear, that's just too much.
Because there's the noise canceling first, right? And then they
Right.
have to. What about the fans? Is it cool to play in front of fans?
Amazing. I mean, people come here and they're excited. No, I really love this, and I think we've been missing this during the COVID years, and thank God fans are coming back, and we're here to embrace them.
Now let's talk more serious business. So every time I try to wear something colorful and nice, they tell me I'm trying to be you. So I want to ask you, where's that from? Tell me all about.
My wife bought this
okay.
recently, and she said, well, since you're fat now, you have to wear black, so people don't see you're fat. And
Actually, why I'm always in black too.
High five.
We're both fat.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you have some favorite designers? Before we went live, I'll just tell the audience I saw some interview of you. I mean, years ago, somebody asked you some of your favorite designers, and I remember you said Paul Smith, and because of that, I went to a Paul Smith store, and I liked one sweater, so I bought it. So it's still one of my favorite sweaters. This is also actually, I think, Paul Smith. So do you have some you go to all the time? You dress up in?
Actually, nowadays I don't really shop myself. It's I'm more like one of those puppies, that gets they put some colorful stuff on the puppy. They decorate them, and they're happy. They don't object. So now I don't object, and I like what Ani is doing for me. So I don't care. I don't care for the fashion so much. I love wearing colorful stuff, but I don't care about designers. I think everybody can do a great job with colors.
When did you discover such a love for bright colors? And I mean, for me, it's like when I can first remember of watching like some of your photos from tournaments and so on. Do you remember when you?
Actually, I think once I moved to Germany, I had, I didn't have such a big choice when I was living in Armenia. And then I went to shops and just looked at what is there. And, normally I wasn't, money was not available to me back then so much. So I was looking at certain things that were cheap. And I understood, okay, this is so ridiculous. Nobody's going to buy this. So they have to reduce the price. And so I was buying it because it was cheap and I liked the colors. So that was the strategy.
That is very nice. That's a very nice story. And we hear all this stuff like Alireza is a fashion designer, but you would never consider it after chess was done.
No. I am. The only thing I can design is some dishes that I cook, but that's about it.
What do you cook?
Everything.
Give me one dish for the road. I know we have like games soon, so what's your favorite thing to cook or eat or both?
I love cooking fish and I love cooking vegetables. Those are my fortes. I'll invite you one day, and then you're going to be raging about it to the whole world, and I finally get my acclaim.
Yeah, sure. Also, our dogs can have a play date because I know you have Ponchik.
Yes.
Ponchik is actually what my grandmother calls my little brother. So I love your dog's name. It's very sweet. Levon, I will let you go. I just saw the countdown. You have a game soon. Thanks so much for joining.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Levy and Levon. Great duo there in the sofa in New York. And Ponchik, I remember him. Levon Aronian used to play a lot of Champions Chess Tour games from his home, and Ponchik would be there to celebrate with him when he won his games, his dog. Very cute story. He is getting ready for round 5, final round of today, and we have the pairings ready. Levon Aronian, who is on 3.5 out of 4 points, is now facing Volodar Murzin, the player, on 4 points. That's going to be a tough one for Levon. Do you know who Magnus... Have you checked yet, Lucas?
I haven't checked, so I'm very excited to hear who's playing.
Well, this is going to be a cool one. Magnus is playing someone he played not very long ago, actually not many days ago.
Oh, interesting.
Denis Lazovic, one of the players that was in Oslo for the CCT finals.
Yeah, that's not a fun pairing.
Exactly, and he is amazing at faster time controls, right?
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. I suppose he's playing with the black pieces as well.
Exactly. No, yeah. So Dennis has the white pieces, Magnus,
Yes, exactly.
with the black pieces.
Yeah, that's a tough pairing.
That is a tough pairing. They are both on 2.5 points. And Magnus, probably not feeling, top shape here. He's not been able to win some winning positions. Maybe it's the intuition. I don't know what it is. But he's going to be eager to end this day with a win.
Yes, I think he needs to if he wants to stay in contention here. But that's maybe this is one of the important moments where he needs to find the energy to beat Lazovic with black.
Mm-hmm.
If he can do that, he at least goes into tomorrow with a good result, good end to the day, and maybe he can come back tomorrow, get a few more wins. But yeah, it's a very crucial game. I don't think he can really get away with not winning this game unless he wins everything for the rest of the tournament.
So can we now already start talking about the title? If let's say he loses this game and one of the players on 4 points wins.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say there is a player on 5 points and Magnus is with 2.5 points after the first day. Can we already start talking about him losing his title in Rapid?
Yeah, of course, it's possible to talk about. And it's not likely that he's going to win if he has 2.5 points after the first day.
Yeah.
But it's also possible for the others to kind of stumble.
And of course, the pairings
win.
get tougher and tougher for those.
Yeah. They're going to start facing tougher opponents. But the problem is that if Magnus has 2.5 points or even 3 points, it's not only about the guys having 5 points, but it's also about, for example, Aronian being only half a point behind now. He can have 4.5 points after the final game if he wins. And the same with some of the other top players. So it's quite a lot of players in the top of the field now who are all going to be in front of Magnus if he doesn't win, basically.
Exactly.
Or at least a lot of them are going to be.
Yeah. Let's put up the standings. So this is the situation after 4 out of 13 rounds in the World Rapid Championship. We have not 3 of the top dogs in the top there. Murzin, Lenier Dominguez, and Sargsyan are the 3 players with full score, 4 out of 4 possible points. And then a few more players with 3.5. And then we have to scroll down to find Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, both on 2.5 points. So this is a crucial game for the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen. This is...
Yes. But looking at it now, it doesn't look as bad. There aren't that many players in front. I mean, there aren't any very top players other than maybe Aronian on 3.5 or more. So in that sense, Magnus is only half a point behind. Let's say we assume that one of the top players are going to win. So that's not too bad, but he still has to win with black against Lazovic, which is tricky.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the other pairings coming up in round 5.
Yep.
We have Hikaru Nakamura playing Zaven Andrisia. Okay, let's try that again. Andrisiasian. Heard about him, Lucas?
I have heard about him.
Okay. 2600 player. Great one. Jan Christoph Duda against Hans Niemann.
Oh.
I think maybe they are born in the same year, if I'm not mistaken. And
Wait,
here,
Duda and Niemann?
is Niemann younger?
Yeah, he's younger. He's 21.
The younger generation. And someone from the younger generation is sitting by the board ready to play Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, in round 5 to end day 1 in the World Rapid Championship. It's Dennis Lazovic. He played Magnus Carlsen in Oslo not many days ago for the CCT finals. And Magnus won that, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite convincingly as well.
So he will have some confidence knowing that Magnus Carlsen coming to this board. But it's been a frustrating day for Magnus Carlsen. A lot of draws, a lot of winning positions that has not converted to the points he wants.
Yeah, it's especially tough to end up in a situation like this where you have to face Lazovic with black when you could have won the last game and you could have won the game before that again. But that's what Magnus is so good at. He is probably not too affected by it. And I think he is able to think at one game at the time. But that's definitely something that I would struggle with, trying to reset after those two last games and not think about it going into this one.
We see players getting ready. Fabiano Caruana, Maxim Vagier-Lagrave. And then, of course, we have the top board, Lenier Dominguez, with 4 points, facing Shant Sargsyan, also with 4 points. If we have a winner in this game, well, that player will end the day on top of the standings list in World Rapid and Blitz. Well, World Rapid Championship, yeah, with 5 out of 5 points. So this is a big one as well. We are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. He's been hanging out in the lounge and now getting ready to finish off the day. What is the time now in New York?
8 in the evening.
8 o'clock in the evening. So these players will have time to go out and have some dinner. And then they start again at 2 o'clock local time tomorrow. Here it's 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, starting to feel that.
Yes, but then I start thinking about the Indians, you know, who are now hooked on chess after Gukesh becoming world champion, and for them it's well, they're getting up soon. Maybe they can watch the finish in the morning with a cup of coffee.
Breakfast. And okay, Magnus is at the table.
Magnus arrives with a cup of water, coffee, tea, who knows?
He's not a coffee drinker, I think.
Ah, that's true.
So this is probably water.
Probably water.
He's not drinking that orange juice anymore, is he?
Oh, right. Yeah, that was the thing for many years. All right, the game is starting.
All right,
Dennis Lazovic against Magnus Carlsen.
We should get the app on the screen.
Yeah.
There we are.
And it's a little bit behind.
Yeah, but it looks like we have a Queen's Gambit from Lazovic.
Okay, we've seen that. Today, will it be declined? Or will it be accepted? Already in move 2, thinking here. Dennis Lazovic from Belarus.
Oh, he goes for an exchange. Slav here. That is a little bit surprising, and you can see Magnus isn't happy about this. This is kind of a similar strategy to what we saw Liang doing in the first game, trying to go for a drawish line and kind of trying to push Magnus into doing something very risky. So yeah, it's not what Magnus wants to see.
And it seems again.
They are succeeding in annoying Magnus then.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it today. But they're also succeeding in annoying us with it being quite slow. Okay, the moves are updating, but are you ready to also put them up on the board here in the studio, Lucas?
Yeah.
Case.
We can do that in case. But for now, it seems like it's up to speed.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, a slightly boring choice, but I would say a pretty good choice from Lazovic. He's kind of testing Magnus's patience here by playing this, well, slow and kind of boring opening known to be very drawish. And Magnus is going to really have to fight to get any winning chances here. Which is a good practical decision when Magnus is like a little bit on tilt.
A little bit on tilt.
potentially.
Well, yeah, that sounds like a horrible thing to be in chess on tilt. And what does it mean?
Well, I don't actually think Magnus is on tilt, but what it means is that when you start getting bad results, you can't really fix it. It just keeps going badly, and then you just go crazy and keep losing and doing unsensible things. But I don't think that's going to happen here, but it would be a good example of being on tilt if he ends up losing now. And you can see he's digging deep here, trying to figure out what to do. He doesn't want another draw, and Lazovic knows it.
Very mature strategy there from Lazovic, if that's what his plan is, to play something that really annoys his opponent.
Yeah, that is what he's doing. I mean, I don't know what Lazovic usually plays, but I don't think this is the most ambitious choice. It's more about killing Magnus's chances to win.
That must be... That's...
Yeah, very annoying. But it's what happens when you play with the black pieces against lower rated players quite often.
Yeah.
But does that also mean that Lazovic has no ambition in this game?
No, he has ambition. But he's trying to kind of trick Magnus into going for something that's too risky. He's kind of baiting Magnus a little bit. I mean, maybe he's also happy with the draw. Of course, that's possible. But I think it's not that this is not an ambitious choice. It's just a very, strategic way of thinking about it, where he expects Magnus to do something crazy to try to win.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'm very eager now to follow Magnus in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what he does to try to win, because I don't think he's just going to let Lazovic get the draw. Because that's what sometimes happens here, is that you end up trading a bunch of pieces and then you stack up everything on the open file where Lazovic's rook is now. You end up having all the rooks there. You just trade off everything into an endgame, and it's very symmetrical and ends up being a draw. So Magnus definitely doesn't want that to happen, and he needs to take some risk to avoid it.
All right. Well, it says already slightly better on the bar for Lazovic with the white pieces.
Yeah, that's the problem with this opening for Magnus, is that it's very solid for Lazovic and very safe. He's always just like slightly better because, as you can see, the structure is very symmetrical and Lazovic is always one move ahead. So Magnus has to really work for it to get an advantage here at any point.
This is round 5, final round of the first day in the World Rapid Championship. They started with 15 minutes on the clock and they get 10 seconds increment after every move. Magnus Carlsen has 2.5 points out of 4 possible points so far. Dennis Lazovic, same score for him, 2.5 points. We do have 3 players on top of the table. Whoa, okay, what's happening? So Magnus moves his knight back. The bar jumps up, saying much better, adjusts to better.
Yeah. It still looks fairly common, but this is, I would say, this is an ambitious move from Magnus. He could have gone for something more direct where you end up trading a bunch of pieces. It looks like he wants to reroute his knight to the other side. And he wants to keep pieces on the board to avoid trades. So I think that's good to see that he's definitely trying here.
All right.
Yeah, he looks to be locked into the position, Magnus, trying to find something.
I think this potentially could be an idea to advance on the queen side, bring the knight around, and maybe even jump into that square. So that's one idea that this knight move could have. But it's also maybe stopping Lazovic from getting any more trades with his own knight jumping into the center.
Is that usually something to always think about when you're trying to get better at chess, to see these outposts that you're highlighting here? Like, how can I maneuver my knight to that outpost? It seems to be a sort of a theme occurring in many games.
It's about identifying which squares are weak or which squares you have good control over. And then basically how can I, like, which route can I play to get my pieces there? But whoa, now Magnus is going for a very aggressive move with his G-pawn.
Wow.
Which is also a very good move, apparently.
Okay.
So now he's really going for the attack here. Definitely a risky choice. But,
this must have surprised Lazovic, or is this a typical move in this position?
No, I think he'll be surprised by that. And he sees that Magnus isn't just going to let him have an easy draw. Lazovic went with his knight to the edge of the board, trying to go for that same kind of knight maneuver that we saw Magnus could try. But now Magnus just does something else. And maybe that was his point with the previous move. Not like all this knight maneuvering stuff, but just starting an attack instead.
On the king side.
Yeah.
Leaving his king in the center. Because now you can't castle as black, right? Or
maybe.
Okay.
But I don't think that's what he wants to do. He just wants to leave his king in the center. And it's quite hard to attack the king because the position is quite closed. I think he has to move his bishop. Oh, he actually moved his bishop into the central square here, which is kind of surprising.
Threatening the rook. Take it with
yes, but you can capture it, or you can use your pawn to just block and attack the bishop again.
And then you need to move it once again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's going to capture it. But now Magnus has succeeded here in this opening by... I mean, it's not like he is, has a great position yet, but he has equalized and he's gotten a lot of imbalance, which is good news for him. Now he needs to figure out how to deal with this move. All of the suggested moves look fine. So yeah, it will be interesting to see which one he chooses. Maybe he shouldn't move his pawn, as that would weaken his king even more.
We have player profiles in the app.
We do have player profiles.
I keep remembering, like, oh, take app. It's great for this. It's great for that, and it's also great for player profiles. Let me just show you Denis Lazovic's player profile. Easy. You can see his rating, age, and then he's been rated. So his skill set's been rated, and it seems from this that he's great with calculation, time management is great, intuition, great.
Yeah, and he's very good at blitz and rapid, I guess you could say as well. He's very good with these shorter time controls, and his rating is quite a bit higher there as well.
And of course, this is fun as well. Discipline versus rebel.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a hardcore rebel.
Yes.
How about let's check Magnus Carlsen. All right, a skill set of 94. That's high. And especially the number is high for attack and intuition. Would you say that is his two biggest strengths?
Yeah. I mean, for Magnus, basically all parts of the game
Yeah.
are strengths. But his intuition is what he's known for. Maybe endgames as well, actually. But yeah, basically, it is all parts of the game. That's why he's the best. He masters all kinds of positions, but he also does miss chances every once in a while, as we have seen.
He's been
he
doing
castles,
today.
actually. That's surprising.
Okay.
Wow.
Because it kind of takes away some of the harm in his attack when he doesn't have his rook there as well. He still goes for that pawn push, but now, I mean, it would have been nice to have his rook there, but maybe it's more about just gaining space and not actually creating an attack against the king.
If Magnus only gets a draw here, it will be the same score after day one that he had in 2018, where he finished in 5th place. And Daniil Dubov won that tournament.
Yeah.
Oh.
With 11 out of 15.
And you said if this is a draw?
If this is a draw. If he loses here, that will be his worst start to any World Rapid tournament ever.
Wow, that's quite brutal. And
So he hasn't ever gotten less than 3 out of 5.
3 is the
like
worst.
after, apart from that, the one you were talking about.
Yeah, the worst was in 2018 when he had 3 out of 5. Otherwise, it's been at 3.5 and 4.
So he's never won with like less than what he has now,
No.
at least.
Okay, well, pressure is on for Magnus Carlsen. The bar is liking it for Denis Lazovic. How would you feel if you were Magnus sitting behind the black pieces right now? Lucas, would you be terrified, scared, nervous?
I mean, it depends a little bit on the situation here. Now that he has to win, and like the past couple of games have been annoying, I wouldn't feel like I was having a lot of fun here. And now he's also, I think, a little bit in trouble because Lazovic might just like open up the king side and Magnus can be in trouble. Magnus does have this weak pawn that Lazovic is attacking now, which is probably why he is worse here. If he brings the queen back now, I don't see an obvious way of defending that pawn. So yeah, I wouldn't be very comfortable. It looked very promising until he castled, because then it just isn't really a strong attack anymore, and it kind of becomes weaknesses. Yeah, he did go back with his queen. And now he needs to do something like very concrete, otherwise he just loses a pawn.
Yeah, Magnus is not happy with this position. You could see his body expression.
I think he has to, well, he cannot defend the pawn anyway, so he needs to go for counterplay, and I would go with the knight into the center to at least attack Lazovic's bishop. And then you can double his pawns at least.
Okay.
Look at this king, just completely open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He does bring the knight into the center.
And he knocks over a piece. Is that nerves?
He's not happy.
Magnus Carlsen is not happy in this game. And if he loses it, it's going to be his worst start to a World Rapid Championship. Drama.
I mean, that makes it almost impossible for him to get back into it.
Yeah, because
2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, one thing is if he like wins all the remaining games, even then it might be hard.
Yeah.
But that's like almost impossible.
Right.
And now he probably has to sacrifice a pawn and move it up to at least force Lazovic to double his own pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, he just gets the pawn without anything back at all.
And we're only 19 moves into the game. How did this go so wrong for Magnus already from the get-go? Was it Dennis Lazovic who was simply so successful with his plan heading into this game, just to annoy Magnus, knowing Magnus was very eager to get a win?
Yeah, looking at it now, it looks like a good strategy, but at the same time, it didn't really work. And if Magnus hadn't castled, he would have been better there. For instance, he could have captured the bishop in that position earlier on.
Dennis is also such a good player with low time.
Yeah.
So he can't really rely on the clock here, I think, Magnus.
No.
He's not going to flag.
This move... Yeah. Maybe that's a good move from Magnus, but still, he is going to lose a pawn. Lazovic could now, for example, capture the bishop and then capture the pawn next, and Magnus is down a pawn.
Okay.
I don't see what his plan is facing that move.
Yeah. Basically, all the games today have been tough for Magnus.
Yeah.
He usually speaks about being in the flow and kind of immediately finding the moves. And
yeah, he hasn't been able to find the flow here. I think that's
not
kind of the tricky part for him today.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a hectic month for Magnus. Traveling, doing recaps for the World Championship match, and then straight to Oslo to play CCT finals, winning that, and then only the next day.
He won that really convincing, though.
He did.
He showed great performance, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the day after he traveled to New York,
Yeah.
spent time there with the family for Christmas, and now struggling on day one.
I wonder if they're staying at the Home Alone hotel and they have the top suite where they have the Christmas tree and all that.
I actually watched that movie on the 23rd.
Did you?
To get into the New York spirit.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. I mean, I usually see the first movie, right? That's the traditional.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen Home Alone 2 for many years. I think it's actually quite a good.
It's just a New York feeling you get from that, just like the toy store they're in.
Following the exact same recipe as movie number 1, but it works.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, every year have to watch that. Some moves on the board. Okay, and the bar is...
Lazovic took the pawn and is now a pawn up.
Okay. So how can Magnus Carlsen compensate for that?
He needs to either put pressure on Lazovic's pawn in the center or do as he is doing now, bringing his king up so that he can get his rook over to the open file and try to create an attack against Lazovic's king.
Well, the bard does not like, the computer does not like this move by Magnus.
Yeah, and it's
just getting worse by every move he makes now.
Yeah, I think at this point he is just trying to go for it, just hope that it works. And he is probably aware that it doesn't work if Lazovic plays the best moves. But now at least he has some counter chances to attack.
Okay. Game 5 for Magnus Carlsen today. He has only been able to win 1 game.
Yeah.
3 games have ended with draws.
The chat is already speculating what Levy Rosman's title to the YouTube recap will be.
What do you guys think? Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Yeah, depends on the result in this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's not over yet. I mean...
Right.
There are some attacking chances on the open file. Yeah, the next few moves aren't obvious for Lazovic, but I expect him to probably capture the bishop now and then try For example, to move his pawn in front of the king up so that he can move his king one square up and get his rook into the game.
Clock's not an issue yet. Dennis Lazovic down to 6.5
Does
minutes.
capture the bishop, so now he has doubled Magnus's pawns as well. He does go for that pawn move in front of the king. And that is a defensive idea to stop Magnus getting his queen into a very powerful position. And also Lazovic bringing his own rook to that open file if he moves his king up now.
Oof,
and I don't see any particular reason to not do that. He might bring his knight first. Yeah, that's maybe even more precise.
Is Magnus just being outplayed here, Lucas?
Yeah, maybe.
Incredible stuff by young Dennis Lazovic.
But it's also just a very tough position for Magnus now, because his only justification for what he's been doing is the attack that he is trying to get going now, but it doesn't work. And then you're just in big trouble. And Lazovic's moves are now actually quite straightforward. They don't feel so hard to play. You bring up your king, you bring the rook to the open file, then you try to improve your knight on the edge, getting it back into the center. And Magnus just has like, for example, he moved his rook back now. It was in a very bad position. He has a good knight in the center. That's a good thing about his position, but it can't really do much on its own. And basically, it's just hard to create any threats.
Yeah, just very passive.
Yeah.
Just responding to White's moves.
Yeah, kind of. Like, it's never fun to play such a position if you don't even have any counter threats. Because if he did have counter threats, then at least there are some practical chances. And there probably still are. Like, it's far from over here, but it's a lot harder when you don't even have many things to try. Now I expect Lazovic to move up his queen. Oh, he just moves his knight back.
So who's the chess fan here in the background? Is it the daughter or the father?
Well,
they've been there for
yeah,
quite some time now.
Yeah.
There's no eval bar or sound. They're just patiently standing there following the game.
Oh, leaning into the dad a little bit.
Maybe both.
Maybe both.
Fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the dad.
Yeah.
But Lazovic, slightly lower on time at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to find some positives.
Yeah. We need to find some positives.
Well, that
are
depends.
we objective here? Or
exactly.
Are we,
I was going to ask.
Objective.
No,
well,
we're never objective, right? We're
can't
always
really be objective, no.
It's hard to be objective when you're Norwegian following these championships.
Well, but we're an international company, but
we are
co-founded by Magnus Carlsen.
But it's co-founded by Magnus Carlsen, so he
fellow
is
Norwegian Magnus. Yeah, it's very.
So
hard
he's our colleague basically. Yeah. So I guess that's why we are biased towards. And maybe it sounds like we're rooting for Magnus, but mostly we're rooting for great chess. And it's cool to see Dennis Lazovic go into this game, annoying Magnus Carlsen with a great strategy, you know?
Yeah.
Kudos to him.
Yeah. It might be what I would try against Magnus as well, but I wouldn't make it work. So
you played a couple games with Magnus here in the office right before he left, right? Because we wanted to record a promo for World Rapid and Blitz. So you guys played Bullet, actually.
Yeah, and that was pretty horrific stuff from me.
You were actually really upset afterwards.
No, I mean, it was just that it was so bad. I'm usually okay at bullet chess. I can play like some decent moves.
Yeah.
But I just blundered everything. It looked like I was a beginner or something. No, but it was obviously just for fun or for the content anyway, and not actually about the chess.
Magnus
But yeah,
sort of
I was.
respected you before that.
Huh?
Magnus sort of respected you before that.
Yes. Yeah, maybe he did. Now he
Yeah,
just
now
thinks
he
I'm a terrible player.
Who is this
Why
guy
am
that
I
is-
even commentating on his games, right?
But to be fair, we did ask you to sort of exaggerate everything in that game. It was more about the filming, you know.
Yeah. No, but of
Punch the
course
clock
it's
as hard
fine.
as you can.
Punch the clock.
Yeah.
No, but it was fun playing him anyway.
And hey, how cool to play Bullet with Magnus Carlsen and be paid, right?
Yeah, true.
Maud is saying in the chat, Lucas, see you at the Bullet World Championship at the Good Night.
Ooh.
Our
Is that
great friend
over the
Maud.
board?
I don't know.
Question. Because
She is extremely good at Bullet, right?
Maud?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
She's still awake.
Hey, Maud.
2:30
Impressive.
in the... Nice to see you in the chat, Maud.
Yeah. Maud was here for the World Championship match. She covered it in the studio and in the Take app when Gukesh became the world champion, which is still just the most dramatic thing I've ever witnessed in sports.
Yeah.
That moment when Dingley ran blundered
blunder.
and his world fell into pieces. It was crushed, and it was at the same time the biggest moment of Gukesh's life, becoming world champion. Okay. Well, the bar is just going up for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen in huge trouble here. Massively better for Denis Lazovic. Magnus Carlsen could be about to get the worst start ever to the World Rapid Championship. He's the reigning champion.
I was just going to say there is a potential blunder here from Lazovic. If he captures Magnus's rook now, Magnus takes back, and then he brings his other rook to the open file. Looks like by far the most obvious continuation. Then Magnus would actually sacrifice his queen for that rook, and there would be a fork on the king and queen. Lazovic isn't going to fall for that,
something
but
else?
that is a trap that some people might fall into.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, in that sense, Magnus has succeeded in at least
Oh, well.
getting control of
Look.
the open file.
He took the rook.
Yeah, but that's a move later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was watching the chat and then...
He did actually have, for 1 second, a checkmate in 2 threat there, Magnus. But yeah, it was quite unrealistic that he was going to get that.
Yeah, so it is over the board. Maud confirms. And we have a comment.
Oh, it is over the board.
Yeah.
Wow. You really need to get into the flow when you're playing over the board bullets.
Because it's 1 minute, no increment, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's 1 second increment if it's over the board. Otherwise, it's just complete nonsense
Yeah.
and chaos. I mean, it's even chaos online when you can like pre-move and stuff. But over the board bullets, that's a place where you can expect a lot of controversies and tricky scenarios.
Massively better for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, if Lazovic really wants to annoy Magnus now, he will offer a queen trade. But that
Really?
he probably won't do.
Well, that's been
it's
the
just
topic
not very
for him,
good.
right? He seems to be eager to annoy Magnus in this game.
Yeah. No, but it's better to play the best moves and try to actually pose some real problems, which is what he's doing now. And yeah, there isn't much that Magnus can do here. He just has to...
When did this
keep
go
the
wrong
game
for
going.
Magnus? Was it the pawn push?
It was the
G?
pawn push
Yeah.
that wasn't followed up in the correct way.
Right. Wow.
It looked like he should have not castled and instead
Just kept it in.
like kept advancing the pawns, or maybe taking the bishop in the center earlier on there. That was a possibility. Easy for us to say, but yeah, that was where he went wrong.
Wow.
Probably the correct strategy from him, but when you play these very risky committal moves, it can go wrong if you don't play the correct next few moves.
Look at this, you guys. Denis Lazovic from Belarus. He is...
he blunders.
Who
Magnus
blunders?
blunders.
Magnus?
Yeah, he blunders.
Okay, well, first we
He
hit
has
blunder.
Lost his queen.
The queen is trapped? Yeah.
No, I mean, he could have taken the knight, but then he loses his rook.
Ah.
So now he's going to have to fight against the queen and knight with only 2 knights and a rook. And he is also down a pawn.
And the pawns are just all over the place.
Oh,
Yeah. This
wow.
is...
Wow, okay.
he
Time to go to
should
sleep.
definitely end up losing this.
But the chat is really rooting for Lazovic here, the young guy.
How cool.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Oh, 100%.
About
We hear
time
you
that
guys.
someone can challenge Magnus and upset him and...
Yeah.
GG, yeah.
Denis Lazovic, 18 years old. He deserves the praise he's getting. Look at this. He could be about to beat
outplaying Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen. Outplay.
But
Maybe
it
that's the
isn't
word.
over yet. There are still chances. Not objectively, but practically. There are always chances, but Lazovic's plan is quite easy. He just brings his knight back, and then he gets into this very strong outpost.
Right. On the G5 square?
Yeah, or the E5 square in the middle.
Square, yeah.
Magnus tries to create some
all the holes in
counterplay
the
with
position.
his pawn.
Yeah, look at Magnus.
Yeah,
he just wants to go home.
Yeah.
Just get some sleep, come back tomorrow and crush everyone.
Yeah.
I think if he wins how many games are left on?
So 8 games.
8 games.
Yeah.
So if he wins 8 games, he will be at 10.5, which is not good enough, I think.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. I think you usually have to get 11. Maybe 10.5
Yeah, I think
can
so.
work,
Yeah.
but it's...
So basically it's lost for him now. The tournament.
Could be,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on. So last year he won with 10 points.
He did?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not
lost. Let's check 2022. He won with 10 points.
Okay, so then he just needs to dig deep then.
He needs to win all his remaining games to be...
2021,
there.
Abdus Satoro won with 9.5 points.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he's not going to be...
He's not completely out of it.
Devastated.
I mean, Magnus has won more than 8 rapid games in a row before. So it's not impossible, but it's a hard task.
He needs a good night's sleep.
Yeah, definitely. But let's finish this game first, because he is getting a little bit of play against Lazovic's king. He's sacrificing a pawn, but he does have at least a little bit of counterplay.
Yeah, the father and the daughter have already left the building.
Yeah.
They didn't want to see the... No, he's still there.
Fall of Magnus.
Now we have the father is still there, yeah.
Yeah, the daughter left.
But now we have a very eager spectator positioning
he's all-
himself very like in the center of the board.
Very close to the board now.
Yeah. Staring intensely.
He's guessing the move.
Is that what he's doing? Yeah.
But there are potential blunders here with the knights.
I like
So
that
that's
you're
what he has to
bringing us
avoid.
back to the game constantly as we're trying to talk about something else.
Just want to get it over with.
4.3 is the advantage now for young Denis Lazovic. What is Magnus playing for, hoping for now?
Well, there are, for example, a couple of forks you could blunder if you're Lazovic here. The knights are tricky in rapid and blitz, but it shouldn't be possible to hold here.
The daughter is just disgusted by the low quality of play.
She had to leave the building.
She had to leave the building.
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Oh. In other games, Hikaru Nakamura is massively better in his game against Andriasian.
Yeah.
Arjun Ergaisi, a win for him in round 5. Fabiano Caruana, he is maybe losing against Svane from Germany. Massively better for the German. Abdusatorov, he has won in round 5. Who else? Nepo, a draw. Wesley So, balanced for him in round 5 so far. Pragnananda is losing against Nogerbäck. Massively better for his opponent. So, some big results might be coming in from round 5. The biggest of them all, Denis Lazovic, about to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Is there any hope for Magnus?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
What?
Okay, what was that? What was that?
Yeah, no, but there is some hope. For sure. If he's able to pose some questions, for example, now he's attacking the pawn, maybe it's not so obvious how you defend it, or he just resigns.
He gives up.
He resigns.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, loses in round 5. He is stuck at 2.5 points. That is his lowest score ever after 5 rounds in a World Rapid Championship. It is trouble for the reigning champ. He has to start winning almost every single game starting tomorrow. It's been a bad day for the Norwegian, ending up with a loss against Denis Lazovic, who then takes the point and goes up to 3.5 out of 5 points. What an ending to the day for the young player from Belarus. But for Magnus Carlsen, what's been the trouble today, Lucas?
Yeah, hard to say. He just hasn't been like finding his flow state, as we talked about. He hasn't been able to convert advantages. He has had good positions, and then he just isn't winning them. So yeah, I don't know what's missing, but something hasn't like clicked today. Yeah. And like if he had won those good positions, he would still be in good shape here. So yeah, it's probably that he's out of form in some way, but it doesn't mean that he can't come back tomorrow and the day after.
And that's what he's gonna have to do.
Yeah.
Let's jump to another game happening. So we see Daniel Naroditsky just finishing up his game. Levon Aronian is having a good day in the World Rapid Championship. We see Fabiano Caruana. Any preferences for you guys? I'm trying to get a look at the bars in these games to see which one we should go to. Let's see.
We can go to
spoke to NRK, the Norwegian broadcaster, for like 1 second before he left the building.
Aha.
Okay.
So he's not coming to the sofa.
He's not coming to the sofa. He is already in his hotel room, I think.
Left the building. Well, we'll ask him if he can have a chat with Levy in the sofa maybe tomorrow before the round starts. If he has a good night's sleep, that would be nice to get a comment from him. All right. Well, games still happening in New York. Horrible start to the tournament for the reigning champ, Magnus Carlsen. He has left the building. He is out and about in New York, probably heading back to his hotel. Going to have some dinner with his family and then go to sleep. What do I know? Any preferences, Lucas, to game to follow?
We can have a look at board 3.
Board 3, Levon Aronian.
Yeah, because Mersin is, I think, the only one left in the tournament now with a full score.
Okay.
Because I think they made a draw on the top board.
It looks like it, yeah. Lenny Dominguez, who played Sargsyan, they were both on 4 out of 4 points. They have played a draw, so it's 4.5 against 4.5. Daniel Naroditsky has won his game.
Oh, he did? Okay.
So he's now also on 4.5 out of 5.
Impressive.
Wow. Incredible stuff by Daniel Naroditsky. But then, as you mentioned in this one, Mersin, he could take the lead in the tournament. Sole lead if he wins this game.
Can we get it up on the app, maybe? So we can see what the position is like.
And that is a good point. And I forgot that that's my job. 'Cause I was waiting for someone else to do that.
Sorry, Kaja. I could have helped you.
No. And let's see. I need to restart this app.
So Hikaru is also winning. He won, so he's at 4 points as well. And
Then
Duda
he's
is winning
gonna-
against Neiman. So he is also at 4 points.
Hikaru might have a decent chance then.
Yeah.
With 4 points.
Wow, congrats to Hikaru, who we also hope to see in the sofa
Oh, yeah.
soon.
Why can I not find the Levon game?
Because there's so many games.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You have to make him your favorite.
Yeah. Is he one of the players in here? No.
There is a feature coming to the app, I think, very soon, where you can click on any player and see all of their games, both historical and upcoming. I think that will be a very good feature for navigating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dania as well. Wow. Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so great about tournaments like this, with so many players and so many stories, and some are having their best days ever and some are having their worst days ever.
Mm-hmm.
The internet streamer and commentator Daniel Naroditsky, for the first time participating in the World Championship and scoring, what was it, 4.5?
Yeah.
Out of 5?
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus Carlsen leaving the arena with his worst start ever.
Yeah.
I'm pretending to be Kaja right now as she.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Navigating the app.
It sounded like something Kaja would say.
Yeah.
So you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Reading her script. Did you find the game?
No. Is it possible to sort of...
Will it be over before you find it?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see.
14 seconds now for Levon.
Yeah, it looks like Levon is up a pawn in this endgame with a queen and rook. So he's playing for the win.
Okay, so it's actually not...
But he shouldn't be able to win it.
Huh. So, but it should be a draw, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And in that case, we will have... 4 players on 4.5 points.
Now I have it.
You have it. Perfect. Okay.
Oh, so he's not up a pawn, actually. In that case, it should definitely be a draw. I don't know what they are trying to do or who is trying to win. But it's always possible to play on, of course.
Massively, but what's happening here?
Yeah, this computer keeps jumping all over the place.
I mean, there's definitely time trouble here. Both players with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Can blunders happen with queens on the board as well?
Yeah. Blunders can happen, but it's hard to imagine here.
So
I think this is going to be a draw.
I often like to phrase it like this. If this was classical chess, would this just be a draw?
Yeah.
But when it's rapid chess and less than 30 seconds on the clock, can mistakes happen? Or at this level, it's just very, very unlikely?
It is very, very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
But both kings are like kind of unsafe. For example, if Aronian wants to try to win now, he can bring his queen in, but he didn't do that. It would have been slightly risky as well. And when he doesn't do that, I don't think any of them are going to try anything.
Mm-hmm.
There is like this one weak pawn in the position for Mersin, this pawn next to his queen. Doesn't have any pawns that are defending it. And for Aronian, it's this pawn next to his king being weak. So they have one weak pawn each. And it's not really possible to capture any of them because you can always defend.
Uh-huh.
And even if you are able to capture one of them, it's still a draw most likely. Even though then it would be more difficult.
Levon? Yeah.
No, just questions here if we can see the standings. I'll pull up the standings.
Wow.
Not all the games are finished yet, but here you see the standings so far.
It's probably one of my favorite features actually in the app because seriously,
So
this has not been
accessible and
possible
available.
before.
No,
It
it's
has-
been really hard to find live standings. And this is live. So whenever a player finishes their game, it will immediately impact the standings.
Yeah.
And you have the arrows here showing if it's trending upwards or downwards. So Dominguez had a draw in his final game. That's why we see the red arrow. Hikaru finishing.
Oh,
top
look at
10.
that. Look at that.
So you can see some of the favorites now are actually appearing on top 15, top 10.
But in what position is Magnus in right now then?
So Magnus...
2.5. You have to scroll and scroll and
You have to go
scroll.
all the way.
Here,
There he
number
is.
70.
Number 70.
Wow.
Worst start ever to the World Rapid Championship.
Everyone is excited for the Levy recap and the title
Yeah.
and the thumbnail.
Yeah, this should still be a draw.
Levon Aronian, I was going to talk a little bit about him. Born in Armenia, a huge star in Armenia. He made, he helped, was one of the people that made chess just huge in Armenia.
Such a nice guy.
Such a nice guy.
Met him for the first time a week ago here in the office when we did the interview with Danny Wrench and Magnus and Levy Rosman.
Announcing some very cool stuff for 2025.
Yeah.
Check out that episode, you guys, on our YouTube. But if I'm not mistaken, he is a former Blitz world champion, is he?
I think so, yeah.
I was wanting to check what year that was. He's been in the top of chess for a long time, and he keeps fighting Levon Aronian. Also a former Rapid champion.
He's won both?
He is a former World Rapid and Blitz champion, it says on
Okay.
Wikipedia. Am I the only one still using Wikipedia? Is everyone now just using ChatGPT?
And it is a draw.
It is a draw, yeah.
It is a draw.
Levon Aronian and Mersin.
So that means Mersin is on top of the table with a few other guys. 4.5 points. What a first day for him.
Yeah.
Now we
Great
definitely
start to the tournament.
Great start to the tournament. All right, what other games is still going on? Let's see. It looks like everyone is sort of finishing it up here now.
Yeah, not many more games to talk about.
Nope.
The most requested feature in the chat is to make the screen, the board bigger.
Aha.
We will look into that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Any other input, feedback, comments? We would love to hear them from you so we can improve. Obviously, the first day is always the toughest with some technical issues. And please, Hikaru in the sofa. Kaja, we love you.
Oh. You guys are great. And it's been great to have you guys in the studio as well. I mean, what a tough day to make your debut as a vocal commentators, especially for you, Lucas, being an expert with all the technical issues coming from New York. But you've done a great job. I actually got a message from my father, who always watches And he said, it's very, the tempo is great. I feel I can understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. And it was probably a long message, so I'll read the whole thing. But I got the essence out of it. And I hope you guys at home have enjoyed as well. We will keep going until we can confirm that all games have finished. It seems like all the top games have finished, so Anish Giri, is he still playing? Or did that game finish? Anish Giri, who's had a great first day. No, one of the top favorites. Yeah, so he finished with a win, is that correct? Against...
yeah, looks like it. 4 points. Good day.
Good day. For Anish Giri. Okay.
Yeah, good start for him.
Just scrolling down to see if we have all the results.
Really good analysis from Lucas, they say.
Yes.
Thank you. That's great.
While we wait to confirm that day 1 is actually over, that we can confirm that these will be the standings heading into day 2 and round 6. Day 1, horrible day for Magnus Carlsen. That's one thing, right?
Yeah, I think we can safely conclude with that.
Yeah. Worst start ever to World Rapid. He needs to just get a good night's sleep and get back tomorrow with a completely different approach to the games. And hey, we've seen that happen many times. So we're not writing him off quite yet in terms of defending his title. Biggest surprise to you today, Lucas? Who's that been?
Of players who have done well,
yeah.
you mean?
Yeah.
Good question. I wouldn't say any of the top 4 now on 4.5 are massive surprises.
Well, how about Naroditsky?
Yeah, but he's really good.
Yeah.
He's always at the top in
He's just never played in an event like
Yeah,
this.
he just doesn't play these top events.
Used to see him play
I mean,
a lot.
4.5 is, of course,
I think
more than
that's really
expected,
impressive. Like I must have been very nervous coming into the player hall today, facing all of these legends.
Yeah, no, but like 4.5 is really impressive for all of these guys. But I wouldn't say that it's like a huge shock. Merzin has been in the lead before. I think Sargsyan has done well.
Yeah.
Also, Dominguez is one of the top players, and Naroditsky is a great Rapid and Blitz player. So yeah, it's more than expected, but yeah, I don't actually know. Maybe it's one of the guys on 4 points actually.
Well, it's going to be tougher for the guys in the top tomorrow because it's Swiss and they get paired with tougher opponents as we get closer to the finish. Magnus Carlsen, he is way down on the standings. Hikaru Nakamura, he had a good finish to the day, 4 out of 5 points. Eric Geisy, one of the favorites, 4 out of 5 points. I'm a little bit curious to see where Firouzja is, 3.5 out of 5. Okay start for Ali Reza Firouzja, one of the top dogs. So all in all,
number 83.
Wow. Who would have thought that? Magnus Carlsen, reigning champion, number 83 on the standings after day 1 in the World Rapid Championships. Tomorrow, we will be back, hopefully without a lot of technical issues, but our mood will be great. Simon Williams will be here. The Ginger GM is flying into Oslo.
Awesome.
To join it. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Levy will be back in the sofa, of course. We're going to keep talking to players over there, and we're going to keep enjoying World Rapid and Blitz Championship match. Thank you so much for your patience today. Thank you for hanging out with us in the YouTube and Twitch chat. We promise to take care of you tomorrow and pay more attention to what you're writing. And we look forward to a new day tomorrow. So in the meantime, I guess we can say good night now, wherever you are in the world. Good night.
Good
Maybe
morning
in
to
India, China. Good morning. Have a nice day. We will see you again tomorrow. Well, actually not tomorrow. We will see you again in some hours. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. We're going to go sleep. Bye.
Bye.